Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Eagle Point Community Development District Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. Time is 6 p.m., 6:01 p.m. We'll start with roll call. We'll start with supervisors. Start down here at the end.
Kevin Gagne.
William Hathaway. All right. And then we have myself, Rich McGrath with GMS. Mick Sheppard, GMS. And then we also have Brian Young here as well with GMS. And then we do have District Counsel here today, Jere.
Yeah. Everyone, T-Tac Rock, hey guys.
We're gonna wake him up. No, he's here. He's in it.
Naturally caffeinated.
All right. And then we do have representatives in attendance from landscaping. Today we do have a landscaping RFP, so we will be doing discussions and presentations for that here shortly. First item here we have is supervisor requests and audience comments. This is specific to the agenda, so if there's any audience members that would like to speak specifically to the agenda items, please just raise your hand. We just ask you to state your name and address for the record.
Start with me.
Well, we're just doing audience comments. We'll get into, unless you want to talk about something during the audience comments. Yeah, so yeah, any audience comments specific to the agenda? We'll start with those in person first. Any audience comments specific to the agenda? Yes, sir.
Hi, Alan Chianese, I'm on the way. Notice the flowers we're gonna have fun, which looks good. As of today, I don't know whether the center's been done or not, but I haven't been out there, but I'm just wondering why that's not completed. You see the mulch is in, but there's still a lot here that hasn't been mulched. I'm hoping that's gonna be done. Chairs, patio chairs look nice, nice and clean, everything's good out there. And sign up, so as far as I'm concerned, it's been a productive 2 months. Hope that that we continue and keep up the maintenance, don't let things get away from us. I think we'll be good.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Alan. Any other audience comments specific to the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any audience members on Zoom, if you just use the little raise your hand feature, we'll ask you to unmute. Give it another sec. Any audience members specific to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to supervisor requests. Any supervisor requests at this time? I do have a couple things too. I'm going to ask about some items that are in the agenda to potentially move up, but is there any supervisor requests at this time?
No.
Okay, no supervisor requests at this time. Okay. Supervisors, so and audience members, so we do have quite a bit on the agenda today. It is a big package. We are going to be going through. We obviously have landscape vendors here to present. We do have a couple items that are on the agenda as well that are a little bit further down the line. We just wanted to ask the board if this was okay to move up. In addition to that, we just ask, if there's something that is on the agenda that the board feels like can wait, we can table that. I know that was a comment and a question we got before the meeting from a board member. Also too, we just ask, for the sake of time, we'll just try and keep the conversations efficient as possible. One thing that we were going to ask about moving up is there is a resident hearing for an incident that happened. It's down in the amenity section, possibly moving that up to the top of the agenda. And then the other one was the landscape report for the current landscaper, possibly bring that up to the agenda. And then we can move into approval of the minutes and then the actual landscape RFP. Oh yeah, in the HOA conversation. So
I mean, to me, like minutes can be knocked out pretty quick. And a few of these other things should probably be knocked out pretty quick just to get them out of the way.
Say instead of trying to move around too much in the agenda, we can do minutes right now if there's any comments or questions. But then I would say these particular ones only because we do have people in attendance, residents, current landscaper. They will also be presenting tonight, and here that way we don't, it's not 2 hours from now before they find her. Again, it was a request that brought up beforehand. So if you'd like, we can go into the minutes here, the approval of February 5th, 2025 meeting minutes. Any? Okay.
Actually, there is a supervisor request. When are we gonna get real internet up here?
That's on the agenda. That's one of the things we're gonna talk about tonight. So, yeah, okay, so we're back. Sorry about that. For those that are on, Zoom, I will keep an eye on that. But any, again, supervisors, any of those items, we're talking about the minutes. So February 5th, 2025 meeting minutes. Is there any questions, comments, changes? Yes, sir.
Just a quick clarification on page 2, when it says Mr. McGrath will look for Christmas lights out Asst invoice.
I have that for discussion under my topic, but just so you know, we did find the invoice.
Okay,
We did.
my only point with regard to the minutes was that was my joke. Christmas lights out Asst.
Oh.
There was some company, so,
Yeah,
you know, you weren't really looking for that.
yeah, that's true.
Well, they found whatever it was, so obviously.
Yeah, and it was not Christmas lights or not. All right, yeah, we'll remove that, yeah. Some, you know, the transcribers, they hear what they hear, so they
Yeah,
put it down,
yeah, they don't see the
But,
company.
well, sometimes that's why you gotta be careful.
So any other comments concerning the minutes?
No,
Okay.
So moved.
So we have a first from William to approve,
second.
second from Kevin, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so the motion's passed 4-0. So again, any of those items, that we were discussing moving up?
Quick question, you mentioned the hearing regarding violation. By my notes, I have 3 scenarios, that fall into that category, and you're mentioning 1?
Well, one had a letter that was actually sent, so for the actual hearing,
Yeah,
and Brian can touch on this, 2 were sent, okay, so 2 were sent. So Brian, do you want to touch on that, like how the hearing, so with.
Yeah, and fairly simple process. Obviously, we send those letters out, you guys actually receive the letters for your email, dictates when the meeting will be a hearing, and gives everyone an opportunity to come to that meeting and speak for themselves. As of right now, I do see one of the individuals in this room. I'm not sure, I haven't spoken with the other individual that I sent the letter to, I'm not sure if they're here, they're in the audience right now. Okay, the other one is here in the audience, so they'll both have their opportunities to speak at that time. When we get to that point, you guys will then make a decision whether further suspension is necessary, whether it's time to serve, and at that point discuss what the next course of action would be.
the third one, I guess, it's just it's in the letter process, it hasn't.
Correct.
We don't talk about, it hasn't.
Yeah, and I actually just sent you guys an email with all the one from last weekend.
Yeah.
And then we're still
So
working.
that would be at a future meeting,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Okay. So would the board like to move up the suspension hearings for the residents that are here?
Personally, I don't see, I don't have an interest in doing that.
Okay.
I'm not moving them ahead of, the gentlemen here that come from all over to provide, their landscaping services response.
Okay, the rest of the board on board with that?
Doesn't matter to me, so.
Okay. The landscape report, do we want to move that up or wait till after?
I tend to think the landscape report itself may be some area where when we finally get to it, we can say some of these things we might want to push off.
Okay, so we'll then hold on that one too.
Yeah, because
Sure.
this group here and what we're here for, that, to discuss is not changing, and there's so many people involved, I would suggest we move that one, we keep that one first.
Okay.
And
And then the HOA. HOA discussion. I know, Rabah, you had mentioned that.
I mean, if you want to do that,
I'd say we make sure you cover it, but.
yeah.
Oh, we do.
Okay. So then we'll keep as is. Okay. All right, so with that being said, we will continue on with the meeting here. So the next item we have is consideration of landscape RFPs. So again, we do have a number of landscapers present. Cardinal Landscaping, Florida Commercial Care, Landscape Maintenance Professionals, Prince & Sons, Yardneek, and Bushman's Landscape Management. if the board is okay, kind of our recommendation would be we give each landscaper the opportunity to speak. I know that was something big for you guys, wanting to have the opportunity to ask questions and hear their kind of presentations. You do have their proposals in front of you, either on the iPad or printed off. Our recommendation would be about 10 minutes. That gives them the opportunity to speak and for you to ask questions, considering we do have 6. And then we kind of go through that process. After that, the board can discuss and make any decisions. They can decide to move on with a different landscaper than the incumbent. They can decide to stay with the incumbent, however you'd like to do it. So if you're good with that, yes,
I have
sir.
a quick question that could make a change here. So on this map that we sent out, this dark blue, is
Yeah.
that not currently part of what we're,
No, that's actually not the map that we sent out.
all right.
No.
So I was making
no,
sure because that's
We
what's
have an
included in
updated
this.
map that we worked with Kevin with, and then you sent some other things after the one was sent out, which we're completing, so.
So do we know offhand, is behind the homes here? Or no, wait, a minute, that's
That's a different.
the one we want to remove, right? Or want to.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the one that
other
was
side
removed.
here.
I'm glad you brought it up though, because I noticed in there was a couple maps and various
Yeah.
proposals, and none of them was the one I okayed as the final one. Believe it or not, so, I assume they all got the final
The
version.
final, yep. Updated.
Okay, so any other questions before we start? So for the order, we'll just go down A through F here that's on the agenda. Again, we do have agendas over here on the little table and sign-in sheets. We do ask if for courtesy, if the landscape vendors would like to step outside. Again, it is a public meeting, so nobody's required to leave, but just as a courtesy to your fellow landscapers during their presentation. If you're willing to step outside, great. If not, and you'd like to stay, again, the public meeting, you're fully welcome to. But we'll start with Cardinal, and then once they're finished, we'll come out and get Florida Commercial Care. So, okay. Okay, so we got Cardinal here. I'll start
I'm
with
Mike Mankind. I'm one of the owners of Cardinal Landscaping. This is my brother Jeff. He's one of the other owners, and we have a third brother who's also part of the business and owner. And it's Mark, and he's at another meeting. Hopefully, when we send over our bid proposal packages, you're able to see he's a landscape architect. So we sent include some drawings with that. The advantage that Cardinal has is having a landscape architect on staff. We can do design, put the right plants in the right area, and help with any kind of improvements like that. The other thing that we did is we sent over some CDDs that are in this area. Hopefully, have a chance to look at them. Like Park Creek, we work with GMS right now, actually Mick as well. So hopefully, have a chance to look at them and to see what we're providing. If anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Right. Just when we were looking at the property, what can we do to make it better? We would come right in and do it needs a lot of fertilizer and irrigation. It looks dry. We've come in strong with that and try to improve the turf.
All right, so I want to ask some basic questions here. Just
Yeah,
ask me.
sure.
Well, I'm really sure you guys have the human power and it's really such a community. It's not a big community.
Yeah.
All right, so that's. The other question is, let's say we move forward with you, how do you think you're gonna, like, to get a job done in one day, or you split it, or?
For us, it'd be one day. Yeah, it's not really cost effective, and it's the same group. One thing that we have loyalty with the people who work for us. We were just left our shop an hour or so ago, and we had Isaac Rodriguez, who would be the one maintenance person here, as a crew leader. He's been with us for 20 years. So we have a really good working team that would be out on your property purchase.
The other thing is, how is the communication in your team? I'm not talking about, like, let's say you have a team that mows the grass and they show something bad, do they report it or not?
Yeah, they reported to us, and given we're the owners, but we have 50-something employees, and, you know, millions of dollars worth of contract, so we're not so big that we don't care about your property, you know, we're the right size for a property like this.
I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say your guys out here doing the job, and you have an irrigation head that blow out. I'm getting, remote irrigation team, like, yeah, I'm gonna grab, right?
Yeah.
After the job is done, they report that to you guys, and they're thinking, all right, until a board member, homeowner, take the action for it.
Well, we'll do a complete inspection, run through all the zones once a month, and then obviously our guys are training, they just take a picture, text it to us.
And they do it as they go, like
As they
they
go.
see it, they're not, because they might forget toward the end of the day, so as soon as they see an action item, they text us right away, and then if we have to do a proposal, we'll do a proposal.
Okay.
And we go quick, that's our thing. We get engaged.
What is the rate for irrigation now?
$85.
What's the emergency rate?
We have a tech that's 10 minutes away from here, so it's fast.
The rate
Oh, the rate?
for emergency.
Usually just hourly rate, I mean, unless it's like 3 in the morning or something crazy.
If it was something crazy, then it would be maybe $150.
And that also does separate us, and Mick knows, and we do quite a bit of work with GMS. We don't nickel and dime, like, that's not the way we build our business, you know, we've been doing it for 30 years, so we're not gonna. Like, when you ask us that, it kind of catches me off guard, because I don't think we've ever, I don't mean that, but I mean, I don't think we've ever billed anybody for an emergency service, you know? Honestly, and we've been doing it, you know, 30 years, so this is one of the things that separates us from maybe other companies.
So as you guys, I'm really sure you guys are probably talking. We literally in this community have only the most important section, I'm not saying the other is not important, but we have a clubhouse, the main entrance, and the wall outside, that's the sometimes the grass, yeah, because the rest is the higher rest. People just cut and people will polish it. How often do you think we should fertilize and stuff like focus on, how many times do you think it's necessary to be done?
We do 7 times a year.
7 times a year.
And then one of them includes the manor, which for the fall summer.
Well, yeah, that's around May or June.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's-
May or June.
yeah, because of that.
And it lasts 90 days, so it goes right into the chipmunk season.
Okay, so just board member, so now 7, that's the recommendation, but you know, it's not like it's a little required that much, but always making sure.
That's just the 5-minute mark.
Okay.
That's it?
No, it's 5 minutes.
Fine.
Typically, I would do like 5 minutes for the presentation question, but we jumped into the questions, so just keep going, good.
We're ahead of schedule.
So yeah.
That's a good thing.
And then, the other question is, about maintenance your equipment, like, how usually do you do like by weekly? So you guys have a shop that you do the maintenance?
Yeah.
We do.
I'm on touch specifically, the blades, do they get shopped or not?
Yes, they do. We have a full-time mechanic and also mechanics helper. So yeah, our guys, we have a system where they either get tagged and are in like one storage, or they put them into the mechanic shop and they just get lined up and blades get changed, and
Okay.
and then our mechanics are in the morning, change blades if necessary.
The other question is, let's say we have a hurricane, trees came down, what's the rate usually for your trees, to protect your trees?
To stake them up, I mean, it's usually like $50, $60, depending on the tree.
Yeah,
Now,
let's
it's
say
like-
big palm tree.
it kind of get picked by case basis. Yeah, a couple $100. It's not, it's
That's that tree over there.
the, yeah, myrtle.
Yeah.
That's,
not like,
we could do that without even charging, really. That's not even an issue.
Yeah.
Now, then we would do it during. Community, we do a lot here, again, going back to Park Street, Sheppard Street, Bound Trade, they're all in this area. So for you, like, we had everything cleaned up in 3-4 days. All the properties, I mean, we weren't mowing them, and then we didn't charge you extra for that either, so what we did is that, like, we were gonna be here this week anyway, but instead we cleaned it up.
okay, no, that's, let me understand,
So we-
that was me works, right?
Yeah.
The other question is, I'm assuming, of course, you get like a Google Web report as well, so once you say like, it's report, it's visually, right? But that is not the other, every single one of them?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, and Robert, they're pretty good on like the on-site meetings that you and I have been doing.
Yeah.
They're great with that too. So they'd be willing to do that with us.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the other board members?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna be clear, even all year round, it's always once a week for maintenance, you gotta.
No. Winter time is gonna be bi-weekly, and then the summertime is every week.
Correct.
And that's pretty standard for
Yeah.
any of the proposals, yeah.
And actually, there's other communities where they do to save some money, instead of, they go 3 weeks actually in the winter time, it doesn't grow that fast, well, that's something we can decide. in
It
the
can, yeah.
Contract.
Addendums and things of that, it can always be
Yeah.
discussed, yeah.
That sounds like,
Obviously, it's all public meeting. Do we know if anybody else saw any of the other, like if any of them saw any of their proposals?
The proposals were in the agenda packet when it was sent out and put on the website.
Alright.
So the only one that might not have been seen is this one, only because it was received late, so.
So my only thing is, I mean, it's all public knowledge. You guys came in a lot lower, which is a good thing, it's what we want. But at the same point, I guess my concern is that basically what it's gonna stay at, not just a cheesy rate to change it.
yeah,
And
That's a good.
because that, I mean, like I said, you guys are, you're hands down
like,
a lot smaller.
honestly,
Shorter, I mean,
yes, but honestly, it's decided community.
Oh, no, certainly, what they have to present, I think the red flag is like, the chief is gonna wanna look and say, hey,
And one of the reasons our price is where it is because Bahia is Bahia and it doesn't grow in the winter, so this is, in the summer, we're not gonna make it. But in the winter, it's gonna be a mess, so we take good with that, and not pretend this is all St. Augustine,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of ponds, and there's a lot of weed whacking.
Talking about weed whacker, how you guys usually the ponds? See, because it's a big issue here, cutting the grass on the pond, then leaving a little, by the water. Honestly, I think none of us like that, even homeowners or something like that. It was an issue, been going back and forth with the current, and then finally they fix it, so I'm assuming every time the grass is cut, the thing needs to be weed whacked.
Big whack, yes.
Okay. Other questions?
No, but just, is the map that was given the latest, I have one, that's the latest and greatest map? that
the
we
one
get?
that's in here is not, supposedly the one that all of them got is, so.
If you scroll past that map and you keep going down where it's still there, you'll see the other map. If you keep going.
What page? I was gonna question on that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys have also.
I didn't see, or I saw,
Yeah, we do, we primarily set our.
so for Florida.
Exmark.
Yes.
Exclusively.
See, here's why, in my mind, it's not that. Because it looks similar to the one I thought, where I said the greens are all merged with all the greens.
Yeah.
Green stand out in a different color, like color. And I was, yes, and I said, okay, look at that, and I'm good to go.
So that was the one that Clayton said, the one that we had made was.
Hey, folks, we're having we got a recording going on, I just wanna make sure everyone can kind of hear what's going on, so maybe just the thought, maybe our one conversation.
We did hit the 10-minute mark. Obviously, the board, if you feel like you want to ask another question or anything, we can also bring back in after the fact.
He was asking if they have the latest map.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced that they do, because the map that you just said was the latest is not the latest per my review, so I'm just, again, confused on that answer.
So what Clayton said in that email was the map that we provided them, which is the one that I just showed you, that is the one that is specific per the landscape contract. The one that you wanted us to change it all to yellow, that has already been made. Clayton and I have already made that. That was what we were gonna basically give to them or whoever you guys pick, and that would be the full completed map per your specs. But the one that's in there now is strictly for the landscape maintenance portion.
You
But
must understand.
his fear is
I've said this a
that
thousand.
it's gonna
freaking
end up
times.
being different.
It's not, it's basically everything
I
that's
said-
green on there.
Agreed at the last meeting that the the map would not go out without my approval. I reviewed the map. And I said, it's unclear, the green is all merging with other green hues on the map. It's important to me, the whole thing has been made very clear that these people can bid on an apples to apples comparison, and they have a very clear understanding of where they're mowing and where they're not. And I was told that the change of yellow to contrast, there's no yellow anywhere on there, was an easy change, and that would be what would be sent out in the map.
So Clay,
And
go
so
ahead.
I said, that's fine, I don't think I need to see it again if you just do that,
Mhm.
but you didn't do it.
Well, we did. The problem was that when we made those corrections, the bid packet that we had made, the yellow that basically you wanted us to change all the green to yellow to basically show where they weren't attaching to, which we've already done that. But this bid packet per what Clayton said, and I don't know if you agreed during that email or not, I'd have to go back, but this was sufficient enough to send out with the bid packet. The only difference was that we were changing it from green to yellow.
I don't, I'm at a loss, I don't know how many times I have to talk about this. So the only reason I agreed on doing this whole process is because I said, I have nothing against LMP, but I think the process was improper because we had an inadequate map to show the areas that were being tended to. And we had to go back and give LMP another $20,000 because they didn't realize it was an area they were supposed to be doing because the map was wrong. And then we had.
Which that map wasn't created by GMS, the original
Yes,
map.
Yeah, but I mean, I just don't understand, that's all, I don't.
So what's the difference between the map that you created with Clayton and the map that is in the packet?
The fear is that the green of the grass and the green highlighting, saying that's territory to cover and account for, that you, I mean, because they're both green, yes, different shades, but the concern is an area gonna get missed? Or is an area like, let's say here, along the back of this, is it being included when, because it looks green
Yeah,
from
if it
that
wasn't,
distance?
yeah, if it wasn't highlighted, I mean, obviously at that point too, it's up to them as well to do whatever they have to do to make sure that whatever's highlighted is what they're doing. But I understand about making it easier for them to read, but everything that's listed on there is all CDD related to the current scope of services that we made.
So, this map on here is the correct,
That, yep,
that's what they bid on,
yes.
okay. So,
Kevin, is that the map that you wanted?
That was the one I
He
reviewed.
wanted it yellow.
Provided final comments and suggested that they take the area that is identified as CDD landscape maintenance,
Yep,
which is green,
yep.
and make it bright yellow, so that it stands out from everything else that's green on the.
You know, this is not a section to cover, but from, without zooming in, can you truly distinguish?
And then you start printing it, circulating it, reducing resolution. As it's
So like back here is an example that this is an area we don't want done, but from regular, can you truly distinguish whether it's not to be done or to be done? So,
so this is what it is, I mean, at this point, this is what, you're gonna, unfortunately, you're gonna have to move, you know? But if it's an area that's not, let's say we choose this guys, and the job is less than what we told them, probably we'll have a different discussion, you know, you're doing less, you won't get any state. You know what I'm trying to say? We're not here to take whatever, do the job for you, but, hey, moving forward, I don't want to hear about that again. At all.
No, I understand. I was just, I know.
It doesn't matter. GMS, you know,
Yep.
moving forward, it's gonna be GMS, everything's done by GMS, you're not going laying on metal. Any questions for us, guys?
As long as everyone bid on the same thing, that's fine. It is.
So this is what I'm talking about here. See how this way?
Yeah.
Essentially, you can, like, part of it, it looks like it's part of the junk. But it is not.
And the good thing is, that everybody makes it work. They're trying to go. We didn't really.
It's completely like big.
As long as everyone bid on it.
Okay, so it seems, just bring us back in, guys. So it seems the map the confusion or the potential confusion is just about the highlighted aspects, but the map is correct. It just wasn't highlighted to the specifications that we would prefer. So if the board has any other comments or anything of that, you know, we can address that, but at this point, I think if there's anything else for Prince,
Cardinal.
or sorry, Cardinal, yeah, sorry.
Alright, we good?
Yes.
Alright.
All right, guys.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you all.
Order. Thanks.
I mean, I think the easiest way is just, if we go forward with today, just make a contingency.
I mean, I don't think Mick's missed anything.
Well, it's not the missing, it's, did everybody see this the same? Did they not account for areas or account for?
Yeah, there are some areas that look a little soft, but.
And so then that's just, so it would just be a matter of, let's change the color of the map and then just confirm with.
Yes.
With who we select.
And I assume we could do
Exactly.
that, Jere, in a motion with confirming with whoever they go with today, even if it's with the incumbent.
Yeah. I
We can
think
say
so.
a reconfirmation of
Yeah.
what they did on
Right.
the map.
This is an informal RFP process, it's pretty flexible, so
Okay.
Yeah,
Gentlemen?
there's some fine tuning that
Yeah.
needs to happen there too.
thinking,
There's some fine tuning that'll need to happen with the contract too.
yeah, oh, okay, if you got comments or something.
Yeah, I mean,
send them my way.
it's great to say that we can do this. Oh, yeah, if a hurricane happens, we'll do this, we'll do that, but unless it's in writing, I don't believe anybody.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, that'd be something that we need to look
Right,
at ideally too, because I appreciate them saying that, but I also appreciate it being in there.
And then also just for the record too, that is Leanne Richards. She did arrive during Cardinal's presentation, so just want to have that.
And there
for the
should
record.
be, I have not, but there should be hourly proposals, right, or hourly rates for emergency circumstances and things. I don't know if that's.
Typically, landscapers do provide that. I don't think we have any of that in these bids, but they do provide like their hourly.
They maybe give some
hurricane
examples
damage.
depending.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll make a note there, make sure that gets in there. Okay.
Okay. So, again, we do have Florida Commercial Care here, so I will do like I did before, basically 5 minutes for presentation. Of course, we can go into questions as soon as everybody would like to, and then, so you'll hear an alarm go off, that's the 5 minute mark, and then I'll do it again for another 5 for a total of 10. Okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and get started.
Hello, my name is Charles Davis with Florida Commercial Care. We've been in business for 33 years and I've been with the company for 18. The owner of the company, he lives in the Tampa area, so he's very active in visiting properties and so forth, or meetings, whatever you need. He started on a mower in Orlando with 5 properties, mowed it during the day, went to sleep, came back and swept it. And from there, he's just had, the company's grown. And presently, we have 7 offices throughout the state, all the way from Marco Island up to Hernando and then across to the other side. The big thing for us is safety, of course, OSHA. And the biggest thing that we try is we make sure that everybody has uniforms, all our trucks are decaled, so you know when people are on property. Like I say, the other thing would be we would benchmark your property. So when we go through in the first 30 days, we'll give you a complete benchmarking of your landscaping and your irrigation and what is wrong with both. But we also take pictures because if you have healthy St. Augustine, we're going to guarantee it. So if it goes bad on our watch, we're going to replace it. So we're going to have hundreds of pictures of different areas to make sure that we're going to take care of it and hold up our side of the deal. We'll give you irrigation inspection. We'll give you landscape reports monthly. We'll have 2 crews for 2 days. So you have 2 foremen, each foreman has a crew, and then you'll have a landscape coordinator that just follows them around, watches them, supervises them, and then we'll have an area manager that'll probably be here every other week. Presently, we take care of Parrish Lagoon here, Sierra. So we came in at the beginning. Right now, we don't do across the front, but we do the main thoroughway all the way back. And then now we're taking care of dream finders and also fairways. That's the next thing on the list for us. So we mainly specialize in CDDs, HOAs, and commercial properties. And in our portfolio is we have about 150 publixes. So I saw that about the I-9, we get audited every year. So we started with one in 2018, right after Irma, the hurricane. They loved the job we did, the cleanup, and then since then we have 150. We have Reunion Resorts over in Orlando, 1,300 homes. We have about 50 people that service that area, and we have about 250 employees throughout the state of Florida. But one thing you brought up on the hurricanes, for us, our big thing is to stack and pile, get it out of the way, make sure everybody can drive through, then we'll come back. So it'll be emergency rates, which are $95. And then once we come back to get it, it's just at your normal rate, $59 an hour. So it's just the emergency part is extra, and then we come back and then bring it off. And then because we have so many offices, if it hits the south part or Pasco area, we could just bring people from the different areas. So the biggest thing on that is mobilizing, find out where you can stay, obviously. But generally, if a hurricane comes through or any type of real wind damage or any kind of no-name storm in the state, we have a person that's stationed in the office that just stays there and sends real-time pictures to our customers. Obviously, you live here, you probably see the damage faster than we would, but we do have people going out and visiting the properties, making sure everything's okay. Once it's safe enough, then we go and we remove. But like I say, back to the crews, the foreman will have, what they'll do is when they get onto the property, along with the landscape coordinator, their job is to spray. So they're gonna be spraying the weeds. That's their first job. So the biggest thing in, I believe, in landscaping is no weeds, and make sure all your hedges are trimmed. Then you're by the weather, it's the weather. You're mowing the grass, and then it just becomes mowing. So, but our biggest attribute, I believe, is our irrigation team. So we, because we have Publix and we probably have 200 wells in our portfolio. So we have well companies that are at our disposal. If you have your own well company, that's fine. We can give you our well company, but at least if you have wells, then, and something goes wrong, we're out there right away. Because you don't want to wait 3 weeks for a well company. Because if your system's down in the middle of August, you need help and you need it fast. So, one other thing, we have a mobile maintenance program that does pressure washing. So it's kind of like a general handyman service. If someone were to break
This is the 5-minute mark.
okay, if someone were to break a sink in the clubhouse, we can fix it. We can fix minor, fence repair, pressure washing, curb repair, potholes, and we offer that to our customers only. But we came in over here across the street right at the beginning, so then we were able to fertilize on time, irrigate on time, and bring the property to the proper conditions.
And I don't mean to interrupt you too, I'm sure you guys have questions too, but what's the, have y'all seen the site? One of the things that we get sometimes when folks come in is they'll look at the site, they'll give us a proposal for it, but then they come back with a big change order after the fact. I just make sure that's not gonna happen.
No.
Okay.
No, first of all, so we come in and say, okay, you want to do small this. We say 20 yards, $58 a yard, and we see it's 30 yards, we need it. We don't come back with change orders.
Okay.
And also on the fertilization, the biggest thing is you have to have the irrigation in order to water and the fertilizer in order to make things live. So we use our irrigation fertilization as a means to an end. We're not trying to, gouge you on irrigation prices or, over fertilize or under fertilize. But the biggest thing that you have to be cognizant of is your irrigation. Because without that, you can't make things live.
So as you decide, you're focused not about hurricane cleanups, what's your rate to repulsive trees? Let's say the tree behind you over there, how much do you think you guys charge there?
Well, we have to get the proper downsize, but I would say it's probably an $85 one, so you're probably looking at, 220, 240. So generally it's like 3 times. So, but if it gets up to 400 cost, then it's not, it's all relative on the amount, because it's gonna take just as much time to put in a 15 or 20, 30 gallon as it would be a bigger tree. So as you get higher and bigger trees, then that ratio.
That's a problem for you.
Well, generally they go by foot, but you're probably looking at Somewhere in the
Three hundred as well.
in the 300s.
Okay. What's your irrigation rate out of it?
79 now. And 95 for emergency. But the nicest thing that I see here is that you've offered the 500. So instead of them having to go through and do the whole inspection, give you a report, come back, it's more expensive that way. So as you are inspecting, you can be fixing at the same time. And you will get monthly reports, and we will be
Just keep in mind, we have actually one of the best irrigation systems there. That's what I know in this community. Right?
Like the brand and style.
Yeah.
So we're familiar with Hunter, Rainbird, Two Wire. We have a master irrigation tech who's been with us 10 years. And we cherish that person. His name's Claire Cunningham. And then he'll take before and after pictures. So everything, so even when we mow, we're gonna give you after pictures. Even when we do palm trees, if we were to fix a main line, because you can have a main line right here, and then you can have it right here, but we're gonna give you a highlighted area on your map where the main line was, because once you fix that main line, it's gonna find the next weakest point. And so this way you're not saying, well, just fix the main line, why are we doing another main line? So we'll give you, and we'll map out your whole irrigation system, and you have as-built status steps.
Any other questions? No? Well, we good. All right.
Okay.
Do you have more you want to tell us, or?
I have one thought, because I noticed it's being used here, the amount for the mulch. So apparently what we had before was a wrong number. So is that the same number that all these proposals have?
No,
235?
we bid on an extra 15 yards.
It's a different discussion coming later.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the thing is I want to make sure what we're looking at in these accounts for all of them.
How much you got from both by yard?
58 a yard.
It's in regular 58, that's not bad on that thing, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just my concern is that obviously, you know, was it the number that we used before that got us the shortage, or is it?
No, we added more.
To be honest with you, I'm not worried about mulch, it's always.
No. No.
And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about later.
What I would say our biggest attribute is answering the phone and emails. Because number one, we don't know why you're calling. It could be a down tree, you have a pothole, any kind of emergency, we're 24/7. And the other thing is the owner of the company is active in visiting the properties. So if you ever need him, it's not gonna be on some boat in the Bahamas. He's gonna be here actively going through there. And because he started on the mower, he's really tough on the crews and area managers and so on. Because when it comes down to it, it's communication, because you're really mowing grass.
I mean, and you do realize that it's not it's a small size community. You have only the most important is the clubhouse, the sauna machine, basically, the rest is high, the rest doesn't require any maintenance.
And we also will not cross cut. So when we'll have mowers specifically just for St. Augustine and specifically for the Bay. So we're not bringing it back and forth. But for us, every part is important, because just as important as this is, if someone's got a retention pond, that's just as important when they're looking out the back with the, fountain or the water. So, and then we also have, we've calculated 42 to 45, but also the minimum that will mow your retention is 34. So if the retention needs to be mowed because it's, raining like crazy, we're gonna mow at 36. Because that extra mow in the long run, especially trying to make sure that DMS is taken care of and they're happy, it doesn't really affect us.
Good. Great. All right.
Thank you.
Good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Next.
Landscape maintenance professionals, Alan P. Okay. So yeah, so we'll start the clock. We'll do 5 minutes, and then it'll beep, and then 5 minutes for questions or anything of that nature. So go ahead.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. It's good to see you guys. Obviously, we've been working with you guys for about a year now, so you guys pretty much know the majority of what we're about. We haven't had I mean, I wouldn't say we've had a ton of complaints in here throughout. We've had some small hiccups and issues basically from the start with, you know, mapping to, even this most recent, mulching. So, I mean, there's a lot of hurdles we've had to kind of jump up and over, but I feel like we've been very responsive, willing to do drive arounds with Rabah or anyone on the board anytime that you guys would like. I mean, there's not very many things that I'm seeing throughout this community that we've been lacking in. So I mean, I don't really have a ton to preach to you guys. You guys have heard us speak on this stuff before. You know what we're about, and we'd love to continue doing the service in here. I know that price is probably one of y'all's number one things, and we understand that. And I wasn't able to do anything as far as knocking our prices down. I did, I brought it up, but wasn't gonna happen. So, we understand whichever direction you guys go, but again, we would love to continue doing the services in here. It's a beautiful community. And, we obviously have our inspection reports, which I'm sure maybe a lot of the other companies don't have, maybe they do. But, we're active and willing to work on anything, going forward. Like I said, we love being y'all's vendor. And again, there's not a ton I can really touch on in here that may be able to change you guys' minds going forward from what we've done in the past to where we are now. But, we're honest. You're going to have some guys come in here and try and sell the oil to you. That probably don't have as much to do with the actual operations on the ground as maybe they claim to do, or even just really, and overall, a lot of the guys that are coming here can be salesmen, and they'll tell you whatever you want to hear. So I just want to advise you of that, and just to be cautious. But aside from that, I mean, like I said, Ronald, and I think we love to be in here, and I don't really have too much, but I'd love to answer any questions you guys may have.
Sure. So any questions for LNP about moving forward, if brought back on?
Oh, go through the report later.
Oh, if we could, the report will be later.
Later.
Yeah, so this is just for the presentation. Yeah.
You want to do it now? Now?
I mean, we do have 3 of the landscapers that are here to present, and we've got like 7 minutes left for LNP, so I would say we can move it up to after the presentations, but that way we just don't keep them waiting.
Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you guys.
Thank you. Prince. Okay, so you have Prince here, so I'll just run the timer. We'll do 5 minutes kind of presentation. It'll go off, and then we'll do another 5 minutes. So all good.
We good?
Yep.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity, guys. We're excited to be here. Beautiful property, and we'd love to have it as a company. It's a little quick 30-second spiel about elevator spiel. We are a family-owned company. We're out of Polk County originally. We have offices here, and we have one in Orlando also. So we are just family-owned company. We're not a private equity thing. All the decision makers right here. I'm the vice president of the company. My name is Lucas Martin. And that's James Smith, who's the operation manager. Literally all the decisions are made right here. So you're not going to have to go through some kind of corporate structure or anything like that. It's very important to us because we have a big company capabilities. We have about 250 employees. We're actually about ready to be about 325 because we're adding to our, obviously, the summer schedule. So we have a big company capabilities, but we also have that small company approach, and we take a lot of pride in that. Communication is the biggest thing for us, and that's why we work a lot with GMS. We communicate well. We do weekly reporting on properties. We do horticulture reports. We do monthly irrigation inspections. And we run and this is our sales team, guys. This is by the way, I'm not a salesperson. I'm the vice president. I have a background in it. I have a degree in horticulture. James was a retired Marine. He's wants to start, you can imagine being a Marine Corps guy. He's pretty structured. You talk about how you run things.
I'm an operations manager, so I run all the operations. And like if we get this property, I'll assign you a account manager. I have 10 managers under me, 10 irrigation techs. Somebody will be assigned your property, so you'll have direct contact at all times. I also come out and check all the quality myself, a lot, especially for the issues that pop up. As far as structure, yeah, I'm very picky, I'm quality free, and I'm not leaning about anything. So if you have any issues, you can promise you I'm gonna come out and smash it. One of the things is, communication, big one. If you reach out to them, they're expected to respect you, same thing. Okay, whether it's a text, email, phone call, or whatever, but very proud of what we do, very proud of the quality. I've never lost a, I've been doing this 19 years, never lost one product because of quality. Price, stuff like that, but never caused quality. So very, appreciate you very much for giving us a chance to speak to you.
We are in-house everything. We're not gonna outsource your horticulture, we're not gonna outsource irrigation, tree works in-house. We have grapple trucks, we have roll-offs, we have small equipment like skid steers and things like that. So literally, if you guys were to get a hurricane or something like that, you're gonna be top priority. We're not gonna go chasing that dollar, which is easy to do if you're a tree company in-house, and you know, you are top priority. We're gonna make sure you're everything accessible, everything's safe, and then we're gonna take care of it quickly.
We have 6 gravel trucks and 2 more away. We have almost 1,000 dumpsters. That's huge when it comes to storm time. So, and if we're under contract, we, instead of coming out and mowing, we'll talk to you about not mowing as quickly, let's just do some cleanup, swap out, you know, trade out some money like that.
What's your old hourly rate for emergency services?
So we do just our manager's $40 a man hour.
$40 a man hour, okay.
And a lot of times that's after we work better. That's if we don't use your normal man hours to clean up, that would be on top.
Okay.
But a lot of times we can achieve our normal man hours by skipping mowing. That's something no one else does. That's a huge money maker on landscape companies. You guys know that. I'm not mentioning about a lot. I don't think I should like to tell you it's not, but they're that's one thing that we don't have with clients. We try to take really good care of you. We use you as a we want to be the reference. We want to be able to take pictures of your property and send clients in here as a reference. So yeah, so we have irrigation, horticulture work, enhancements in-house, tree works in-house. We have great designers. We design and take a picture of it. We put the plants in, and you can kind of that way you can see the plant. We're going to expect you guys to know a bunch of Latin names on a page, right? Where it's plant, kind of get some more white. What we expect you guys to see, and we're going to recommend the right plants. So there's some things out here. I mean, we'd love to get your turf turned around. We can see you're having a real struggle with that. Mowing patterns, horticultural problems, irrigation, some easy things that we can make an immediate impact on, especially this time of year. We do our horticulture program. We do arena. We do some expensive things. Makes our properties look better. We figure really our profits look better, not quite make that little margin. You know, we'd rather have a profit. So we
is there any, one of the things we see a lot of times is a big change order come in after everyone gets through the contract. I just want to ask about that. So y'all clean up the property to the extent you see problems, and it's basically still that, the rate that we're looking at in the proposal.
Right.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Now, if you get a situation too, we build out our properties too, but we do have the grapple trucks with the roll-off stuff. Sometimes counties don't get to your stuff. You know, you don't want to sit on your grass for 3 months, right? So we do offer a discounted price. Like, hey, we'll come and get all of it from you. We'll haul it on for you. You don't have to worry about it. It's not free, but it's not. But in the big picture, whatever, $700 to get rid of a giant debris pile is a lot cheaper than having to replace a lot of grass and the irrigation and all that. So we do offer all that. So,
are there any other charges other than the hourly for the storm cleanup?
just if there's removal, that would be like I was saying, you know.
It's $40 an hour though, right?
Yeah.
No other equipment charges or anything like
No.
that? Okay, that's all.
That's with the chainsaw work and everything.
Okay.
Or is it best to do, just say 2 days there? Instead of mowing and doing anything, we just do 2 days of storm cleanup. Now, we'll talk to you before we ever do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, because we get a pre-authorization form and you guys say, hey, we're comfortable paying, we got a bad one coming.
Yeah.
We're comfortable paying $5,000, you guys can get out here immediately, prioritize us.
And where are you guys located? How far from the site?
About 20 minutes north of here.
Sweet.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're actually at our corporate office is actually Polk County. That's where our city.
Okay.
We have a Tampa office and branch manager and staff there.
All your equipment and people are from here? Okay.
Yeah.
And we have an Orlando branch too, we have, Haines City.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been.
Well, I have a really account manager, a branch manager in Tampa like this. He's been doing this forever.
Okay,
like 40 years, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah.
okay.
Mick deals with them all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys have other questions? I didn't mean to occupy the.
I do, on your big question, Mayor? Yeah. You put, service property 2 days a week, what's the real throughout the year? How many days a week are you gonna be on site? 2 days, 5 nights for, what, that's, yeah, that's.
After you split the job for 2 days, not a.
So which one I heard?
Community 2 days, that's what you mean.
2 days with 5 guys, on each, yeah.
Monday and Tuesday.
Same crew will be out here for 2 days.
So if you see behind you over there, let's see the hurricane falls, how much you don't get charged to put it back?
Charge for what?
To put it back?
Like
Put it
it
back.
falls over, like to stake it up
If
or.
it's board and batten, what do we charge for board and batten? It's like $200 for board and batten or whatever. It's like, that one, like the phone, one by the door.
Maintenance guys can do it when they're here.
Yeah, yeah.
That one out there by the door?
Uh-huh.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I said, our maintenance guys can do it when they're here during their time, we're gonna do it.
Yeah, it's like a board and batten where we have the 2x4s and use machines to cut roots and things like that. That's all.
What's your emergency rate for irrigation?
Irrigation, we're at $60.
It's 65.
Yeah, that's normal hour or
No, we charge this. Emergency, yeah, you're gonna be like 75.
75, say again.
75?
Or emergency.
Oh, emergency, so it's not 40, it's 75.
That's for irrigation.
Got it, okay.
We respond so quickly.
Yeah, I got you.
So most of the time, you're not gonna need a call at all, because generally, like say you have a Sunday, inevitably that's when something's gonna happen, right? Sunday. We're gonna make sure it's shut off, then we'll fix it under our normal time on Monday. You know what I mean? Because we know when your clock's running, we know when it's set to go off, and if we can just shut it off, make sure it's not gonna run, and then we'll fix it during a normal business day the next morning.
And you just get a normal repair.
Yes, a normal repair.
How do you think, how much do you think this community is like fertilizer one consider address?
How much was it?
Fertilizer, how many times a year do you think you should go with something like this?
We always we recommend 6, is what we recommend. I mean, I think the scope of service. Yeah,
Sure,
yeah. I think that the scope of service, obviously, we bid on, yeah, it was 6 here. Yeah, so I bid on 6 here.
That's only for someone to see, not the higher risk.
Yes, and obviously, but hey,
Yeah.
you don't have to know that much. Yeah, but it's, the program we do is, I mean, you're gonna get a heavy rain for, you have blackout period, but we're even during the blackout period, we're gonna make sure you get irons and things like, and nutrients in the soil. And you're gonna get a heavy granular right before the blackout period starts. And we do use granular twice. And it's a combination of slow release and fast release. Put the slow release down right before the blackout period starts, you still get some fertilizer during the period. That's huge. You have to, the blackout period.
Talking about slow release nitrogen?
Yes, yeah. So we do that. I say again, we use like freehand, pre-emergence in all your flower beds to make sure you don't ever get weeds started. So we do that, like your mulch out here too, like we would cut in the edges. So we don't say the wash.
Yeah.
Into the sidewalks. That's one thing that we would definitely do. Change your mowing patterns, your visibility, obviously you got a big kind of visibility on the roadway out here, so it'd be nice to have that glowing green out there.
Do you think it's better than now?
What's that?
Do you think it's better now?
It could be better, yeah.
You can change it, it's good to change it more, better. Some places you can't change it, but.
Yeah. It can look like a go-kart track when you start mowing the same pattern over and over.
These mowers are heavy, everybody's got heavy mowers.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, for sure, so.
Y'all have any final questions? You wanna extend it? All right, boys, thank y'all so
One
much.
thing I want to
Yeah.
say, is, guys, we ain't gonna come out here and have, just find stuff wrong, just to be going, especially irrigation, it's not gonna happen. We ain't got time for it, I don't wanna do it, we just wanna build a good relationship, and, so you guys don't have to worry about this place, just let us take care of it. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Richard,
Your.
that's what you were talking about. Maybe from here, Richard.
Yeah, I talked to Mick about it. Yeah.
Oh, is that in there?
Your need? Your need.
Oh, they said that was extra?
Yeah. Oh, good. It's not included in the work.
Okay.
No, it's not supposed.
It's not supposed to get it. They have to be included in the work.
Oh, it's not supposed to be included, so actually.
Right, if the map
bid
says
it,
we're gonna-
Overbid it. Yeah, I get you, Kevin. Okay.
Gagne a new person here, so.
And the attorney always gets left out, but there you go.
Thank you.
There's a reason.
Oh, Come on, Joe.
We won't say what.
Once.
All right, questions?
At a jail with all day today.
Everybody, ready? All set?
We get it.
Okay.
Well, guys, I feel like there's not much I can say that probably isn't already said to you. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about myself, the company. You may see a couple of different names on our proposal to you guys. I'm Neil McFadden. I'm the business developer for the Gulf region for Yard and E. Yard and E is based out of North Carolina. We are 30 years into business, but we are what I call a family of companies. So we do have partners in our portfolio, but they all retain their ownership, they all retain the operations, they all retain years of doing business, they all retain their account management. So that's where we get to ASI. So ASI has been in business since '93 in this territory. If you read the report, you'll see our revenue goes up to $200 million. And I know sometimes you guys like smaller companies. For this region, we do operate under ASI and the operations of ASI. Our other company is team management as well. So ASI is about a $16 to $20 million company. Team management's a little smaller. ASI focuses on HOAs, CDDs, different types of POAs. Outside of Florida, we don't have CDDs, so up north we call them all HOAs. For Yard and E, we're about 80% HOAs throughout the company. Most of our HOAs have been in partnership with us for 10 years or more. For ASI, they are a combination of multifamily, but they do focus more on the HOAs and the CDDs. So you do have some of my references there. So that's the short story of the company history and who we are. So we have been in the area for a long time. I would say to you guys, our closest CDD would be Fish Hall. That's about $1.4 million. We just took that on this past year. But we do have some older CDDs that have been with us for quite some time. I can see that there's some history on that. When you get us, you look at our pricing, you know, everyone knows what your budget is. CDs are normally published. We know what it is. So we're not going to be the cheapest in the bids that you receive today. But I do think we're competitive in all that we offer. So I wanted to talk a little bit about that. I know you guys had some questions earlier about the map. So I wanted to talk to you about what I saw on the map. You guys may see on the front of my presentation, I show a map where I've measured everything out. You can't really tell what those measurements are. You can just see the lines and things where I've gone, what it should be, what it should measure, and things of that nature. So let's go over that for you real quick. I know one of your biggest questions was mulch. I know everyone had different opinions on mulch. What we did quote for you guys is what you had in the RFP, which is probably very competitive with everyone else. I don't think that was enough. What I came up with, and it depends. Pine bark's a little different, but pine bark's more expensive. So you're gonna pay $62 to $70 a yard for pine. You have 110,000 square feet of plant bed in this community. So that's what I base my number on. If you take that number, let me just make sure. Sometimes a little harder when looking at phones instead of computers. But you guys have, it's 104,000 square feet of mulch bed. So with the entire community, that's ponds included, you guys are 51 acres. So that's, I believe that's 11 ponds. Ponds do count as acres, but obviously we don't maintain the water itself. We do maintain the area around the pond. So when I came up with your numbers for mulch, I believe you are at 320. If you were just gonna do it, I'd say 1 inch. Light coat? A light coat, you're gonna be around 320. To do it the way you should do it at least once a year, which me, I look at things differently. I like for it to be bright in the spring. I want a little coat in the winter. So you're at about 480 yards if you did it in the spring. So do it twice a year. It's a significant difference in what you guys asked for in your proposal. But again,
what I want to talk to you about is why we are costing this project out where it should be and how I came up with those numbers. So when you think about, well, what's maintenance take around? Well, maintenance is not a one-day job, it's a problem. I read some of the comments in there where they're gonna get it done in one day. We can't get it done with the amount of people in that one. It is a 2-day job. Again, you guys are still right at 900,000 square feet of turf. Now, most of it's Bahia, but
It's 5 minutes, just that's 5 minutes worth, so you're happy.
oh, well, 5 minutes. So you got a lot of territory. You got a lot of territory where it breaks itself out over a wide period. You gotta get behind houses, you gotta get around the ponds, you gotta get along the fence lines. There's a lot goes into it. So we did estimate almost 2 days, about a day and a half, for about a 5-member crew. So what does our crew look like? You got the 5-member crew, you got the production manager as part of that crew that's here for the day as well. What's the one thing I like to sell? I don't sell the job because I know we're gonna make the same mistakes that the current vendor does. I know we would make the same mistakes that any vendor you hire will make. But the most important thing I can tell you guys is communication relationships. So that's twofold. It's actually threefold. I'm thirdfold. But you got your production manager and you got your account manager. So what does your account manager do? He's gonna be doing what I'm doing right now. He's gonna be in front of you every month, talking, and it's a requirement where it should be. That he walks with Mick, he walks with you. Any of you guys that wanna do it, you go through this property every month. Cause you can't improve the property if you're not looking at what's wrong in the property. And an account manager doesn't know what is wrong with the property. You guys, as residents, know what's wrong with the property. Production manager, he's here every week with the crew, making certain that they're doing what the account manager and what you guys agree on. So again, going back to the numbers we looked at, looking at our entire program for you guys. I do think it's affordable for you. It is high, it is on the high end of your budget, but it is essential for what you guys need to take care of this problem and to elevate it and keep it above everything else. Why? You got Del Webb's right. You got all these properties that are no different than you. But when you drive into a community that's going into a Del Webb or any other community that is what we call maintenance-free communities, you know, you guys are taking care of your homes, but we're taking care of the community asset. And it's very important.
So what made you think it's very affordable for this community, your price? This is trying to understand.
Run that question.
How did you come from, like, you said it's very affordable for you guys, how did you get that idea? How did you see it? What angle did you see that? So it's affordable for us, even though you said it's a kind of a high number. So when you saw that.
To say it's affordable, I mean, I look at your budget. I know it's within the reach of your budget, it's on the high end. I know what I price per hour, and you know what I price per month. I know what it takes for a team to be put together to be here every week after week. So when I make a statement that it's affordable to your community, I think based on what you need, what you spend, and what you have available, that we are a good choice for you.
I mean, you made you compare us kind of with Del Webb. Who do you have any, how many houses Del Webb have?
Many houses does Del Webb have?
Roughly.
I don't really.
I'm assuming it's massive, probably, maybe not all of it.
It's about the same size as Eagle Point. Yeah, it's about the same size.
Most Del Webb communities run about 1,200 homes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Roughly,
this is
on average.
395, that's 3 times bigger than our community. When you use the term, affordable for them maybe, but not for us here.
Well, the difference in a Del Webb, you could price a Del Webb home from $75 to $100. That's cheap. But a Del Webb community is a maintenance-free community, which means you take care of the homes as well. There's a few of those out there nowadays, and they have gotten to a point where they split them up. And me talking from experience, if you have a Del, and there is a difference. And you guys, how many people do you have in the community?
You have 396 here.
So 396. I'm gonna go with 1,200 in a Del. So here you got 396 people. or homes or individuals, let's double that. So we're at 800 people. That you're trying to make the community as a whole look good. And then you take a Del Webb community of 1,200, multiply that by 2, let's just say you have 2,400. You're not only taking care of a community to make 2,400 people happy, you're also taking care of their homes to make 2,400 people. So there is a difference. You guys are maintaining your own home. Now, hopefully we're not.
And just because we're running out of time, a couple quick questions. One is, I don't see your ops manager here, and I was just curious, who would they be communicating with if they got complaints?
So, goes back to what I said before, our branch manager, and he's over operations for, ASI Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers.
They'd be here on site?
The production manager is here on site every week.
Who is that though?
The production manager is Alex Cotes. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Forgot his last name.
I think we'd like to see that person, but and we appreciate you being here, obviously.
No, I mean, obviously, I bring the whole team back.
Yeah.
If possible, you know,
Okay.
being at a night,
Sure,
a night meeting.
Sure.
Yeah, and
Okay, a couple other quick questions, because we got other folks waiting. You guys will accept the property as is? You're not gonna give us a change order after you come on board? Like you've inspected the site, you don't see any issues?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the biggest thing would be, and you guys don't have it, where you have your irrigation repairs included in the bid as far as 2 inches under, you don't have that in your RFP.
I was gonna ask about that.
If
What,
that was in the RFP, we would come in and do an audit first to tell you what's wrong with the system.
how much do y'all charge for, emergency, removal as well as, regular irrigation repairs and emergency?
On average, the emergency is gonna be about 125 an hour.
Okay. And what about the regular, like just a storm cleanup?
Irrigation runs about 75 an hour, regular maintenance runs outside of our routine weekly services about $65 an hour.
Okay, and you guys are in Bradenton, the crew would be in, or in Tampa, sorry.
We have Sarasota.
Sarasota.
Well, actually, we have Liquid Ranch, Rainbow.
Yeah, I saw, so is that the crew that would be coming over
That's
here
correct.
from, okay, from like the ranch? Okay, that's.
We also run a crew out of Fish Hawk and Tampa as well.
Okay. And then how many got, you all said 2 days a week, but how many folks?
We're 2 days, 5 guys.
Okay, okay. Do you guys have other questions? Yeah.
Now we're getting over.
All right.
Real quick, so on the map that you have, so I'm just interested because you're the only one to have, done different things with the map. So roughly, can you tell me what the different colors mean?
I can. It may be a little hard to show you there, but the red, let me just make sure we're comparing apples and apples. Your purple is typically going to be, your blue's pond edging. Your purple's gonna be hard edging, your red's gonna be bed edging. If you think about going along the boulevard here, you got that sidewalk, so you see the purple, but you also have a bed hedge or bed line that goes all the way down. So it sort of lines on top of each other there.
So that's red?
Yeah.
Almost looks orange to me, so that way.
And you can't really see the mulch, but if you'll see where I put a couple of like measurements in there, what I noticed difference about what I believe others were measuring in the mulch is they were only measuring the outside fence line. They weren't measuring that bed on the inside. And that makes up sort of the difference in why you guys' numbers not what it should be. You take that brick wall, you got another 4 feet on the inside of that brick wall that runs 3,000 feet long.
Any other questions?
Yeah, any other questions? Sure.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, just one line?
Yeah, one last.
Question, later when they coming back, like, we can show the numbers for them and everything, right?
Yeah, this is completely informal. It's not a
Yeah.
public, so yeah, we can, and we could even have further conversations with them, go months to months for, yeah, absolutely, with LMP, we got a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Leanne. Hey, Corey, I'm Jere.
Nice to meet you, Jere.
Jason.
Hey, how you doing? Rich?
I'm Jere.
Nice to meet you.
Jason.
Hey, Rich. Nick again. So we'll go ahead and do just basically a timer within 10 minutes. I set it for 5 just so we kind of have an idea about halfway point.
Before we go forward, I would like Nick just to explain the situation with Bushman, what happened exactly. Would that be not how they get in the bed and stuff like
Oh, yeah, so we were requested to send them a bid, I believe it was Thursday of last week. You know, we sent them the bid packet, sent them the summary sheet. What you have in front of you is the summary sheet and it's printed out, the summary sheet and the questionnaire. Basically, this is what they provided us. This is the numbers that they have given us, and they had, I believe, from last Thursday to Tuesday is when I received it, to basically make a bid for the community.
So they were referred to me by a homeowner, and we thought, nothing to lose in forgiveness. Chance to take other token.
Yeah, and again, this is not a, just for the record, it's not a publicly, it's not required to be publicly noticed. There's no bid protest rights on this, bid because it's under the bid threshold, so it's completely legal and to go forward today. Yes, sir.
You got it. Great. Yeah, so thank you for having us as the last company here. My name is Corey Wells. I've been managing large HOAs around here, Sarasota, Inglewood area, Newport area, $2.5 million, $3 million properties, everything that size on down. I've been an account manager for larger landscape companies in the past, and an enhancement manager as well. I also ran the agronomics department there, so I have a strong background, all landscape needs, and I would like to provide high quality, and that's why we're here. Good. So Mike Maxey is another co-owner of ours. He's not able to make it today. He's a child baseball game the other 10, so we let him take that. But if there's any questions that the board would have for us, we can have.
You're the co-owner?
Excuse me.
You're the co-owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about pricing this year? It's fair, close, already, that's fine.
So when we bid, we want to bid with quality in mind and not just the lowest price. So we want to make sure that we provide what's needed for the property, not what necessarily is the cheapest. And so when I bid something, it's about making turf green again, healthy plant materials, implement concept fertilizations, micronutrient applications with liquids, concept reports, soil samples and all that will be sent to you as needed. I like to do soil samples 4 times a year to give us good results from those fertilizer packages and you guys. So when that is all taken care of, you get a nice presented update. I like to do weekly updates, if not daily.
What's your emergency rate?
Like that. For like irrigation emergency?
No, I'm talking about like, let's say after a day. No.
So our general enhancement labor rate is $55 an hour. So we would give you a $55 an hour bid with disposal rates and equipment rentals for provided that's needed for hurricane cleanups. I cleaned up millions of dollars of hurricane cleanups after Milton and Irene. So I'm well versed on that. No trees too big for us, nothing's.
You guys have a different irrigation rate and any emergency rate?
So irrigation normal rate would be $65 an hour. Emergency rate is $90.
Y'all would accept the site as is? Y'all see things like, are we gonna get a big change order at the beginning?
No, we drove the site, so we know exactly.
Okay. Do you see some deficiencies in the site, or is it good? What's your sense of it?
The St. Augustine turf is deficient, and you have a lot of palm trees in the pool area that are deficient. They're yellowing out, which tells us that they're lacking nutrients. So we would like to do a micro nutrient drench on those right when we start.
Okay.
So if we didn't get it, we would start with bringing stuff back to life.
Is there an upcharge for any of that?
Nope, that's
Okay.
included.
Okay. Where's your office and who would be the foreman?
So I'll be the site account manager or foreman.
That'd be great.
And
Okay.
then
You would
office.
attend our meetings and communicate with us? Okay.
I'll be the one on site that will deal with the landscape liaison and whoever it is.
Okay. And how far away are you guys from the site?
I live 10 minutes,
Sweet.
so real close, and then our shop is right there in Great.
Okay.
Weekly maintenance schedule? What's the weekly maintenance? Yeah, the maintenance schedule, how often it'll be? So we did 2 days, okay, with crew of 4, okay.
Just to be direct and honest with you guys, your all's price is a lot higher than the other guys. And they've got a budget and they're price sensitive. Is there any way y'all can come down in price?
You guys have.
Just to be straight with you. I mean, because, yeah. Yeah. I'm just being honest with you. I want you, we're all being polite, but I also want you to have a good shot at the deal. So if you wanna participate, my sense is you're gonna have to come down twice.
So was that we turned in, is that?
Well, go ahead, Rob.
Just to make it simple.
Yes, sir.
The cheapest bid we have just to maintain, the grass, cut the grass, and irrigation and fertilize, 93 a year.
93,600.
Yeah.
We're not saying you have to be the cheapest. And the middle, even the middle is sort of what, around 130-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
That's just huge.
yes, it's a big difference.
yeah.
Understand that this is a residential community, it's not a commercial. You have homeowners pay for this stuff. I mean, we're not trying to make it disciplined here, we don't have that kind of budget. To make it present nice and do it just fair. I'm not trying to, force you in any way, just put you in a.
No, we're trying to give you a shot at it. That's what we're trying to do. But if you take the 190, divide it by the 400 residents, it's almost $500 per person.
Yeah.
They got to pay just for the landscape.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, this meeting here, we have you can always come with an offer, if you want to go talk outside and, hey, it's in my mind, this is my new price, up to you, you feel like this is the fair price for you, it's up to you. I mean, but I'm just saying.
Do you guys want to talk for a minute and sharpen your pencil?
We do have another co-owner we'd like to call.
Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you take a minute and do that? That'd be great. That'd be great. We really appreciate it. See, we're not trying to be hard-hearted. Yeah.
Able to tell you this and give you that opportunity. It's not a formal bid opening.
Right.
Serial opening and sending you all on your way.
Yeah.
In my understanding, you guys are in unit, you just started by saying unit. When this price is basically how to about 88 residential communities with say. It's an experience for you guys, experience for us. In the future, how probably residential people. But again, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, why don't y'all take a minute and then let us know what you got. That'd be great.
Thank you guys.
Yeah. Do you guys have other questions for me? Maybe cut you off.
So if we looked at, per household, what are we look, are we trying to kind of back into a number?
Well, we've got a budget right now, so our budget is 130.
135.
Yeah.
I mean, because we're only a few months away from the end of the fiscal year and then having to come up with a new budget. So one, we want to know what we need to account for next year. But basically, we want to make sure we're getting our money's worth.
Sure.
And, obviously 220,000. Obviously, we've seen bids before and that weren't correct. And then we're seeing bids now with only one common company, and that's LMP. And so, I mean, that's a pretty good sample of what's out there.
To be honest with you, LMP at this point, even though they're gonna do the job for me for free, I don't want to hire them again. Simple as that.
Agreed.
Well, the thing to think about.
What I mentioned to you last time, they charged us $140 an hour for irrigation.
Well,
The highest one was how much? $80 an hour?
90 an emergency.
$125.
That's an emergency. I
But
agree.
here's the thing I take from this. Several of the companies coming in here have said, you have serious issues. You have issues with turf. You have issues. I mean, we know about this.
They always say that.
But basically, you have LMP coming in saying, you guys look good.
I know.
And
So this is, I don't know if you guys agree or not, I mean, I have a little bit of knowledge when it comes to this landscape. If you agree, I'm on moving forward with any company, I'm on literally be involved with it 24/7 level. If you guys have any issues with that.
You could be the board liaison. We could appoint you as board liaison.
so after the first year, we're gonna expect an increase for having to deal with it. Like, nah, we ain't coming.
Well, they don't know it yet unless they go back and listen to the tape right now.
It's recorded, you got it.
There was like a couple of things, the last time it was me and Mick and what's his name?
Ryan.
I literally mentioned and made it clear, the front entrance is full and we need to be done as soon as possible. Is that right?
Yeah, and that, it was along the main boulevard, and I feel like that's probably the reason why they cut it so low. I don't know if you've noticed coming in, that
They did.
it obviously looks really, really low.
And
Well-
they didn't even tweak the weeds.
Well, my thing is, where they put mulch.
Yeah.
They just,
It was,
There's grass and weeds coming up through the mulch.
Mulch is a different story, so I was, in the last meeting, if you guys remember, I asked, what kind of, are we using trucks? They said, no, using bag, right?
yeah,
Are you guys going to apply it yourself? And they said, yes, that's why I agreed for, because mulch, we are not obligated to do it every year. We can, if you do have a thick application, you do it year after year, which just saves you money. And at the end of the day, even if you put it down, a couple of months it's going to turn in brown again. This is how simple it is. And they said, yes, what they did, so the $15,000, if they did it the way we wanted it, they would be completely fine and probably would skip next year. They wanted to hire a third party guy, which I happened to be here. He didn't know I don't look like a poor guy. I counted the pallets. I went to them until he finished the work. I'm like, hey, you guys, I was like, we're short. So I did my math. It was around between, whatever left now was between 8 to 12 pounds max. I got a call from Alan Chianese, and they asked us for 22 pounds to come to $8,000. My Mick is like, you're gonna prove it. I'm saying no. So when it comes to the mulch specifically, moving forward, we can we don't need the landscaping company. We can go right to the source.
That's exactly right.
That's
Exactly right.
Well, the other thing
The
too
contract says to do that.
my question is who's gonna remove the mulch off of the end cap on Breaker Lane? Because they mulched one end of it, not the other, when we, the back entrance, it's like, that could have covered a couple other trees.
I'm whole back of the property this area.
It's not a good.
Well, yeah, I don't want that expensive, to be honest with you.
Well, that explains why their current proposal says 22,000 for mulch.
I'm a man, you look bad, what happened?
We still wanna make sure we can provide a high quality for you guys, and make sure we get the job done. We're gonna come down, we're doing.
Wow, that's great. Now, what does that include, the 150?
that's just for the mowing.
That'll be everything, but we'll basically reduce the guy on the site, so you'll have one less guy. But I'm still here, we have multiple managers on site, so.
But that does not include like the annual
So,
changes.
Like on here,
Yeah,
that's just, this number is 150, not that number down there.
That's the.
Correct, yeah, the extras are still same.
And you guys have one foreman and 3 guys on site right now, but you'd have 2 guys plus the foreman? Is that?
Plus another man, so 2 foremen.
Oh, so you have 4, you have 4 still, okay.
It'll just be one less labor.
Got it. The other teams have 5 just by comparison, but but we're all in at 150, including mulch and annual extra services?
No, it's just.
Or just the first piece?
Yeah, the mulch, everything's the same.
Okay, just the
Yeah.
first one. Okay, but you're coming down like $43,000.
We still wanna make sure we give you a good quality, but
Understood. No, I got it. So that's, okay. That's really helpful. Do you guys have other questions for them? And otherwise, that's really great. We really appreciate that. And what do you want to do next?
Yeah, so at this time, board can discuss, landscaping, those that presented the landscape RFPs are more than welcome to stay. If they don't, we will contact you anyways to discuss,
Okay.
the board's
Okay.
decisions.
So you're welcome
So
to
you're
sit,
welcome to stay.
if you want to,
Did everybody else leave? I just noticed that.
Possibly.
And I think LP's probably still there, because they still have stuff.
why don't
Yeah, so we
you
can
invite them back
contact
in if they want
Yeah.
to attend? It's a public meeting, you guys will, okay. Okay.
So, so the board, if you guys want to discuss, we can ask, again, it's a public meeting, so we can ask them to step out for discussion.
But you're not required to
But you're
step
not
out.
required to leave public meeting.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know if it's possible if they can, I mean, if we make the members feel that everything they want of them. If we can negotiate, probably would be better for us as well, not it's a possibility on that.
It is, yeah, it is.
Doesn't hurt that. Yeah, I think that's.
yeah, the thing with this, the big thing with today's is obviously like 100% you can make a decision today. You can also go back to, it's an informal, so we can go back to whoever you'd like to discuss even more about pricing, about adjustments,
Yeah, yeah.
about clarifications. And, it's really up to the board because it's not formal.
When do you start your budget?
We're doing our budget, proposed budget next month.
In
So your
April,
May
okay.
meeting.
Oh, May, May, yeah.
So very beginning of May meeting
Okay.
is the proposed budget. So we do have obviously the proposals and kind of a general ballpark of where they're at, which will account for that. If a decision's not made tonight, then we'll probably use a higher watermark for that. And make sure
Yeah,
we cover.
so I have a question, yeah.
Yeah, to make sure we cover.
What is covered?
And I would just say, well, they probably, we didn't ask them to stay, so, but again, we can reach out to anybody after the fact and then bring it back to the next meeting as a final decision, if that's what you want to do, if you don't want to make a decision tonight.
What do you guys think?
Well, given that we're talking about willingness to go back and talk to any of them that left, we asked one to sharpen the pencil. Personally, I'd like to send them all the right map and ask them to review and let us know if they changed their price at all.
Okay, okay.
And still, we're already, we're trying to discuss it with the boards, between the companies we saw, who seems to be on top and our favorite and so on, but again, I believe we have to pick one.
No, we're not go rush, but, what's like issues in the budget, would be better.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree, It's like, all of a sudden I feel like, hey, I have one more shot at this map thing.
And when would y'all want them to start? I mean, do you have money this year to take an increase, or would this start October 1st?
I mean, we were running off the option that this would be, if you made a decision today, they would start.
start in
as soon
30
as
days, as
possible
soon as we notice.
For the contract of notice and termination or acceptance. Again, if you stayed with LNP, there wouldn't be any of that, we would just.
If there's an increase, though, do you have
But if
money
there's
to
an
pay?
increase, well, that would be the thing too. For the current budget, you guys are very tight, and it's something we're gonna get into a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
down the road. So, we do have a couple topics to that later in the meeting, but, I mean, we're very tight, as we've discussed before, assessments from our recommendation are definitely gonna need to be raised. We will have more of that next month. At the meeting, I have talked to the accountant even today about it, so I can get into a little bit more of that here in a bit, but yeah, it's, you're gonna be.
But we're looking at, May would be the proposed, we're scheduled for June, right? So June would be the one that we would have to look
The
at.
adopted would be probably August,
Or August.
July, because it's 60 days, but typically we'll do those in like August for you guys, I believe. it's the
But
first
I
week
think
of
like
August.
the highest we can be has to be turned over to the county.
And we gotta send notice to all the residents, we're gonna increase.
The proposed has to be, if we do an assessment raise, the proposed will have to be submitted to the county by like June 15th. But again, that's a high water. Then we get into the actual adopted budget. Can't go higher than that, but we can lower from that. And then the finalized, what's actually gonna be collected on the tax rolls by the county is submitted, I believe in September. I would need to double check with Manatee County. But could be earlier than that, but if it is, again, that's why I have that meeting in May. We met through 60 days and then we can adjust.
So my understanding, we still have at least like a window of a month to make a decision.
You do, yeah, you probably.
Yes, if you're gonna do it, this is a better time, and then at least make a decision my recommendation by May. Just because, we're also getting the summer, which is a tough time.
Yeah.
Anyways, as landscaping goes, but then also too, we have the budget stuff that we have to talk about.
Sounds like it's a good time for me, to be honest with you. Make sure the map is done.
So I was in the restroom, so we're gonna wait.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, one, before we put the truck in any oven.
Would it be worth like narrowing down to a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
that, and
We can do
yeah,
that.
and then also, would you all be willing to hold your price, the one for a couple months or through October 1st? I just give us some options, because, because they may not have the money to do an increase to that level through the end of the year, that's what I was worried about. Thoughts?
Basically, when you send a new map, specifically, like, it looks like there is some areas, I don't know if everybody, but one of the gentlemen of the estate is like, some stuff that added, they don't have to be done.
Yeah, I don't know, that's just what they provided, I didn't provide them that map.
It's fine, we just like make sure, I mean, in worst case scenario, if anything, they go drop the price, because it's less, not more, you know what I'm trying to say. So nothing to lose, I think, we did have a good, idea today. Probably, I think, it's the map, it wasn't to the map, probably we pull the trigger today. Just being, I was waiting to pull the trigger today, to be honest, but it doesn't hurt, 1 month, it doesn't make a huge difference.
Okay.
If you guys want to narrow, I don't know, couple, so it's, we have six maybe?
There's 6 proposals that presented today.
Keep it to like, 3 for the next one. What do you think, William?
Do you all have all the numbers in front of you?
Yeah.
Of everybody, because I made a spreadsheet that has everybody.
I mean, we don't have them all like that,
But
in terrible form.
We can send that out
We need to
to the
take a
board.
look.
Yeah, you as well.
The thing is, are we unless there's any changes to the proposals after we make sure we have the map that we want and things like that, I mean, do we need
It's literally,
to talk to actually have them here? I mean, I think we have.
I wouldn't recommend you having it here. I don't think we need to. You have presentations, but we can bring back updated bid packets if anything changed. And obviously, we're gonna, my goal and desire, which I will work with Mick on, is to have that sent out to the board well before that meeting for everybody to get a chance to review and send us if they have any specific questions, again, to respond directly to us. That way, when we come into that May meeting, we're ready to make a decision and have a final discussion as a board, because we will have also that proposed budget, which is also a lot. So,
Right.
to try and just keep things moving.
I would suggest including them all that provided a price and simply responding to say, thank you for coming. There was additional discussion with some of the groups that remained. One even sharpened their pencil on the spot. We're providing you a map with a more visual clarity on the area, just to make sure there's no confusion. And please just respond back if you have any numbers that you'd like to revise accordingly, or if you feel you've provided, your best shot. And then,
Yeah.
the other question is, and we need to make it clear now. What do you guys think about Alan?
I'm a little surprised, not surprised, but hearing a lot of landscapers and of the quality of not that I can't see with my own eyes, but I'm not an expert, but I have seen better in other places, and sure, they may say, everyone may say that anyway, because everybody wants to get the job. I think they did get a raw deal, and personally, because of the time they came in and the hurricanes they're hit with, and never really able to get off going. But there have been some questions as well, and skeptical of some of the pricing and so on. That's why I supported this process altogether. But I don't personally count them out by anything that I saw today.
Yeah, and I think too, like you were saying, especially if we're not shortlisting, is we get these kind of updated, we kind of iron out some of these little kinks and things that we've discussed today. And that way, when we come back at the next meeting, we'll have sent this to you prior to, for just kind of as a final review, and then the board can work off of kind of an apples to apples true, and make a decision from there. We won't ask, again, a public meeting, the bidders today are more than welcome to show up to the next meeting. But we won't ask them to. At that point, it'll be basically just, here's the updates. If there's any discussion by the board, in what direction would you like to go?
I don't see the urgency to pick tonight.
Okay.
But if the board wanted to vote or make a motion to pick tonight, vote accordingly. But
I would prefer to wait for it.
So it kind of
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
think
it's
the
board direction, yeah.
clarification, and the map is important, because we need to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples, and it gives them all a chance to say, for us to say, we gave you a secondary one, you agreed to this, right, and so on and so forth. But I don't think we should remove anybody from contention. This is a proposal, right? So on a proposal, I'm gonna shoot my biggest shot. If somebody says yes, great. If not, it becomes a negotiation, right? So I don't fault any company for doing that, and let's see where
Guys,
we're
the
at.
other thing we should ask, in addition to map, is let's get hourly rates
Right,
for the
yeah.
irrigation.
That's right,
and
because
for
there's nothing
all
in
that stuff.
there, yeah.
It's a great idea, yeah.
So it's usually the little things like that, that's what the big hitter is.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right, that's right.
Right.
So what, like next time, whenever we reach out to them, everybody's gonna give specific things and hurricane cleanup and how,
Yeah.
It'd also be good to have like mulch pricing per yard,
Yeah.
stuff like that would be good.
Yeah, that's make you need to open that thing, the yard for the mulch, we need to have
just everyone has the same number of yards.
Yeah, well, they do have the same one, but some of them said that we could have needed more, and I think that's what you and I talked about. So you and I had talked about that before this went out, so I added that extra 12 to 15 that you and I were talking about.
Yeah. My message to you guys here, like the dead people left here, this board is, I'm not saying this because I'm part of the board. We have Ron here, did contracts all his life, civil engineer. That's really good with paperwork.
Know what the government is?
I'm literally a blue collar worker, so when it comes to this kind of stuff, landscaping and stuff, it's my thing. It's a chance for whoever wants to earn our business. You can work, maybe see better numbers. It's up to you at this point, not to us, as at the end of the day, we are pulling the trigger in the next meeting. So yeah, whoever wants to earn the business, now you know the numbers, everybody wants to finish, you know the numbers and everything, so it's up to you. That's it.
Yeah, so,
I mean, we're not like hell bent on par and bark mulch either, are we? I mean, if
Well,
there's
you
a
can decide
better,
on kind of mulch, yeah.
if somebody thinks that
Yeah,
there's a
an
better
alternative.
alternative
Yeah.
that is same or less price.
Yeah.
I hate
That's the
fine.
specific.
I hate the pine bark, yeah.
The specific section when it comes to mulch, I mean, we can, it's the, we call the coconut, something they call. Yeah, that's actually the best one to use for 2 reasons. It does make the community look expensive, even probably it's a little bit expensive, if I'm not mistaken, it's cheaper. There you go, it's even cheaper.
I think everything's cheaper.
And the thing is, yeah, and the thing is, when it rains, it comes back to life. I'm trying to say, huh? Yeah, well, I'm trying to say, it's better than this one. And even if we decided to move forward with that, as I said, we can go without, let's say we hire somebody, let's say Alan now, they said, okay, it costs $15,000-$20,000. I'm not obligated to go to my landscaping company. You can go, as we talked to Mick, you just find the source right away, you definitely save money.
mhm.
Yeah, there is multiple options.
There's a lot of.
So Rabah's gonna sign the waiver and put it all out.
And then if we decide to do that, let's say for next year, no, it's too late, we don't have to actually to remove this one, you just add that one at the top of it, because by the time this one will be resolved. So they're just, we have a lot of options when it comes to that. Me,
Yeah.
what concerned me most likely to you guys, is the pricing of cutting the grass and irrigation, fertilizing and fresh weeding. This is the big item, and of course it comes with the other things with it, hurricane cleanup and emergency prices, that's the main thing, that's it.
But it's a really competitive, it's a more competitive price now. We appreciate the reduction. Anything else you do, obviously we appreciate. And I think the direction from board, if I'm hearing you guys right, just to summarize it so we can get to the next step.
Yep.
Is I think our manager is gonna prepare an email to you guys, so y'all can see what's gonna go out to the vendors. The idea is that email is gonna go out, it's gonna have the map that Kevin approved. It's gonna have some pricing slots in there for the hourly rates and the items, different itemized items. And then we'll also specify what fertilization numbers and how many accrue. Although I think that's a lot of.
They said 6 times a year, which that's.
Yeah, that's right. Is there anything else y'all want in that communication?
Maybe that's it, the rates for specifically hurricane cleanups, for trees, irrigation and emergency, that's what.
Okay.
That's what I've got, and so if I get the board, clarification on the map, and that map will be submitted, but also send us out to the board for review first. The pricing changes, we'll send the pricing sheets, as well to the board, so you can see the current pricing breakdown. And then we'll ask for hourly rates on irrigation, emergency, and mulch per yard. We'll ask for numbers on fertilization and crew, and then verify mulch amount and type for the proposal, and then we'll send that confirmation to the board. And then once we get that response, we'll send it out. Again, just reply back to us, and then we'll send that out to the bidders to get any kind of updates, and then we'll have that. Once that's received, we'll send it back out to you.
To be honest with you, when it comes to, I mean, it's fine to have it, like the crew members. There's no difference if somebody like a company sends a crew of 10 and they knock the community in 1 day, or do it for 2 days with 5, but there's really no difference.
Yeah.
The job is done, it matters.
Can I ask a question that's probably stupid, but I just don't know the answer to? What is the benefit of doing annual flower changes to just planting perennials?
Nothing is gonna be gone, it's gonna be rot soon, so.
Well, the one front half is, we're mirroring Del Webb since they're subsidizing that spot. But the rest of them, yeah, we're looking at all the other areas of.
So we can never change a flower again here, and I'd be perfectly happy with that.
That's probably what we're looking at, when you put rocks, I mean.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about doing with the, okay, so capping those and stuff, so we don't have to plant there anymore?
Yeah, every year it costs us like 3,200. For those flowers, 30, I'm like, yeah, 30.
It varies, I mean, everybody's a little bit different.
No, I'm talking like if we didn't have the rocks, or if we didn't decide to move rocks, all of them together, so we're gonna put on 32.
We did all the areas. That was 32 4 times a year.
Yeah, 4 times a year, I don't know.
Yes.
But like, think about it, if we don't, that's what we have this proposal now, and get some
Yeah.
lots, you pay it.
Right,
big chunk of
well, you
time.
pay once and you cry once,
That's it.
you know what I
That's
mean, like,
it,
where with
exactly.
the flowers,
Yeah.
it's to me, it's just the dumbest thing ever to change.
Oh,
these
tell me about it,
things.
yeah.
I mean, if I had my way, this whole thing would be astroturf, like, but it's not up to me. and-
It's expensive, that,
Yeah,
again.
I get it.
It's an upfront, it's an
Stupid.
upfront cost, because
Yeah.
you don't have the maintenance and.
All right,
Stuff.
I think we agreed on this,
Yes,
all right.
okay, great, all righty, so, we'll be in touch, we'll be in touch.
Thank you all so much for
Sorry.
participating
Thank you so
too.
much.
Yeah.
Okay.
We appreciate
Oh,
it.
good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, thank you. Okay, so next item here,
Move him up so he can leave, or.
if the board wants to, yeah, we can move
Yeah, we
landscaping
can
up.
do that, yeah.
Okay, so let me move this up, so we'll go ahead and allow Alan P here, to do the landscape report, so.
Appreciate that. Yeah, so, for the month, I did this inspection, I believe it was like the same day that we had did our ride around, or maybe the day after. Yeah, I mean, overall, the property's in good shape, and at this time, we had a ton of turf weeds start popping up through the grass. And it was happening on all my properties. So we did, that was one of the big ticket items, that, you know, obviously.
Wait a second, before going any farther.
Yes.
Pops up in all your problem, I didn't see it in the website. Their website looks perfect.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they treated it.
Yeah, well, why did you treat it?
Well, we just did, once we did treat it, it just, you know.
When
I
did I
haven't
call
seen
you,
it
man?
pop up.
Like 3 weeks after the walk?
Sorry?
Did I talk to you like 3 weeks after we walked, like, told me they said they didn't do nothing about it? Remember?
Yeah, I think it's.
It was 3 weeks
It
after.
was some- yeah, it was
Yeah,
something.
it's still the same issue.
No.
So, see, when you come here and you're trying to tell me that everything looks like it's supposed to, and I know it doesn't look like it's supposed to, I don't really appreciate it. And the other thing is, when you have, like, in the community next to you, 2 different companies, it's literally the middle section from us and the others, that's green and we're yellow with weeds. I mean, I'm sorry, my brother, I will not take that, I wouldn't expect that.
No, I get it. But yeah, so I mean, it was the middle island, so it wasn't our left side and it wasn't on their right side, but the middle island was infiltrated with weeds along with the frontage, but we did get all of those things treated. That was really the main thing, that was a problem in the community at that point in time. I mean, the mow looked good throughout the community. Our shrubs were tight, all olive trees were pruned, as can be seen in the pictures. Cleanliness was, you know, on point. And like I said in here, the turf weeds, popped out. We did get those treated. We limbed up some of the trees around the community, you know, around the clubhouse, with the brown fronds. And then, what else do we have? Oh yeah, weeds in the bed was a big thing at that time. And of course, we didn't have any really mulch down at that point. So that does help us a lot. But you know, needless to say, mulch or no mulch, gotta treat the weeds. So those things are done routinely every month. I did notice across the way, we got crackweeds popping up in that bicycle spot. So those will get taken care of, as well. I almost pulled them before this meeting, but we'll get those taken care of. Yeah, I mean, overall, plant fertility and everything was good at that time. I'm noticing a little bit of chlorosis in our plant material out here with the yellowing of those onto the tide and the cranium lilies, which a lot of times that has to do with sun exposure with the lilies. But we did install these, so I just need to check the irrigation and make sure that we're squared away and adequate water is going to those plants. Yeah, so that's really pretty much what I had. There is a spot in the community which has been emailed, and at one point in time, I thought that the developer was going to do something about it, based off of me and Mick's first conversation there. But there's a gentleman, I forgot what street it's on, but behind his home, there is like there's a situation with standing water. And it's really, there's 2 options. It's regrading or it's French draining, which both options are pretty outrageous and expensive. Really, the homeowner needs to stop watering every day. I mean, that's literally what it comes down to.
Is it the one who's like complaining about, the preserver? That email we got a couple days ago, and you kept emailing about it?
No, it's not a preserve.
No.
It's, I can pull it up on the map.
This is, yeah, this.
Wait, so we actually have a draining issue?
It's, I mean, you know, the water's supposed to run off into the ponds and
there's an excessive amount of water coming from this gentleman's house, and it's pooling there on that pond bank, which is a problem that you don't see very often, unless someone's overwatering, too much. So that is literally what's going on there. So I just wanted to at least bring that to y'all's attention. I know that we have an engineer on the board, so it might be sport his while taking the end. It is on CDD property, yes, sir.
I'll probably see later.
Yeah, that is.
Personally.
Kind of the only way to.
Developer did a poor job writing a lot of things.
And that's, I think a French drain's ridiculous. I've never done one on a pond bank before in my life. I mean, I've driven between homes to run to the ponds, but, yeah, it's kind of a weird situation. I mean, regrading is probably the best way to do it, but.
We can review this.
It's something I would advise you to take a look into.
Next Friday.
Oh, yeah, I think it's like.
I think he's threatening lawyers and stuff at this point.
Yeah. No, I was next Friday. If you can do this Friday, that I could probably do that. If not, then we'll change the date. Fridays are your days, so.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you right now.
We can review it.
All right.
I can do this Friday afternoon. I would say 1 or 2.
I could see, if I could do that.
There's a non-loaded for next week, so.
Yeah.
So remember last time we talked about mulch? We went through specific questions I did ask you. This is exactly what you answered. I said, we're using trucks or bags, you guys said we're using bags.
Yes.
It's the reason for bags is going to be thicker. I'm like, okay, fine. I asked you specifically, I was going to do the job and said yes. Don't tell me you didn't say yes. Everybody was here and yes. It was the third part guy. Oh, right, that did the job. It wasn't an LMP. And this is because I know for you it seems fine, for us it's not fine. When I asked this question, it's because there was a pricing issue. And then all of a sudden you came later and asked us for extra 22 pallets, which is overly fast. It needs only 8 and 12 maximum to finish work. And it's not, it is not a thick, it's not a thick application. This is just a light application.
Yeah.
And they did put mulch in one area, like the entrance where I was supposed to put the rocks, they put one of them up there, which is not a big deal, but I'm just saying. See what it is, so what we pay you now, the 15,000, you put us in a situation where if I went to it, the vendor straight up, the $15,000 would be done completely, and the thick application, I don't have to worry about it. Because of this, if it was done through you guys, like straight up through the LMP, it would be completely fine. But hiring the third party, of course, we're here to make money. That's what it is.
Yeah, we make less money using a sub, and it's the same product that we're putting down. It's not like we're skimping on product or anything of that nature. When you ask if we're doing the work, I didn't know that you meant if we're physically doing it, or we're doing the sub. Yeah, we're gonna do the work, of course we are. I guess I didn't understand that question at that moment. And when you ask, are we gonna do a lot or just a little bit? Literally, I mean, that's what I asked my guys when they got here. I was like, guys, are we gonna have enough mulch for this job? And they thought maybe, but the entire back wall didn't have enough for that. And we were going again based off of an old contract that Rosetta gave us. And I mean, there's been a number of problems since the start with that, so.
That's my issue. So no, if I hire you to do a job with me, you're gonna give me an estimate. To be honest with you, I don't relay to the management company the number. I relay to you because you're the one who's going to do the job. You're the one who's going to be accurate. Of course, Mickey can go do how many hours we have and stuff like that. But you, because you're the one who's interested in the money, getting the business, you're the one who's going to give me the correct number. It is not okay to come and do, I would say, 80% of the work or 90% of the work and have another 10% left and ask for.
If it was 10 pallets, we would have done it.
It's literally, listen, trust me, it's literally between 8 and 12. You only need 22 pallets.
I mean, if you're not doing the entire back of the wall, maybe.
You only need 22 pallets. I'm just,
Yeah, I mean.
But, I mean, we're all in this situation now. We're gonna have to give them the business again, the $8,000 to finish what they're left. Or you guys wanna go to a source right away? And to be honest with you, me personally, I would rather to have it like this until next year than pay.
I agree.
Honestly, I'll be honest.
$8,000 is a lot of money.
Made sure to do all the important areas first, of course. And I mean, at the end of the day, we had proposed based off of what the numbers were. Never had this problem in any other of my properties ever. This contract was busted from the get, so it's, I mean, I think it's a little harsh to assume that, we're not being transparent here. I mean, we just did it based off of what was in the contract, and And unfortunately, we're short. You think I wanted to be short for this job? Absolutely not. The last thing I wanted to be, and like I said, if it was a few pallets, we bump up and do it, but tell them it's a lot more than that. It is, it's a lot more than that. The entire left side of the back area not done. Majority from that black fence to the back gate not done, and the entire back wall not done. It's a ton of mulch.
I guess one of my thoughts is, so when you say back wall, you're talking about the inside.
The
of
inside,
that wall.
yeah, for the plant, yeah, the viburnum hedges.
Well, looks like garbage anyway. I mean, it's been long before LNP, so it's not something you guys have done. What was installed and how Juniper and possibly Sunshine took care of it before you guys came along? And I mean, outside.
Not for nothing in the future, we should really consider like the inside of the wall. It's literally stupid to put mulch on there. Just,
well,
there is
there's a question of, should we do something different for the plant material or have plant material? But I don't see a reason to put mulch.
For decorative purposes, I mean, like we have those bushes, that's it. I mean, we keep spending money like that for.
The main thing is, I think the rest of the outside of the car needs to be done so that the community.
That's the entrance of the, that's the most important thing. You would think so. I mean, I was surprised, but like, you go now, you go like this and you see the whole mulch right away. It's literally.
There's a few areas.
It's a big application.
Very
They
may have walked away with the wind.
This specific topic of mulch, I would really like to change the model of mulch is number one. It's gonna cost us cheaper, and we need to decide moving forward what areas we need to move forward in the country. And again, if we do, let's say we do a heavy one year, we don't have, of course, if you have a hurricane, it's got something different. But if you don't have a hurricane, you don't have to keep remulching every single year. There's a lot of communities how they do to save money. I'm trying to say, they do it this year, skip it next year, and they do it the following year, just like, that's just my thoughts. But I have to be honest with you, I'm really disappointed.
I mean, I was upset when we were supposed to.
Really disappointed. How many times you guys have any contracts to paralyze the sun? Obviously, you guys.
Should be in the comments, I'm sure it's 6.
When was the last time you paralyzed?
A month ago.
It doesn't look like fertilizer, to be honest with you. It's literally yellow. I mean, we have traditions now, like, if you guys don't fertilize, or you guys don't sharpen up your blades, you're hurting the grass. I mean, we both know what I'm talking about, right? So we just agree about that. So there's no way, in this time of year, the grass look this way. So what is going to happen in the summertime?
It's gonna green up during the summertime.
It's going to be.
We're coming out of the season where grass is actually.
I mean,
we're in the season where hibiscus are blooming, but the grass is, I mean, we're turning into that point where things should start to look up. And if I'm walking down the main drag and I look to the right, that side of the road over there is grass. Looks exactly like the left side does. I mean.
Maybe we don't see the same, but that's all I can tell you. I mean, definitely, that loved one is definitely greener than us. Did you drive by?
I tried not to go through the front.
Did you? Did I drive by? Did you pay attention to the difference between the rest they love and us?
Yeah, no, I think we're beating a dead horse.
Leanne?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly.
All right. And I don't have. nothing-
And just that back wall does, the
Yeah.
back wall does look like shit,
I don't have
but
nothing to say about
looks
it.
terrible.
Can we take like a 2 minutes break? Is that possible? Oh, I should go by myself, just.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's okay. So as long as we still have a quorum, I mean,
Full time.
okay, so.
We're gonna make all the decisions while you're gone.
I was just gonna say, if there was anything else for LMP and landscaping with the report, that was presented, anything for them? If not, we can continue on.
I would vote to continue on. I think we beat the landscaping to death.
Okay.
It's only half, 2/3 of them.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, I kind of feel like
I'm joking. That'll probably make it in
I will make sure now. Okay, all right, well, fine, thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a few more things here, business items wise, but I will again ask We do have the 2 hearings, we do have them here, you know, it's been about 2 hours, so
Let's do that.
maybe we move that up.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me see here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, Brian, we're gonna go ahead and move up, the hearings for a couple of the incident reports, so I'll turn this over to Brian and we'll kind of get into that.
Honestly, we're gonna come right back over to here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So whatever you guys.
You wanna introduce what happened for us, maybe? Yeah, that'd be great.
So we have 2 people here, with violations. The first one here, Alan Chianese, is that correct? Chianese. He was found on site putting up some signs around the Amenity Center. He was suspended, and Kevin came around and took the signs down. I've had 4 conversations, I know Richard talked to him as well, very productive conversation with them about, you know, how we go about business, how we relay our information to the CDD, and why we don't put signs up around without prior approval. So that is the first incident, so we want to go over that, we'll go over that one now, and then when the second one comes up, we'll go over that one, so it's fresh in memory.
And did you all take some sort of, did you temporarily suspend him, or what was the action was
We
taken?
temporarily suspended, we sent them a letter per district council advice, and then also he called us, I think the day after we received that letter, we had multiple conversations, regarding the incident, what he could do in the future to maybe get his point across better, and what he shouldn't do in the future, a very productive conversation.
What was the sign saying?
There was multiple different signs, but pretty much along the lines of, is this what your CDD are paying for, pointing out a certain section of the amenity, come to your CDD meeting to voice your opinions, is pretty much what all of the signs say.
Okay. And the one in the front said, "Where are the flowers?" Stuck in energy.
Went on, well, somebody, at the end of the day, we're not able to, impress certain individuals. We have for the best of the community, not for a single person. But yeah, I think, all right, so what, if I'm not mistaken, his wife was in the board at the time when you guys dealt with this rule, right?
So,
Which,
That's been.
Before we go
yeah, and
getting into that, let me turn over to Jere.
Yeah, just procedurally, obviously, and this gets to what Rob is saying, is, we did adopt rules of procedure. The rules do, you know, have different standards in them. Obviously, you're really not supposed to trespass on a property and put signs up, right? So that's a violation. The rules are flexible in the sense that you all have a lot of discretion in terms of how you set your penalties. What I would ask is, obviously, you want to try to make similar you know, situations with a similar adjudication, and think of a wide range of things that would happen, right? There's a lot of different violations could occur. So you just want to be kind of, as best as you can, consistent. I don't think this board has taken a past action on any rule violation, so this will be your first one. At this point, how long was the enforcement action? You say 30 days or something?
Was it been a month now?
Brian, it's been, yeah.
30 days.
Right at a month.
Okay, right in a month. So that's your sort of first instance, and that's normally what you expect your management to do, is suspend it for 30 days. So that's kind of first instance. I don't know, and from there, I'll let you all have the discussion, talk about what you want to do, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
It wasn't anything derogatory, right? I mean, obviously.
Yeah, no violence.
No,
Nothing like that.
And again, I did have a conversation with Alan, and so did Brian, and, you know, if the board's okay, we could also let Alan speak, as well.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, so-
That'd be great.
I'm all about freedom of speech, but, this is not your problem. It's our property, all the residents. Exactly. Not by yourself.
Exactly.
All right, and you need to understand that you don't live by yourself in this community. We all live here. The pace things going, I would love to have flowers done 3 months ago, not yesterday. So you need to understand that too. And the problem is, I can see clearly, you never been here every single meeting when the worker was on the board. You did still have the same issue when you working for. I understand you don't like so it's fine. But you need to be realistic. When you come here and make accusations of things, you need to be real, like they need to be there, right there.
Accusations?
Yeah, you keep telling us we don't do our job. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do?
There were 2 times. One was where are the flowers? I've been asking for flowers. In fact, one of the meetings I came to.
I'm not.
Well, yeah,
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in hearing him go back and forth with Rabah, okay? This is what I have to say about this gentleman.
So, well, and Kevin, I think you're making a good point. We should sort of set up maybe a process for how y'all want to address these. Maybe you give the person like 3 minutes to speak about what they did and what they, feel about it. And then cut that off and then have a discussion with the board about what you guys want to do with the penalty. Does that make sense to y'all? Okay, so let's do that.
Yeah.
With that said, why don't you go ahead and have your 3 minutes? You want to put them on a timer? Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So, and again, Alan Chianese, just for the record, so it's.
If you could give us your address and whatnot, would be great. Thank you, sir.
I'm out of it, 11607.
Thank you, sir.
I come to the meetings and I get frustrated because there's not a lot of participation with the community. So I consider that when you have only 5 people representing 400 homes, and there's not a lot of communication, I don't think that it's a way to run the community. I think more people need to be involved. That was my whole point of coming to these meetings. I said it every meeting too. And so, I didn't read the docs. First of all, Kathy had nothing to do with this. This is completely on my wife, Kathy, who was acting Sarah, but she had nothing to do with this. It's completely on my own. I didn't read the docs. That was my mistake. There were small signs. I was wrong about putting them up. I shouldn't have done that. But my primary and only concern was to try to get the community to understand what's happening and to get them involved. Now, I knew because a lot of people come to the pool area looks terrible. I put the sign up where there was exposed irrigation lines, where the gravel was all washed out, there was no mulch. It was horrendous. And so I put a sign that said, you pay $2,000 a year for community fees. Is this what you expect? Contact the board, voices equal action. That was my only. Then the other sign said, where are the flowers? And it had a couple names of flowers in it. That was it. It's primarily to get the community involved. The only way this place works the right way is if everybody has a say in what's going on. And that's not what's happening now. Just not many people come to these board meetings. And there's no communication through emails, through the Amenity Services. So it's a frustrating situation. And landscaping happens to be my passion. It's the thing that I have a degree in landscaping. I've worked at a nursery for 10 years. I've designed many gardens for people throughout my life. My house is, a lot of landscaping around my house. It's a huge thing for me. So when I see the place kind of going downhill, which everybody here has agreed that it happens, that's what it looks like. I've talked about fertilizer. I've talked about insect and disease control. I've talked about the mulch. I've talked about irrigation. I also put a waste on. So I got frustrated. I put a couple signs on. I should not have done it. I feel that the case was appropriate, but enough time for suspension, and I respectfully request that my amenity privilege be reinstated. And that would be the last video from me.
Okay. Sid, thank you all for your comments. I think at this point, no more dialogue back and forth if we can. Y'all have heard from him. What do y'all think about in terms of a penalty or suspension?
To be honest with you, I don't know whatever he says, because he comes last month, he thinks him, no, he doesn't, and then he's gonna come next month and fetch him and thank him again, no communication. I don't know what the expectation is, things doesn't work like that. There's limits, and you definitely cross the limits. So, I mean, we cannot continue doing like this. Everybody comes to this amenity center and do whatever it wants, and just let it go. And by me saying this, moving forward, there's some violations, there should be times actually. We cannot just get suspended and do nothing. We need to start fighting. Like the big stuff, we need to have a set up. I'll issue you guys a lawful board comment as well too. We need to be fines, send it to the homeowners moving forward. We cannot just continue like this.
Well, that would require the board to actually meet and discuss that.
Yeah.
And address it. So.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say.
I mean, the big picture, so some of the things that he brought up were like the communication and stuff. So I think it'd probably be best for you guys to say that how we're handicapped and what you can and cannot do as far as communicating and sending stuff out. Because it's not that we don't want to, It's just, we're restricted under sunshine law. So, I mean, can you guys discuss that real quick and then?
I think you guys opened up a lot of doors just given the angle glass system. So you guys are at the very beginning stages of that, where you only have, I check your, you only have about 150 residents who have actually signed up for that. Once we get that roster filled up a little bit more, we'll be able to send out those communications about, whatever you guys want essentially. Whether it be, different projects, updates, or whether it be an event here at the Amenity Center, or even for your monthly meetings, we can send out, even an agenda, so that people can see that beforehand, right? So I think you guys have done the work to put more tools in your hand to communicate with the community. I just don't think we've gotten to that part where we're actually able to utilize it quite yet.
Well, and I think y'all have taken that step, and you've also, obviously, we've talked to landscapers today, right? So a lot of your concerns, I think, were around landscaping, and you guys are addressing that, which is good. So I think things are moving in the right direction.
It's a process.
Yeah.
What was the last thing we heard me complain about the Amenity Center since this new board took position? When was the last time? No.
Complain about the Amenity Center?
Amenity Clean or Dirty One? No.
I don't receive too many complaints, but I do think that your Facebook, I think you guys would be better off answering that question. If you guys are on the Facebook,
I'm not on there, so I couldn't tell.
I believe I did hear a few complaints about the cleanliness of the lounge chairs. And then also that one canopy area that was a little bit damaged from the hurricane, we got a few complaints on that. But other than that, ever since GMS has taken over, we've implemented this new access system. We've actually gotten really great reviews, and the community has actually reached out to thank us for the work that we've been doing this far.
And Rabah, I mean, my own sense is, and it's not to undercut anything you said, because I think it's, I think your feelings are right about it. But this is also an inadvertent, I don't think he intentionally violated the rule or whatnot. I do think it's sort of an overstep. I do think it is a rule violation, but he has been restricted from using the facility for 30 days and his family too. So I think that's probably an appropriate, I don't know what y'all think.
That you have two residents here who took time out of their day to come face the music and face you guys and own up to it. Most of the time, we don't see that. We don't see residents coming and engaging with the board about the violations. We see them throwing it out the window.
Well, and there's so many other things that could happen. So for example, you can have someone come in, damage the property, right? You can have someone come in and hurt someone else. You can have someone be abusive to staff. And obviously he's got his opinions about the board and whatever, and that's what it is. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
Personal issues or something. Let me go again. Yeah, personal issues. That's really what it is. Is that you keep your personal issues outside of this room. That wasn't very
Hey guys,
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Robert, you're passionate about it. I get it, buddy. I feel you. You're done talking, my friend. You're done talking. It's a
So I
board
just want to
discussion.
say, it's more than just an isolated incident. I think it's a pattern of behavior that I've observed with this gentleman. He usually comes to the meetings, often makes what are patently false statements about what the board is doing and what the community, what the board is doing to address issues in the community. He raises issues and then he very often leaves before those issues are resolved or discussed in the course of the meeting. He showed the board zero respect, in my opinion. He has, to me personally, accused me of engaging in some sort of conspiracy behind the scenes with other board members. That would be in violation of sunshine rule. I called him out on that after he made that comment and said I was offended by it. He takes things upon himself in irrational ways. He mentioned just a moment ago that he felt the need to do so because people aren't having their voices heard. And then he went to say, well, they're not having their voices heard because they don't come to the meetings. Because they don't come to the meetings, they don't have their voices heard. That is their problem. Can't take it upon himself to let everyone know how they can solve the problems by putting signs throughout the community. Again, it's irrational behavior. He talks about this, I talk about his disrespect for the community rules. He refers to how beautiful his home looks. His driveway improvement and his rock mulch improvements are in violation of the HOA guidelines for ARC. He did so without ARC approval for his own home improvements. Again, complete disregard for the rules. It's a pattern of behavior, and if that was it, I would still say maybe this is enough. But I've also seen 2 videos taken from driveway cameras in this community of this guy on his front lawn at top of his lungs, profanity-laced tirades, yelling at respected members of the community who are walking by his house, making, again, crazy accusations of what they're doing and just completely unhinged behavior, in rage. A reasonable person could look at this body of work of Mr. Chianese or whatever his last name is and say that this guy is a loose cannon, and I'm a reasonable person. And I don't know, again, where that leads me to what I want to say on how long, you know, this suspension should be, but it's way more than just some great member of the community who loves everyone and everyone loves him just coming and taking and making an honest mistake. This is a power.
Well, and Kevin, I appreciate what you're saying. I think, there's just something to consider. A lot of what you all are saying may absolutely be true, but it's separate in my mind and apart from actually what happened. And that there is a free speech right, and people can say crazy stuff. And that's America, right? And so what we're dealing with is somebody came and put 2 signs on when they were told to remove them, they removed them. And that's basically the fact. Now, there may be a bunch of other stuff. It's personal, and it's also where they're saying crazy things and they're lying and whatever, but that's America free speech. So I see that as sort of different. Doesn't mean you can't fine them, right? If y'all want to have a minor violation be a fine or something like this, but this to me is very different than someone bringing a knife on the property and stabbing somebody. It's different than someone throwing, you know, like coming up to staff at the Amenity or coming up to you guys and you know, abusing you all or throwing a punch at you or something like that, because that stuff happens at Amenities as well. This is basically a person putting some signs in the wrong place and then removing them when he's told to remove them. That to me is a minor violation.
Okay,
but I also understand where you guys are coming from, and I don't disagree with you.
The enraged tirades against people, one of whom is an HOA board member, the other one is a current CDD.
But is that at the Amenity? Is that just?
Okay, but when those people were on CDD property, which is the road and sidewalk in front of his house, you know, was it not a violation of standards of conduct that we have? And it's something that happened before, which shows to me, which I witnessed and saw, you know, with the video of it, it makes me say this is not the first time this person has violated the community code of conduct. This is the second time in mine.
Okay.
This is just my opinion.
You need to keep in mind that this rules we're talking about now was voted by his wife.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
he's,
Yeah.
came from the same household that voted for this, including when he was at the board at the time.
Right.
So it needs to be aligned.
Okay.
Enough is enough.
Okay.
And I mean, at the end of the day, whatever the board agrees, but enough is enough. Even if we're gonna have to take legal actions, that we're gonna have to do.
Sure.
Enough is enough.
Well, so your options are, obviously you can extend the time of the penalty. You can impose a fine up to $1,000 and collect that via attorney's fees. But just bear in mind, you want to be consistent in how you manage this going forward. So it's completely up to you guys. You've heard my thoughts on it, but I will follow you all and do whatever you're asked to do.
I completely agree with what Rabah and Kevin has said. That being said, you have to look at this as what this incident means. Right, and I agree with you, Kevin, that the other incidences, I mean, I've seen the videos myself, you know what I mean? It's heinous, it's inappropriate. I'm a huge fan of free speech, and especially free speech you don't like, because that's probably the most important form of it. But that being said, there's also berating, belligerence, and free speech is not freedom of consequence, right? So I agree with all of that, and I do think that your intention, you're sorry, I think you probably are, but I'm wondering if it's sorry because it's now something that we can enforce. So I don't know, God, I think you're right, the punishment has to be consistent, and I'm trying to think how I handle this with my boys growing up, because I feel like that's what I'm dealing with, is childish behavior. You don't have to like me, you don't have to like anybody on the board, but I don't walk around insulting people either, and I don't walk around, treating my neighbors inappropriately, and at the end of the day, we're all still neighbors. And it's okay if you don't like something, but there's a whole channel that you can exercise if you think that there's a problem with it. So, I mean, I don't know if it's like we need to just smack it down and end it now, or what we do, but I think.
So you know what I think what it's fair? Since William was the first one in the board, yeah.
Ron,
You have to that.
I do. So I know the past and I see the videos, I think everyone has. But I'm trying to be fair and trying to be consistent. Regardless if his wife is on the board or not, he's an individual. People know. I get it. I understand household and all that stuff. I'm not stupid, but you can't hold that for him or against him. The fact that he had words with other people, I'm like, for this instance, you can't hold that for him or against him. I understand habits, and I get it. I'm not stupid about that. But I'm trying to be fair. Like, the next person that sits here, we might not know all their history or whatever. And because we happen to, does that mean that now we need to pile on? I don't know. It's really tough. I almost want to say, hey, listen, we're new at this. This is the first one. Is it something as simple as put the signs up? He took them down. He's spoken to. He got a 30-day. I don't know if that's even enough. Maybe you say it's 90-day. Whatever. I would love to hear from someone else too on it. But I'm just trying to differentiate. I don't want to pile on to someone because they had arguments with their neighbors or something. But if that's the pattern, well then, yeah, why would you want them at the public place where all the neighbors go and everything, where it could be a potential bigger problem? But the facts are, he put his signs up, he took them down. He didn't have any violence in it. Not to say he didn't in the past, but that's the thing. What he did in the past, I don't really know how much that matters to this. So that's my 2 cents. Is like, I kind of agree. I agree everything counts, but does it count for this specific instance? That's all.
I just wonder, is this pool and the nose of the island, that's where the signs were placed, is the nose of the island at the roadway entrance any different than the sidewalk in front of his house where he sat and yelled at residents in a completely berating manner that is, I mean, the standard we have for the amenity center with regard to a certain rule being a violation that is about the way you treat others is far less. It's much easier to violate that specific rule if you read it back.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Kevin. Think about this situation though. There's probably arguments that happen on the streets all the time, right? And so so I think it is a little different, or it could be a different standard.
The only thing I'm trying to I get it. The only thing I'm struggling with here, if you follow me, is I'm trying to be objective.
Yes, sir.
This is our first sort of, we're gonna do this for the first time. Is this, and I'm trying to go through my mind, is this a second time or a first time in my mind? Because I am going to be more strict on all future people, and there's some already, who would say second time versus the first time. And this is my mental struggle right now with Alan here, is am I convinced this is the first time? That's what I'm.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for me, I like what Ron said. That's a lot of my thought, this is the first time we're having to address this. It was not anything technically malicious. It was not anything slanderous. I'm sorry, I have a thick enough skin. I've been called enough things in my life with the job I do. I say 30 days, he's done it. If something else happens again, now you're.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It has nothing to do with thick skin. We all know what's going on here. So let's not pretend like we don't.
He's got a right to not like us if he wants to not like us. It doesn't bother.
Of course he has the right. Of course he has the right. He doesn't have the right to do stuff like this in a program that he doesn't own. I have nothing to listen. So this is what it is. To make it simple and cut it. It happened today. 30 days is enough. Next time, next meeting, we need to discuss more of this violation. We cannot keep going like this. Simple as that.
It could be too that like Kevin's saying, if you treat it as a second violation.
Right, and that's my point.
That's a different thing potentially. The question is how far out you know, do you guys really want to be policing the streets for arguments? I mean, that could get really great.
Also, we don't
Yeah.
have
That's what
an actual incident
I
report
said
on that.
we know something happened.
And like-
Formal.
Yeah, and the policies are amenity policies, not necessarily like sidewalk street policy. I'm just saying, you know, and so I think in
Yeah.
the guise of what we're looking at is just what's here today.
You try to convince me that this gentleman doesn't come here every single time, that's just the board, which, trust me, I don't have a, it's, my skin is made, I don't know what material it is, you can say whatever you want. But it's literally false allegations, which I don't like that idea. If you're gonna come and tell me stuff literally that's happening, I'm with you. But you make stuff that doesn't exist just to make certain board members bad, which I don't care. But that's not acceptable. So as of now, I think we should, that's enough, 1 month is enough, but moving forward, things will be definitely changed. So I'm gonna motion that.
Okay, so you're motioning to reinstate, given the fact that
Yeah,
it has
at
been
the end of the
submitted already.
day, this community have the right to use the amenity centers with respect to the community and the amenity center. So we should remove the vote, we should be fine to use the amenity center again.
He should be, okay.
It should be okay to use it.
And that's your motion?
Time serves.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it'd
Got
be
it.
basically a motion to reinstate Alan's privileges,
Yeah,
effective immediately, given the already existing suspension.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
I'll
All in
only
favor?
make one statement.
Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
My only concern, given that the way I see, Alan, interact with folks face to face when he is angry at them, and he gets angry if he has a minor disagreement with them. I am only concerned that that happened in this public place while he spends considerable time here at the pool. I understand, that happens when he gets into a disagreement with a neighbor who puts piece of trash on the ground or doesn't follow a rule or something like that, and he takes it upon himself to address them. I'm only saying that, I hope I'm wrong and I'm not here again for a second in-center violation that's maybe more serious than we're talking about now. But that's my fear. That's it, I'm ready to vote.
So any other discussion? Okay, so, all in favor?
Yeah.
Any opposed? No. Okay, so the motion has passed.
Well, thank you for being here,
5-0.
speaking with us, and that's,
Yep,
Okay.
so thank you, Alan, for coming.
Thank
We do.
and I think part of the message is if there's a second violation, it could be more serious in
Oh,
terms of
yeah,
violation.
oh, yeah.
That's what I feel.
We're gonna have to take legal actions.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
There won't be any
Feel free, this is what we need to understand. Feel free to come here and say whatever you want to say, but be realistic. Do not make up things. I would love to hear from you, but if you're making things, you should make things because you know, like certain people, that's all. We both know what happened between us. I don't have, this is business at the end of the day. So please be more respectful moving forward. That's all I'm asking for. That's it.
Actually, Alan, what I'd like to ask is if you could help the board with your experience, give us suggestions on areas that we can improve with flowers, that we can present with the new, whoever we go with for landscaping. So that,
Happy to do that.
you know, so that way, you know, instead of, you know, saying you don't like something, say, hey, this is a suggestion on your experience, because we don't have that experience. So that's where, what would help us is taking that and saying, because while I agree with you, under HOA rules, everything on his property may not meet those rules, but you do have to admit that his landscaping. Exactly, so.
He knows what he's doing, I'm not against that, but like, don't approach us then. I will listen to you anytime. You know what, I'm able even to work with you. I have no problem with, keep this in your head. I don't mix business with personal issues. Just keep it always in your head.
Thank you again.
Thanks,
Thanks, Alan.
Okay. So the next.
Absolutely, I believe Mr. Schneider, that's right. Schneider here, I don't know, on, February 15th, if I remember correctly, we got a couple calls from residents that they witnessed or smelled someone smoking marijuana on property, we did video, we did our video investigation, we obviously can't tell what is being smoked. We can know just how there's smoke coming from someone's mouth, but also there, there was a couple more in there. So if you guys need a recap on all of the violations listed in the letter, I can actually give that, but that was the main point of contact, was the smoking on property.
Smoking property is not okay, right?
Yeah, it can't be smoked based on here.
And again, what we can do, as we did before, is give the resident the opportunity to speak. And then we can have more discussion.
Yeah,
So,
that's great. You wanna wait for other compatriot here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just give it a sec here.
Right?
Yeah. Boom. All right. So-
Not known that I was vaping.
I'll just say just one thing, sorry, just state your name and address for the record.
Parrish,
Okay.
Yes, I was vaping, I have a med card. I didn't know. My bad, I won't happen again. I don't know.
No, there's, I mean, for tonight, there's nothing, for how much have you revoked?
But that,
For how much
He's
is?
been revoked since, the 20th of February, so longer than that.
About 6 weeks.
That's fair enough.
Yeah,
Is where we're at.
No, yeah.
yeah, I know.
We do have,
I was off in the corner, I didn't think anyone was around, but I get it.
like, always, we have kids and stuff like, things happen.
So I just have one thing to say, because I've been here a couple times, and we just know who he is. There's been people that we haven't caught that have been here, people we can't even put on blast because they're minors. And the only thing is, he owns the house, and we able to
Right.
identify him,
Yeah.
and just say.
And we only meet like 6 times a year, sort of ish, right? So what do you want staff to do? Because again, this is pretty new to all of us, right? What do you want staff to do with some of these minor things where the person wasn't maybe aware of the rule and it's kind of a slap on the wrist? Do you want us to suspend them? Do you want to, is there a guideline we
That's
could?
something we need to discuss down the road, and we come
Yeah.
up with a plan.
So I feel like he's sort of been
Probably
stuck
get
for
built
6
up
weeks.
a little more.
Take a little more time.
I will say a couple things. We do have the amenity rules posted. Obviously,
Yeah.
it is residents' responsibility to be able to see that. We do have some rules, but again, I don't think ignorance is a defense to, oh, I didn't know. In most situations, but I will like for Brian, if the board's okay, to kind of talk a little bit about, because he has a lot of experience dealing with this and kind of like the step that he does take for situations like
Well, I
this.
think
And for
we
example,
address him first and then.
Yeah, so.
I mean, I think y'all are basically in agreement that we need to rescind the penalty, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You say, is the
I
motion that
motion to reinstate.
So wait,
Go ahead, Kevin, sorry.
You're talking about reinstate this gentleman?
That's
Yes,
what the motion
Yeah,
will
sure,
be.
I still have comments and.
Oh, yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead, Kevin. Yeah, yeah.
it's fine.
Because when this particular incident came up, and, my first contact with Brian, Brian's initial thought in our discussion, looking very quickly at the video, maybe looking more specifically at the video, was that this was a gentleman with whom he had an unpleasant interaction with at an earlier point in time, in the community, where the gentleman was smoking weed out there. And Brian had just come on board, GMS had just come on board, he wrote a report about this, where he spoke to the gentleman, and the gentleman was belligerent, and Brian had to leave because he didn't want to have an altercation with the guy. And that was the end of it, we had no way of identifying this person. Brian felt that this may be that same man, and I would like to ask Brian, have you changed your mind on that, because you have not said anything?
No, the reason I didn't bring that up is because obviously at that time you guys didn't have the access system and camera system that you have now, so I cannot confirm nor deny whether this is the gentleman. Maybe he can, I don't know. Remember that interaction with me on site that day? Not really sure. We weren't too happy with us, told us we sucked, and probably assumed that we were the old management company. I think just sitting here right now, I do believe that is the same gentleman. However, I cannot confirm that, based on, basically your camera footage and obviously the access system. So I don't think that should be part of the decision today, unfortunately. However, that it was a situation that we did deal with. I don't know, sir, if you remember that or not.
I do not, if I did, I apologize.
All good.
And was he,
Now that we're there.
yeah, and was he belligerent when you asked him to leave with the vaping?
It was probably about a week after we started, August 1st, we came over here and the community just wasn't happy with all last service.
Yeah, I'm talking about the most recent time that.
But actually, Yeah, no, nobody, there was no interaction with them.
Oh,
It
so
was
you
just
just
off
caught
the
him on
camera.
camera?
Yeah, somebody had
Got
said that there was
Got it,
something going on, and so just from the
got
camera,
it. I see.
and then tracking the
So-
camera back to who
A
actually.
woman with a child and said she observed smoking and smelled like weed, and she had said he wished he didn't do it, around the kids. And, that's why, you know, we looked into it, and, I was more concerned about the fact that, Brian felt he had seen this person before. Just looking at you, I would say I wouldn't forget you if I'd seen you before, and you gave me an attitude about this with me. So, you know, I tend to believe that Brian may have, had this interaction with the guy before. And that's why there, you know, it makes sense in some cases like this to go ahead and do the revocation pending the next board meeting, because it was believed to be the second time.
Mhm.
And the first time wasn't go with a nice, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. It was Brian had to write a report about it. I remember reading very specifically. So,
I hate to add, when they say injury to assault, rather than they say, remember one day that sunset came and the thing started talking to you and I told you guys better. It was you and two teenagers. I mean, you let the new teenagers go to me. I mean, I'm not trying to be like that. I'm definitely the wrong guy to grow that. They were teenagers. So keep in mind, what we're trying to do here, it's not for us. For the entire, this is what the community wants. For how long have you been living here? Money has
Most 2 years.
a year, so 2 years. So probably you already know what kind of issues we have in these communities. I mean, as a homeowner, I would appreciate if you work with us, not against us.
Right.
And the same things happen, it's completely fine, this is, I mean, we never took a serious action against nobody, so we cannot take any action against him as well. And he's been suspended for a long time. But this is, again, sets the record for us moving forward, we need to take things seriously. I would, motion to, you know, just release his statement and move forward, won't be again.
I apologize.
A second one? Who's going second?
Who's second?
Yeah, so, I mean, would you, because
Doesn't matter to me.
William did, throw out a first
Either way you
player,
want
so
to-
if you
either way you
want
want
Rabah, we can do that as the second, because William had
Yeah,
originally just a little bit ago, so we'll have William as the first, reinstate, Rabah would be the second then. Any other discussion?
You taking off? Oh.
Well, hold on one second, since we made the motion, do we want to vote? Yeah, so, if there's not any other discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? No, okay. So the motion has.
Yeah, it's
Reinstate,
unanimous.
yes.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you, Perry, for being here.
Thanks, guys.
Okay,
I have a question.
yes.
So, when someone gets an account or someone, they get, put on, let's say put on hold or however, is it their entire household or?
It's the whole household, yeah.
So Brian can touch a little bit on that, about like kind of the steps of what typically happens when an
You
incident
don't,
occurs.
you want that
It's been
person being able to use somebody else's device.
That's what I'm saying, it's,
That's the whole house.
Exactly the premise behind it. What we find is that we almost never have the residents show up for these suspension hearings. So you guys actually have to be very involved residents. We want to take care of this pretty quick. But yeah, usually we'll suspend it. If one gets suspended, the whole house gets suspended, because we kind of just figure you're gonna give the key fob to someone for use it. They already do it here anyway. You already have residents that give their key fob to kid, or give that key fob to mom who's visiting town and use it. So we try to prevent that, with just kind of the whole household, come take care of this, come talk to us, and then we'll think about reinstating.
Are you talking about, we have family members?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I remember I brought the thing up.
Oh, we're talking about
No,
suspending the whole
Oh,
house.
so
The whole house is suspended, so that way they can't use one of the other devices.
Oh, yeah, moving forward.
No, that's the way it is right now.
That's what it.
When they suspend, they.
So when I do.
No, I explained it, so that's the board, so yeah, so right now, the policy is, they suspend until the next board meeting, and then the board decides. what to do.
So basically, just to clarify that, anyone who gets suspended, that address gets looked up in our system, and all associated accounts with that specific address get suspended right then and there.
I know, that, don't change it.
Yeah.
And then that's where the letter would typically then reach out to Jere Bennett, and then it's the discussion of, okay, well, here's this, and then there's also, the letter has to be sent with a sort of specific time frame. So you might have a violation and it first goes to a meeting, but we can't get the letter out to be mailed to meet the requirements for that. but then that's where they give the opportunity. Suspensions typically, or suspension hearing, typically the suspension stays in effect until the board meets.
There are certain cases where we've had incidents where I've actually reached out to the homeowners, spoke to them, they had.
If it's
Trying to kind of work through these specific issues, just reinstate access after giving a little educational.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's being reasonable, I bet you have a hard time to have.
Oh, he did a good job. Okay, I'm actually, look, very pleasant.
I don't know if
He did a great job, yeah.
Huh? He was shaking. Oh, man, he was. Anyway, so before I forget. First offense, look, you done, but yes. So this is what I'm saying, I would really like GM, of course, he does have a lot of experience in this. The law firm is here to protect this community from legal actions.
Yes, sir.
We need to come with something solid. To be honest with you, even big violations, I'm not giving you another chance to cure it. You need to get hit with a fine right away. And go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's easy to say, but it's difficult to put down into an actual procedural, because then it's what meets that particular requirement, and then we're having that debate.
I've been
So a lot of
left it
times-
to be vague to give you flexibility.
Yeah, vague gives you flexibility, and then that's where, again, it comes back to the board and just to try and.
It's suspension up front till the next meeting, and then the board decides the status of the suspension, and does the situation warrant for up to $1,000? But see, my point is, as of now, I'm talking now, we don't have that, but when you line up things like, hey, let's say you put categories or something like that.
Yeah.
When somebody comes here, even if you said, I don't know, you know what, we already voted for it, and you have it in the website or whatever it is, it's your problem.
You know what we could do, Rabah, to your point, like, we could leave the rule as it's written and then have like a guideline thing, and maybe have like 3 categories. For like a minor thing might be a further suspension for 90 days and $250 fine. An average one or something, or we'll come with a different term, would be $500, and a serious one would be up to 1,000. Then you have kind of 3 categories.
There's also civil and criminal, not.
That's correct, yes,
Like,
sir.
I don't know, can you smoke out in Florida? Like, I don't know.
If he's got the license.
No, but like I'm saying, not in public, not around kids, whatever it is, and I don't know, is that a?
Yeah, I mean,
criminal
that's
offense? Is that like, so like, I don't wanna say, we're not here to be judged during it. Like, someone putting a sign up is different than someone doing something that's actually.
Well, it's also, think if you call the cops and say, hey, somebody put a sign up, the cop's gonna go,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
But that's where these kinds of things come in, and there's often, for some of the smaller things, like, oh, somebody left some trash or, I don't know.
Let someone in by accident.
Let somebody in, usually that's a conversation. And then if it's something that we feel that needs to be suspended, we suspend, and then it comes back to the board. And then that's where, obviously, if it's a violent incident, your suspension will be longer and potential fines incorporated, things like that.
We have a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
I think a violent one also.
Yeah.
But then it's also the police. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just reiterate, I don't see anything illegal happening at the Amenity Center.
Oh, we're calling the top. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They call us.
They shouldn't be called.
Send us a nasty message.
So my entire point is, we need to give ourselves, we are not here to make any homeowners miserable, like, I'm trying to say, it's not, but we need to have a cushion that makes us comfortable moving forward dealing with.
Yeah.
Well, we can talk about some possible guidelines,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, it still comes down to the board, and I would recommend that the board has the discussion for it, and that you try not to get too specific on anything, because
I can
then.
put something together to get.
Yeah, we can do that. I didn't let him, I took your word, I said, Rabah, and Rabah said, no, you gotta come.
I think I already know the answer to this because Jere's already made the policy. I'm assuming the vaguer it is, the more leeway the board has.
Yeah.
The more we start lining things out, the tighter it makes it, so.
A couple guidelines.
Right now,
We'll put some guidelines, and
Yeah.
we'll coordinate with council, and then we'll present that for.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, while we're on this topic though, because here's the thing, for everyone that you guys have gotten a, report on, there's 1 or 2, that you may not have yet that are associated with people who you can't identify because they were let in by some other person. And then they called 20 of their friends, and then they all came, and we have, it's really frustrating to me because we have crystal clear video of a couple of people rolling, blunts on the table with a bottle of Hennessy, right there. We've got people hopping over the fence to swim, and that was a police, call I had to deal with the other night. But the point is, I reached out to, I wanted the board to know, I reached out to Jere and DMS, and I want to look more seriously at what are the risks and consequences of us actually utilizing photo stills from those shots to help have the community help us identify where these people live, because we cannot go after them or their landlord, and they are the biggest perps right now. It's people that we see regularly, but they just sneak in, and we have no way of identifying them, because I don't see them, I don't follow them. See the problem.
And I'm prepared to speak to that. You want to bring that up under my report, or you want to do it now?
Yeah, no, so I just wanted to know, like.
Yeah, no, it's a good question.
That's something I've been working on with Jere, and
Yeah.
we can shift it and wait till that comes up.
This is one of the situations because it's a double sword edge. By the time you open stuff like that, I'm not completely yes to the homeowners, is gonna start having the things like personal issues and stuff like that, and we, what I'm trying to say? So, it's completely fine.
It's like, and my case to you is, I said, how many times do you turn on the news and say, person of interest, doesn't matter how old they are, there's this person breaking a window or stealing from a jewelry case or whatever, looking for this person of interest, interested in questioning them, whatever, and they put it out to the public. There's no different than us saying, does anybody know how we might get in touch with these people? We want to talk to them. Of course, the picture shows them rolling bones in the table over there. And the people probably know what we want to talk to them about, but
So what is is because they're minors, is that the issue?
I don't know.
Here's my only thought. One is, we still have a lot of things on the agenda, and you guys have done a lot of work already, but I want to make sure you get to the rest of it. And I'm ready to talk about that too, whenever y'all want to. I just don't want you to leave like 80% of your agendas undone tonight. So I don't know how you want to do it. How do you want to handle the rest of the agenda?
I mean, we have a number of things here that we do need to touch on, for instance, and engineering, the reserve study, the audit, that needs to be approved. So we can touch base on that under the attorney a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's important because it's the biggest thing that I get from the community is the frustration of the improper use of this facility and the inability to hold certain people accountable. And also oh geez, we blew 50 grand on a security system, and we still can't hold people accountable, and we have on video breaking the rules. So I do want to touch on that, and I would say, as far as the agenda item for talking about the lighting proposals and the reconfiguration here and stuff, just push it off.
Yeah, and what we'll do is we'll just start working our way down the agenda and checking off some of these things. And when we get to something like that, I'll just say, is this something you think we can table? And we can table it. So, okay.
Yes.
So we'll move here. So this is approval of the engineering services RFQ. So this was your current engineer did submit a resignation after the last meeting. Council did provide the RFQ. I kind of let Jared touch on this, just what's.
Yes, this is kind of a weird statute, presumably written by engineers for their own benefit. But it's called the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act. It's the CCNA. And the way it works is you advertise for services, but you can't ask them for what they're going to charge you. So you advertise based on their qualifications. They submit kind of this qualifications statement that's kind of a standard form in the engineering industry. And then you rank them based on their qualifications, and then you discuss price and sort of negotiate the price with each contractor as you go down the list. And so if you don't reach price for the first one, you go to the second one, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, our current engineer has resigned. That's unfortunate. But this is the process you gotta go through. We can have the proposals back in the next meeting. We just need to authorize the form of it, but it's a pretty standard form, and then we'll come back. I don't know if you have any questions on any of that.
I'll just give you insight to that, because I'm a professional engineer and a consultant.
There you go.
The issue with that is that it has to do with there's any federal or public money involved. And the government and the powers that be have decided that it's in the best interest of the people not to select an engineer based on who can design that bridge or skyscraper the cheapest, but who is most qualified to design that bridge or skyscraper. And, you can build it based on the low bid, but you can't
design
low bid the intelligence of the professional services. And that's where the request for qualifications and qualifications-based selection pieces come from. Private developers and so on can select on any reason.
Absolutely. But you will get a chance to discuss price at some point, so just making that point. So if you guys are comfortable with the form, you just need a motion to approve the form, and staff will go off and make the advertising, bring the proposals back. Obviously, there's a lot of qualified engineers in this area, so we'll have proposals back.
What do you think, Kevin? I mean, I just have a quick question. Do we know why?
I don't. Then it literally was after the last meeting, he was trying to contact them about the,
Yeah, because I know we're
permit
working
stuff.
on the
I'm just
permit.
being really straight with you guys. A lot of the engineers, after the main work is done on the project, these meetings, like attending meetings at night and stuff, they're so busy, they don't want to do it. They don't want to come to the night meetings. And,
Well, I mean,
and that's,
we haven't had them at a meeting.
no, I know,
But it's also just.
it's a liability thing, and Kevin, you may be able to speak to it better than I can, but that's just my experience, just being honest with you guys, so.
Yeah, and I reviewed it myself, so personally, it's very standard. I don't have any issues with it, and I would, unless anyone else wants to talk more about it, I would motion to.
Yeah, and do y'all have any engineers I mean, you're in the industry, I know there's a ton at Atwell, and there's Stan Tech and just a bunch of them around.
Stantec, Johnson,
That's where I went.
BGE,
Oh,
Stantec.
you
Yeah.
do, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Stantec's good,
It's not
BGE
awful,
is good.
Yeah, right.
If Stantec does bid, obviously you recuse yourself on that particular thing.
Yeah,
but-
exactly.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that they would, but again, it's such a big company. There are people doing things that I don't know about. I'm
Right.
sure They do this, but
Understood. Okay.
yeah, that's why I told you, when you mentioned the name, I would use myself on
Yeah.
it. They submitted something.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
So we did have a first from Kevin, we had a second.
I trust him, how he's saying that.
Yeah, so that was a second from William, do we have an all in favor?
Okay.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passed 5-0. Okay, so reserve study, so you do have the reserve study here, in your agenda packet. If there's anything in particular questions wise, I kind of let Mick touch a little bit on it, and then. No, this is the actual study.
Yeah.
Remember, you met the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically what this is, we met out here, went over every single CDD asset that we have. Basically what they do is they give you a term of over 30 years of where, when you basically need to, resurface the pool or replace the roof and whatnot. So he goes through all of that, kind of gives pricing on, ballpark areas of where it's gonna be. And, that's basically what the field side does with this. We meet up with him, kind of show him around, let him know what's going on. Let him know, like, if there's any sort of like things that we're working on or things that we want to add to the community. We've done it before where at another district, we were gonna add a playground, so that was very important for him to know that, to put into the reserve study. Obviously here, we're not doing that, but yeah, it's basically how all this works. And he has a full thorough report going for the next 2 years. And, yeah, if you guys have any questions on it, we can, go ahead.
Honestly, pay attention to it, because you do another thing. What was the final number for a household a year? Because I know this, so just so you guys know, the reserve money, we cannot touch it, it's literally there. We can use it only if there's a big catastrophe thing.
Well, I was gonna say this, I know the HOA reserves are restricted, but.
Yeah, the CDD, this is more of a guideline. It's like, so when we create, like, the district, one of the things about raising your assessments this year, and why we're gonna recommend it is because it's a start to establish that reserve.
Yeah.
You don't currently have one. The district is new, so you shouldn't have any kind of major issues, but you also don't know what's gonna come up. That's kind of why it's good to have a reserve study. So now for the future, you shouldn't really have anything to worry about at this moment, but we can start allocating money to these reserves. But reserves are for, you can dip into, it's just a separate account. Essentially.
Okay.
So it's not like, and
and
then with that account, we can put into different things like SBAs or money markets or things like that, where we can earn some interest and there's a Florida State Prime account. That's an option. That's down the road for this district, but these reserves is basically saying, okay, we're gonna increase the assessments so we can start allocating towards these reserves. And then that way, when something comes up, we can start future budgets, start looking at some of these things like, okay, we're getting close. We're at year 6. we need to start thinking about year 10, are we gonna be able to have enough to potentially cover?
Bear in mind too, that a CDD doesn't have to have reserves, and one of the reasons is because we're able to collect on the tax roll.
Yeah.
We can issue tax exempt bonds, we can go to a bank and take out a tax exempt loan, spread the cost over 3, 5, 7 years, and with a bond, you get spread over a 30-year period, right? So we do have some more financing options, doesn't mean you don't need a reserve, especially for 100,000, 200, the smaller amounts.
Yeah.
You definitely want that in hand, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
and it's our recommendation to start building it, again, but that's there, where like in the future, you have reserves when you have, if you have a hurricane come through and we have that $20,000 proposal that comes across. We didn't budget for that, but now we just pull it out of the reserve.
So to be clear, if we have a reserve, it doesn't have to be marked for something specific.
correct.
You can market it for whatever you want, and the next year,
It's fun, it's like every other part of the budget, it's available if you need it somewhere else, however, keep in mind.
Right, so we have a third.
Later on,
Yeah.
when
20-year
the pool, the roof,
the
road.
when we start collecting for it, but something else we need it for.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's not, oh, we can't touch that because that's roof.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
not.
Questions like HOA, that's why.
Correct, yeah, and so that's
Even the interest has to stay in it, and you're
And just to answer,
limited.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, just to answer your question, so he put for a recommendation for reserve contributions is 93,700. I just went off a round number of 400 homes, it's like $234
A year?
a year for the year.
That's not bad.
And that was,
But that's just, but we're gonna look into this on the budget standpoint,
Yeah.
and that's the stuff we're gonna have next
Yeah.
month, but it's good that we have this reserve study, so the accountant can kind of look at it. It's not necessarily gonna be that number, but.
Yeah.
But again, that's where the board can kind of discuss, and that's where that high water.
At that all at once, and they also have a separate breakdown, it's a 5-year catch up.
Mhm.
To do that, so they provided us a number of options.
Yeah.
And it's very, I think it's very straightforward, and it's.
Yeah, I would say it's immediate, there's an option. It's a little bit out of the agenda, but I always meant to ask you this question, keep forgetting about it. What is the current interest rate for our bonds?
5.5,
5.5?
yeah.
Yeah, and so in the agenda.
Oh, you mean
package,
on our
we wanna-
current bond, on our current, oh, I just meant the current market is 5.5.
Yeah,
Let me
so
check
the
on the bond.
financials-
It's supposed to be less than that because the CDD started like almost 6 years.
I think yours is less than that. Yeah, I think yours is less. Yeah, I'm saying, I misunderstood your question, but let me look, I'll look real quick.
Yeah, and it's in the, yeah.
No, no, that ain't
In
it.
the agenda packet in the financials too, you do see the payment schedule for the debt portions and all that stuff, and so that's all established, yeah. But so since we're talking about reserve study, anything else about the reserve specifically, otherwise?
Yours was down around 4-ish, so depending on the particular, QSIP, it goes from 3 to 4.125, so you guys got a really good rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's 5.5 right now.
Come on, water market, take a crack.
One of the deliverables was the spreadsheets that we would be allowed to play with, is that gonna be after we accept it? They'll-
Yeah, I can follow up with them about that.
So,
I don't think there's anything we have to do with this, do we?
It's just to accept.
No, it's just.
Yeah.
So we're just looking for a motion to accept the reserve study from custom reserves as is.
Someone.
second,
Okay, so we have a first from William, a second from Kevin. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so the motion has passed. And then I'll make a note. Okay. Next item, so speaking of kind of housekeeping items, you do have your audit. The audit did come back. There wasn't any comments or anything. The council does also send a letter for that, so audit looks good. If there's anything in particular questions wise, if I can't answer it, I can get you an answer. But other than that, we're just looking for a motion to accept that fiscal year 24 audits from McGrath.
so moved.
Okay, so we have a first from Kevin, a second from William. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so the motion has passed. So now we'll get into staff reports. We do have the attorney.
Yeah, and I've got a couple items. So the first thing is what Kevin was talking about earlier. And I think we looked in this earlier. I think Bennett actually did the research and gave you all some advice and said, hey, this is not that great of a deal. Kevin asked me to look a little harder and see, what the risks would be, what the downsides is, what the upside. So there's two primary concerns that we could find. One is, and just to phrase the question is, we've got these video surveillance cameras, we're getting photos, but we can't quite identify who the person is. We'd like to be able to take the photos maybe post them in the neighborhood or post them at the amenity site and try to identify the people so that we can catch these people, right? That's the whole point of having a surveillance camera. In terms of privacy laws, that's one set of laws we need to look at. They basically say that there's no expectation of privacy. I think you all probably know this. There's no expectation of privacy at a public facility. And as long as we disclose that it's being filmed, which you guys have signs all over the place, that probably works okay. And so I sent an email, copied Kevin, I think, on this to our insurance carrier and said, hey, what would our, is this something you all would support if we were to get sued or something like that? And they said, as long as we're not sort of intentionally violating the law or something along those lines, it's likely to be coverage. And that's about the best answer you get out of an insurance company. So that's pretty decent. Doesn't mean if we sort of, well, I'll talk about the downside here in a minute. So that's one piece of it. The other piece was, because it's a CDD camera, it's a security system, and there's a statute that deals with this public records laws and sunshine laws, things like that. The public records law has a provision in it that basically says that security cameras and the statute speaks to security systems are confidential. And so what does that mean? It's confidential. Well, it means that you're not supposed to disclose the information about the security system, about the plan. And there's cases that went on and took that and also applied that to like photos and images taken from the camera, which is, to me, is a little bit of a stretch, but that's actually how the courts interpreted it. The statute, the way I read it, is really there to protect the security system and the government entity, as opposed to the perpetrator, right? That's the way I read it. It does have several exceptions. One exception is you can reveal the information to the property owner. Well, we're the property owners, right? We own the property. It also says if we're using it to further our purpose, which we would be doing because we're enforcing our rules, then you can reveal it as well. And of course, you can reveal it to law enforcement. All right, so we've got an argument, to Kevin's point, that we could use these photos. Now, I can argue it the other way too, and I just want you all to hear this argument.
Can I just ask some questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before you go on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Can we just, I don't know, can you just do a FOIA request and look at it yourself?
No, because they're confidential. And that's exactly right. So like in this bus case, for example, they had a camera on the bus, and a newspaper reporter was trying to get the footage because there was an altercation on the bus. It's a public bus, and the court said, no, you can't get it. So it's like a FOIA request, right? And they denied it. But that was, again, to protect the agency, not the perpetrators, right? And most of the cases that we found, virtually all the cases, if I recall, were in that context where the agency was getting a FOIA request and they were saying, we don't want to give up the record. We're sort of going the opposite. We're willing to take the record and use it as the property owner, as the agency trying to enforce our rule. So that's I think the argument that we would make. The argument on the flip side is, people can sue people for anything, as you all know. And we want to be sensitive to the fact that probably a lot of the folks that are hopping the fence and things are minors. And you could see where someone would, let's say we post an image, it gets on social media. And I've had similar context, not this exact circumstance, where somebody gets on social media, it's a kid. Their kid is then on social media, gets ostracized by other kids. You can see all kinds of ways that goes. They get emotionally distressed, they get harmed, whatever, and then you get a lawsuit against us. That's the kind of, could we win the argument? I think we have a good case for winning the argument. Don't get on our camera doing something illegal, right?
Do we want to do it?
Yeah, and do you want to do it? So here's my recommendation. One is, Kevin had a great idea of, I think our cameras maybe are not high resolution enough to get video images of cars. If y'all are comfortable and can afford it, we should do that first, right? Second thing I would recommend is, to the extent we're getting these images, let's ship them off to the law enforcement. That's really safe to do that, right? Ask them to help. Are they going to help? Probably not, but I think we should do that. And then third, if we're really having a problem and it looks like the same people and stuff, let's use the images. Maybe we hand them out discreetly, see who might know someone or something like that, and see how far we get. And then the last line of what I would do is, if you really feel like you have to do it because it's a recurring problem or something, yeah, post them and use them. And then, but you are taking a risk.
Also, I mean, I would say, and I'm sure you're not aware, our community Facebook page is so highly vetted, it is locked down to only residents. And that, you know, certain enough. And a post could be made requesting, that someone reach out to, and I would be certainly willing to volunteer. Should you know, any of these individuals or where they live, and you lock comments, nobody can even start engaging in stupidity and, you know, cause sometimes people will go there, about the person that they see and go in a place you don't want them to go. And just simply, request anyone who has knowledge of where they live or trying to get tested from landlord about an activity.
If we do that, and it's completely up to you all how you want to handle it, but we should make sure we keep a screenshot of it. It's probably a public record, right? I think it's arguable because it's on the private Facebook page, but take a shot of it. Also just as evidence of what was said, right? And that there was no malintent. And I think we'd be really careful about what we're saying too about it. And so you know, you want to be careful because it could be a dangerous thing, but also understand we're trying to protect our facilities too.
Right, and I would just make one statement. Should we decide not to do anything with these things, we are deciding as a board that we just will allow that activity to occur.
No,
Period.
wait a second. So this is my point was going to. This is what I was insisting earlier, to have a set of rules and like, you know, to find, because trust me, this is the only, by the time you hit the first and second one with a fine, the word's gonna spread and everything's gonna go into place. Simple as that.
Robert, we're talking about a situation where we can't identify the people, we don't know where they live, they didn't use a card. That's all.
And that goes to the point, like, the gentleman, he got caught.
Exactly.
Like everyone else does, that they don't get caught.
We know that the same people have been doing this over and over and over again, and we can't reach out and say to the community, where do these
Yeah.
people live?
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was gonna ask you a question. Is everyone bringing a car to the facility?
No.
There's walking.
So that's the one for the individual.
Yeah.
They're walking from,
So-
we can tell you the half the problem.
Exactly.
But usually what they have the fence is that the.
No, say a resident lets them in, and we slap that resident on the hand with their first violation for letting someone in. So we're punishing, so-and-so's daughter who walked out with a handful of floaties and let 2 people in, and those 2 people ended up letting in 20 more over the next 15, next hour and a half, but she gets punished.
So how about we do this as a first step? Since this is what causes the biggest issue, people letting people inside, maybe we should address a specific manner. And at the time everybody will learn, you cannot let everybody come in. Does it suck? It does suck, but you know, it's your responsibility to let somebody come to you.
No, I mean.
So
I
you're
would
talking
say that-
putting a turnstile in?
No, I mean,
The
okay.
New York City
Every single person over the last several months that has let someone in, that's done one of these things, Brian and I have tracked down and already sent them letters, and these were some of the ones that he had friendly and meaningful conversation with, and there was no suspension. It's already being done. I also have requested that we put up signage that says, at the gate, do not let anyone in. We have tried to figure out what the wording is gonna be of that signage, but I've also made that request. So that people know and have something to support themselves when they say to the person on the other side, sorry, I'm not gonna let you in. But we're already doing all those things. Now we have just piling incidences of the same people, and I wanna know where they live so we can talk to their landlord.
The other thing too, and it's probably a budget concern. I know you guys have talked about this, but some of those systems have like security cameras that have a live guard on them. They can do voiceovers and things.
Yeah.
But that's probably.
No, we have.
We have.
That's a problem. People out there right now, they're gonna start talking to you and they're gonna say, hey man in the sharp suit,
Yeah,
you gotta get moving.
yeah.
That's what they're gonna say. We have.
Yeah, that's why I was showing him.
Us being in here.
Yeah, cause that's why I didn't see what it was, but when it popped up, I was like, is that us or is that somebody outside right now?
Oh, violator.
The law that you're referring to, and the way that interprets and stuff, what is the difference between something like this versus if you're at Walmart, which is arguably one of the most heavy surveilled areas that you could be? And is that because they're giving it to the police in this?
No, it's a different entity, right? So you're dealing with a private, like Walmart, they've got to deal with the privacy law. So for example, there's no expectation of privacy. As long as they put up signs, they can videotape you, right? And they can use the footage, no problem. ours is a public facility, and so it's got this kind of sunshine law and public record law provision in there that basically claims that the security system and plan are confidential, and then the court cases have taken that a step further and said it also covers the photos and the images. So it really has to do with public agencies.
Then what's the point of having?
There's just no cases that, that are directly on point that support my argument. But I think you can make the argument with a straight face. We are the property owner. We are also an agency doing our job. And so we've got an argument that I think we can use the photos. So, but I just want to be upfront with you guys. I think even in the Walmart context, they could get sued for some sort of tort, right? Just under the privacy laws. That's the same sort of situation that we're in. We have an extra hurdle that we have to get past this kind of confidentiality statute, but I do think we have a strong argument that we could get past that. But there's exposure too, so I just want to be you all aware.
I mean, it's like attorney-client privilege, you know. The client can waive that. So, I mean, like you said, everything you've seen is from the context of you wanting that video as a homeowner.
Right.
And saying, hey, we don't have to give it to you. Yeah, you go sue all you want, we're protected. But I think in this one, there's no case law because it's the other way around. We hold the confidentiality, so we should be able to.
Yeah, the one.
Waive confidentiality.
Well, let me make I understand what you're saying. There's a concept of confidentiality and there's a concept of exempt records under Florida law. The exemption, you can waive an exempt record. This one's actually confidential. So there's 3 circumstances when you can get around the confidentiality. So we don't actually have the option to waive, but there are 3 circumstances. 1, if you're giving it to the property owner, which is us. 2, if you're an agency doing your job, which is enforcing rules, we can use it, yes. Or 3, you're giving it to law enforcement. So those are the 3 instances we could waive. So I agree with you that we have that argument, but it's a little different than like if these were considered exempt records, we could opt for any time we wanted to, we could exempt them, if that makes sense.
So I mean, what's the, I guess, the big picture? Walmart, you know, the red light cameras, our cameras, any camera system. What's the requirement of the operator, owner, whatever you want to look at it, of the camera system that to determine whether somebody's a minor or not? I mean, what's the lie? I mean, you can't tell from looking at a picture whether somebody is or is not a minor. So is that still, if you inadvertently send a picture out, like there's a rule that says you can't send a picture of a minor, but you inadvertently send something out because you don't know. So, I mean, so from the aspect, because I know that's one of the issues here.
Yeah, my law clerk.
These are minors.
Yeah, my law clerk looked it up. He couldn't find a specific provision that treated minors differently. The reason I brought the minor point is because minors are traditionally more protected. I know there's certain things like summer program, there's all kinds of protections for minors, but we couldn't find a real distinction. I'm giving the minor scenario because you've probably seen that sort of thing in the news, and that's probably the most egregious thing I could think of in terms of an incident, and I want you all to be aware of it. But yeah. I don't know that there's a distinction in the law.
It didn't hold in court, but I've had somebody that I sent to jail turn around and say I made them addicted to marijuana and addicted to alcohol because they committed a crime and I caught them. No, it doesn't work that way. So if you commit a crime and you can't handle the repercussions of your actions, that's.
The other side of the story. So let's say you're reading all that, and how are you going to prove that a certain individual leaving that house, specific house? What if that's number one, and second was like, what if he's a guest? You have no proof that he's really in the house. So what if you have a mistake happen and you go after a homeowner or a renter, just say that he had nothing to do with it, and we accusing him about something. Some homeowner said, yeah, this guy who did this lives in this house. You know what I'm trying to say?
So once we found out where the person lived, or we had a number of people say, yeah, I mean, that person walks out of that door every day. Okay, then I would say to you folks, Brian, I would say, okay, so the person smoking weed, someone said that they live in this house. If the house is owned by a resident owned or landlord, Brian would send a message this is I'm proposing, I don't see anything wrong with this, Brian would send a message to that person and say, we were, maybe with the photos, someone in the community, believes that, the folks are, shown in this picture violating XYZ code, live at your house. And engaging in conversation. I mean, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know if I
Not using that
want
or
to say
anything.
somebody else in the community identified you. I think you maybe just be,
Yeah.
we have information that the person in this picture
may
maybe.
be at that point that we can use to get that type of information out of them. Right, so if we get an inkling that this certain address did this certain thing, we don't have any record of them in the access system. I think, and Jere, please jump in if I'm saying anything wrong here. But I think at that point, what we would do is either send them a letter saying that there's an incident at the Amenity Center, we need to talk about it immediately, please reach out. And at that point, hopefully they reach out, we can have a conversation. If they don't reach out, obviously, there's really not much we can do. I don't have an access card, I can suspend them, they haven't responded to my mail message. I guess the next thing would be knocking on doors, but unfortunately, it's,
But if it's the landlord you're sending it to, the landlord, they very well want to, because we don't have one landlord that
And
reached
then
out.
you don't have a problem anymore. It might be a little pricey though, it might be out of our budget.
So my understanding is if we're on 50/50, thing like, we can, something can go wrong too, am I right?
Well, and you're very likely to have, insurance coverage, right? And you have sovereign immunity protection, so there are some protections. But I'm just saying there's some risk, and I know that's not a great answer, but, I think that's why Bennett came out on where he did and saying, it's not a great idea.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can't pursue it, and I do think there's an argument that you can.
I think, and I would, nothing would be posted and framed that this person is guilty of something. If you know where they live, please let the CDD know. I mean,
Right.
obviously, I mean, we have brains here, and so it's just.
And we could put some parameters on the, like maybe a little policy here that we have that says, we're gonna post it on this website, it's closed to all residents, you're just to the
Yeah,
residents,
I'd have to work with
and
you
have some language like that.
as well. I
Might
just
be a
think
way
the
to do it.
alternative has been for well over a year, 2 years since we've had any kind of cameras, is there are some activities that we're just going to accept because we can't find out where they live.
And
there are a
Those are
lot,
the worst ones.
and there are a lot too, it's not like a one-off,
Yeah,
two-off thing, it's
that's what I'm saying.
consistent,
People actually go
and
down
and like,
that
you can electrify the top fence
I also agree
and
with what you were saying earlier on, that once you catch the first view and then they see what's happening, we're gonna have less and less of these appearances happening. I mean, we see it every day at our staff amenity center, where we're just annoying enough where they don't come back. They know every time that they come through the doors, we're gonna be in their face annoying them with all sorts of questions, and at a certain point, they don't think it's worth it. So you're gonna find that as well. So you may choose to go that route right now, and then eventually later on, see that you don't have to utilize it.
Yeah, and since we're going down that road, look like it's completely into that, I don't know yet, but, I think we should, let's say, if we're gonna do it on Facebook page, as we're saying.
I would wonder if what you said, is it better, to take it at a lower level first? People that that know a lot of people in the community, ask them directly, email them directly or whatever, it's before, I mean, because I don't know if that's worse. If that's better, like, hey, you live over there, do you know, I saw them go in that direction, do you know this car to a couple of individuals, is that a better first step?
Here's a thought. Can we have you pull the video, email it out? I mean, granted, we don't have everybody, but at least that is a CDD.
That's what I was gonna ask Jere, actually, that was the last question, because obviously, you blast it to the social media platform, and we can specifically reach out to homeowners. You guys could have homeowners on your Facebook page that no longer live here, renters that no longer live here, that really just should be seeing that information.
I mean, and again, we always recommend not to be on social media.
Yeah, so if we can kind of head that off and just get put it in an email, I'm more than welcome to do that, but I would like to see Jere's.
That's very good. I think that's.
I'll write you guys up,
It'll get
So,
posted on
so,
social media.
so in other words, we're gonna get an official letter of no.
Came out from us,
Well,
just.
sort of, yeah, but it'll have, I mean, it's a scary area because of the, the rights involved, but generally speaking, in Florida, you don't have an expectation of privacy, even for minors in a public setting, as long as it's disclosed. So generally speaking, I think we're okay. But, there's a lot of also common law torts around this issue, and when you're dealing with minors, you go to a judge. If you guys have ever been to court, you're rolling dice. So,
I mean,
So what I was talking about, like, I didn't finish my point, is like,
Yes, sir.
through social media and stuff like that, let's say like Kevin, we need to, assign a board member, because we
Yeah.
deal with that thing, like Kevin, hey, you're gonna post it, because we need to keep record as a, screenshot for it, because it's a public thing, just, my point of view, just be protected. If we got one that don't
so
have-
you're trying to throw him under the bus?
No,
he wants to do it,
An example, I'm just giving, he's been doing it.
I mean,
But I'll get the letter to give them some cover, and we can appoint a liaison, we'll have a policy. And we've also got the written communication from our insurance carrier, so we've got some things, to draw on.
So is your semi-opinion, you would prefer the Facebook over the email, neither?
To me, it's sort of similar in the sense that whoever receives the post can take a screenshot of it and walk off with it, right? And you don't know what's gonna happen with it. So once you send it out, it could potentially get legs. If you send it to an individual and say, hey, please don't share this, doesn't mean they won't, but they could. But at least there's fewer people getting it, so that's probably marginally better, as opposed to sending it to the whole neighborhood, although you're much more likely to catch them if you send it to the whole neighborhood, right?
I know a lot of busybodies. I could probably get a better, a hit just by reaching out to a few people.
And that might be
And I'll
better.
tell you what, but you're gonna send that email and it's gonna be on the Facebook page within minutes of somebody receiving it. So it's kind of 6 1/2 right on the letter.
Look, I work for the IRS, granted, the federal government's a little different, but they always have this thing of, just because the IRS mails a letter to somebody, nobody, unless you open up that letter, you have no idea what that letter is about. So what you infer from the fact that somebody's receiving a letter from the IRS is on you, not on the IRS. So from that aspect, I mean, like you said, we cannot, you can't control what somebody does, regardless whether we put a picture up,
Right.
whether we put it on Facebook, whether we put it on, send it by email. Could we get lucky in a few of these and then we don't have to do it anymore? Who knows? But, my concern is number one, what's our council's opinion gonna be? And two, you had mentioned something, and I forget the term you used, but, not immunity, but,
You have some sovereign immunity and you got
Sovereign-
insurance, yeah.
so basically, if the board agrees, those who vote yes for it, essentially, we would be protected if somebody did something
You
inappropriate.
guys have, officer's insurance, right? So it's gonna protect you. You also have, you can rely on my opinion, and as long as you rely on staff, you're pretty well insulated, right? The question is when you go to implement it, if one of you, and I'm not saying you would, I don't think any of you all would do this, but if you all actually typed up the Facebook post yourself or something like that, and you had some wild language in there, that could definitely get you in some hot water, but you all know that.
We haven't been insulated. What if, I was gonna say before, what if Kevin went to his neighbor, who's not on the board, and says, do you know who this is? And the person goes, yeah, that house right there. Now, is there anything that person has to
Could.
worry about?
That's on them. That's not, we're not insuring the entire community.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, but the question is if that person could be liable for saying something, then we're not, if that gets out, people aren't gonna wanna.
They have to get their own legal counsel
Call.
to figure that out.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And also,
But
they're not convicting anybody of anything.
Yeah.
They're just saying, oh yeah, that person lives over there. I mean, they don't know what you're
Right.
looking for.
yeah.
So what we have,
So there, if you all want to move forward, my suggestion would be authorize me to put together an opinion letter for you with a policy, working with our board liaison, Kevin. And we'll come back with that and get that approved the next meeting and go from there. Y'all comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Motion to that effect?
So we'll take a motion for that. So it's a motion to approve council to prepare a letter for review at the next meeting. Anything else particular?
And policy and work with, Kevin as our board liaison on the privacy issue.
Okay, so privacy issue policy.
Just you know, everyone, they're posting on Facebook and everything they're talking about.
Is that anybody in the Zoom?
Here's the
Yeah,
thing
well,
too, the Facebook group is tightly moderated, believe it or not, you know, you hear some people here say, you know, that it's Wild Wild West. If anything inappropriate is on there, it's gone. You know, and that would mean someone, you know, saying something, racially charged or something, threatening or whatever. I mean, you know, it's not, I just would say it's a tightly controlled group. It has been from the start. I was one of the founding moderators of it and resigned when I became a member of the board, from that role, but I know it well.
I mean, I can just tell you, for example, we had a racial incident in another community, and the community latched on to something and thought one person was responsible for it, completely wrong person. And he was forced out of his home for like 30 days with his pregnant wife. They had to move and live in a hotel room because they were under threat of death threats and things like that. So it can really get out of hand pretty quick, and the surprise is on your face. Don't be surprised. It can really get out of hand.
It wasn't that bad of a situation here, but on the Facebook page,
Yeah.
there was something early on, and it ended up being the wrong house that got accused.
And he, you know, he was threatening lawsuits too, and you know, that kind of thing, so.
Okay, so we're just looking for a motion to approve council to prepare a letter for review at the next board meeting for privacy issue policy and work with Kevin as liaison. Do we have it first?
Can I first that? Give them my names in it?
Yeah, so we have a first from Kevin. We have a second. Second from Rabah, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so motion has passed.
Rob was just making sure that the blame solely on you. Anything that happens.
I don't try anything.
So next item here was just something that was asked about a supervisor, just about the attendance of the attorneys at the meetings, just whether it should be, from what I understood from it, is whether they should be in person or possibly Zoom.
That was me.
Yeah, so, if, you know, if the board.
Nothing you guys.
It was just about the attorney, I know whether just having.
Are you all worried about
Jere-
travel? Are you just worried about travel expenses?
Yeah.
Something like
So,
that.
Yeah.
so let me do this. So what we generally do, is, and let me tell you a little bit about the firm too, and I don't mean to overblow this concept. I know we got a lot of things on the agenda. My firm represents probably 40% of the 1,000+ CDs in Florida. We've got 500 lawyers. All we do is public finance and local tax and districts, which is what you guys do. Our folks have been doing this longer than anybody else. We were a group from Hopping Green Sam's, we worked on some of the very first districts in Florida. And the reason I'm telling you that is because it brings a lot of efficiency to what we do. If we have a question, it's pretty novel or something like that, there's somebody in our office, there's like over 20 of us that just do this work in Florida because we do so much volume. Somebody knows the answer generally pretty quickly, which gives you efficiency. Saves you money when we go to do research, like on social media, for example. We've already seen that stuff a lot. The other thing that it does is we monitor the legislation. And so we're always the first firm that has new policies, new rules, new, you know, communications with our boards about these issues, and we can spread the cost over like 400+ districts because we have so many clients that we do this with. Me personally, I graduated first in my class in law school. I've been doing this for almost 20 years. I wrote the first Florida Bar Journal on CDDs. I did the first law treatise on CDDs for the Florida Bar. And so we've got a lot of expertise, and Bennett is one of our he's a great young lawyer, went to Emory, super bright guy. And we've been working with Eagle Point for a long time, and we love working with you guys. You all are a great board. You harmonize and work well together. You've got a good community. Absolutely, absolutely, bro. And so I want to say all that so you know kind of who we are, because I know you may not have heard that about us or know what our background is. So you know, you all come on and knew maybe. So I want to tell you that when it comes to travel, we are out of Tallahassee. I'm on the road 2 or 3 days a week, Bennett is as well. And so this is right in my stomping ground, but I go all the way to Homestead. I go to, down Naples, up in Jacksonville and the Panhandle, to work all over Florida. What we charge when it comes to travel is I usually charge 30 minutes to and 30 minutes away, just like a local lawyer would. They probably charge more than that. And then there's sometimes there's some expenses because we got drive time and that sort of thing. Doesn't mean our hourly time is the half hour to and from. If you want me to, I will waive that time because we'd like to be here in person. I mean, I can't imagine doing this meeting by phone today.
I used to consult years and I had to fly.
Yeah.
A lot, and I had my billing rate and I had a travel rate, and I don't have a guarantee.
Right.
That's fine, for me personally, but do you have the same, is it the same rate?
Yeah, well,
Is your travel rate and your?
yeah, it's the same, but I'll just waive it, right? I'm gonna take it off the table if that helps you all. We like to be here. I like to be here. Honestly, I've had a really good time tonight. I plan on coming back if I can. But Bennett's out on paternity leave, obviously, which is why I'm here today. But if that gets you all comfortable, that we're happy to do that. We will still have some expenses. I usually cap them. I forget what my cap is right now. It's about $200 or $250 or somewhere in that range, but, and I don't think we usually spend that. But.
And what's the current rate hourly?
My rates are cheap. And yeah, do you know what they are right now? Yeah.
He doesn't even remember what his.
I don't know what the rate is, but it's discounted for sure because it's a Coulter rate. So they get my best rate, and so along with they're not the only one. There's a couple different developers that get that because we've done work with them before. But if you can look it up, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. I'm looking.
Yeah, there's a dollar.
What's the amount?
I'll find it.
Okay. Oh, come on, girl. That's not the case. Do not believe that. I don't see it in here.
I was looking at it thinking, wow, this is over.
We don't want to get too, but seriously. But we're really good at what we do, and we're proud of the work we've done. We've got great people, and we've got the best knowledge base. I've worked for.
Benefits of 250 last time. I'm not mistaken.
What is the rate? Joe on the bill. Here it is. Okay.
Is that the one with the travel in it?
It's probably the bottom. Yeah. Let's do the math on it, then we do that way too. Here you go. Take the 118 and 140. Let's see. Yeah, so Bennett's at 295, and then I don't know what on that. I'm not a lot more than Bennett, I don't believe, because I definitely, but so 295 is pretty decent for 295 is pretty decent for a senior level associate. So
Well, dude,
I just say leave.
I just can't,
I actually got the invoice today. That's what I was pulling up.
Yeah.
So that's in.
Bennett's at 295.
Bennett is the typical, obviously he's on a paternity leave, Jere's is a little higher, but you're also getting the experience with Jere. But Bennett's right now is 295, which was well.
I'll see if I can find the fee agreement too.
Yeah, I was looking at the agreements. I just haven't figured out, I remembered I had the invoice, but.
And that's do we have like kind of like for like the first 2 hours it's gonna be like this and after the job?
Nah, it's just straight rate.
But I mean, I think if Jere's willing to do that, I mean, that's a good offer.
Yeah.
I know. What? Because to me personally, my opinion is we agree to a rate. The gentleman comes and does the job, we agree to him, I'm totally cool with that. I feel that's good. If we think there's gonna be a big impact in saving money, you can put it to a vote. But I feel like, just like with everybody else, we agree to something, we should stick to it, that's all. And if he's cutting a rate where he's doing it like he's only half an hour to and half an hour from, that's fair, like, I don't know, I just think that's kind of like, I don't wanna say, I'm all about being fiscally responsible, but I don't know if that's the spot that.
There's not a lot of firms too that have CDD experience in Florida, and so you're gonna have somebody who's gonna drive here, right?
Fiscally responsible and there'd be 2 days cheap, is that what you said?
Also, you know, it's like, we don't
At
have
the
an
same
HR
time,
and or the.
But at the same time, the way it was presented was, do we need him here? Like, do we need this? Right, so this is the rate for this, and I totally understand what you're saying, but we said, okay, well, let's look at this, because do we need this? And his solution was, hey, what if I do this? So that's not us agreeing or disagreeing, that's just basically like,
So my entire 4 years I've been here.
I wanna be here. He's like, I wanna take that option off the table, because I wanna be here, and this is what I'm willing to do that.
I would say, I don't know why we're talking about this personally, I don't know why we're talking about this. Their service is invaluable. They're probably the least screwing us in the building. And
It's a fair price, guys. I mean, if you wanna speak to. Yeah, so look at this, guys, and,
Defend you.
yeah, right.
I don't want.
So I'm probably.
And he's doing a job.
So I'm at 325, guys, most lawyers around my experience around 400.
Make it $30.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't know who's getting screwed here.
So with my request, I'm gonna explain what exactly for this request.
Sure.
A lot of the meetings I was in as a, not a board member, as a resident.
President, yes, sir.
A lot of the questions and stuff like that, we don't have, I would say this meeting today was basically the first one I've seen since in this community that we have a big interaction with the lawyer. In the past, it just, am I right or not?
No, we got a few that.
Like big ones. But usually what it is, like, it's something really, I can email my lawyer and he does the research and come back to me, you know, kind of say, that's just what it is. But if you guys want to have you around, I have nothing against it, like, if you guys want to keep it the same way, I have no problem with it. That's all my point was, that's it.
I mean, the difference would be what, as opposed to him calling. Because, I mean, the idea is, part of the reason why with CDDs, a lot of times the attorney is involved in the meeting is because we can't, this is when we can interact with them. And then it's a matter of you sending him an email, but what if I have the same question? Then we end up sending the same email, and he's got it independently or.
Plus, you only need like 6 times a year. You know what I mean?
And then, it's a matter of the fact that as we discuss something, it's like, hey, what's the legal opinion? At least the informal, instead of having to wait and get it after.
I see your point, to move forward, he's moving out the.
$30.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Him and that, so by the time you factor it in, I mean, over the course of everything in the benefit, it's negligible at best. It's not like it's gonna knock, $1,000 off people's bill every year. And that'd be a different conversation, right?
I would say too, if you guys didn't have a lot going on, we have districts where the attorney doesn't even attend the meeting. But those districts meetings also last 15 minutes.
And they meet twice a year.
They meet once every 3 months, maybe,
You guys own an amenity.
Yeah, there's not a lot of assets, things of that nature. Like, obviously, we coordinate with Jere and Bennett quite a bit with this district. I mean,
Alright, so.
but again, it's a board decision.
Motion to keep it the way it is with moving.
Well, we don't have the motion, yeah, but, yeah.
You're like, oh.
He's over here sweating, doing all this work just to end up in the same position he was in when he walked in.
He's over here like, did I tell you wait, my rate changed?
Yeah, so.
Well, we appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to work with y'all, appreciate you.
All I want to say is, I remember when Rabah sat in that chair telling us, why the hell do we have all night meetings?
I know.
Why do we not get more specific and updating agenda? Oh my God.
And he wasn't wrong.
Stay on the rabbit. Okay, so, yeah, so.
Oh, that I would, but the saying he wasn't wrong.
But of course, feel free to reach out to us, and if we need to loop in counsel on anything, obviously we do. But, so engineer, this is basically just discussion of the resignation letter. Jere already touched on that. This is essentially just accepting that resignation letter that's in there. So unless Jere, you have anything to add?
No, I'm all
looking
set.
for a motion to accept. So we have a first from William,
Second.
Second from Rabah, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so motion's passed. Next, so aquatics, this is something we could touch on pretty quick. I'll turn it to Mick.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really much difference of, the month before. I don't know why, but I think they put both, they put 2 Marches in here instead of 1.
We can send April's to the board.
Yeah, well, it's April 2nd, they wouldn't.
Oh, yeah. It's not
Yeah,
April's.
it would-
I think
February,
it's
right?
February, so it's not February.
Yeah. So I believe we got a little bit of rain not too long ago, kind of filled the ponds up a little bit, helped with some of the algae bloom. Some of the ponds, we're gonna start doing, dye in ponds, which helps with the algae. If coming this time of year, cause it's gonna be a lot of rain, a lot of, nutrients going into the water, which is just what feeds that algae. So we're gonna be doing some dye in the ponds. It'll be just the same colors, the water just be a little darker. That's pretty much what we're gonna implement. There isn't really much more that we could do, due to environmental regulations, but that's a start, and there's a lot of communities that do that, and it works. And it's the cheapest, so.
I want to ask you, Mick, what do you think about landscape?
Well,
What do you think about overall landscape and stuff?
yeah, it could be better.
Okay.
Could be better in a lot of areas.
I just want to make sure that we're not all on the same page, all of us on the same page, just further.
Yeah.
We need a motion or anything for.
No,
Not for
it
the,
was
not
just
for the
for
aquatic
information.
reports, it's more for information. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. I just made a note, we'll make sure we send you both, because it seems that the March was in there twice.
Yeah,
We'll give it the 2 most recent current ones, and we'll send that to the board.
Yeah.
So then next is field manager, we do have the action item list, and then we do have a couple considerations for Pebbles. That is something we could table if you wanted to. I know it's been a lot of topic and conversation.
What is it?
The Pebbles, the rocks proposals.
I would table it.
Yeah,
All right.
okay, so we'll table this and we'll bring that back to the next meeting. But I'll give Mick a chance here, just go over his action item.
Yeah, I have a couple things that I kind of wanted to go over. Obviously, the landscape RFP, we gathered all those proposals, the front entrance landscape lights, the guys went out and replaced those. Remember at the last meeting, I said that I guess the kids knocked them over and whatnot. We replaced the broken ones. The street signage project that has been completed. I believe I put in here that, the maintenance crew was gonna come in and put that crosswalk signs that was missing. On the 3rd, I believe they already did that.
And the stop sign.
And the stop sign, yep. And there was also a dead end sign that we installed that was missing as well, going back to the cul-de-sac. So we installed that one as well that was missing. The front entrance annuals, I have it in progress on here, but that was completed. The perimeter fence around the pool. So the county, I finally got in contact with the county. I actually talked to one of the commissioners. So that fencing around that lift station belongs to the CDD. So we were going back and forth about the ownership of that fence. So at the next meeting, you will have some fencing proposals to have that chain link fence repaired. More likely going to be replaced. And the good thing is that the black chain link fence is going to be a lot cheaper than vinyl. And it shouldn't be too much of a high number to get that area replaced. The gate is still good, which is great. So it's just a couple of the sides that need to be replaced.
Are we required to have a fence there?
You are, yep. Whenever there's a lift station, it doesn't you're not required to have chain link. You can technically have wood if you want. You can have just any. You have to have a barrier.
Something.
Yeah, you have to have something, yeah. So.
All right.
But that's all that I have.
So that was that, yeah, so we tabled the Pebbles, we'll talk about that next meeting. We do have 2 things here for Eco-Logic. So as we discussed before about Eco-Logic, it seems that we had 2 pond essentially services. We did a little bit more investigation into that. We do have 2 proposals here. I'll let Mick.
Yeah, so I can kind of speak on this. So first off, kind of going back, we were getting an invoice for, I believe it was somewhere around $7,500, something like that. So we did a little bit of further digging into this. So a lot of it is your mitigation services, which is something that you need.
And just before that though, we did reach out, we did coordinate with Kevin as we had discussed, we did send a termination letter.
Yeah.
After that, that's when we ended up having a conversation actually with the developer and with council, and came to this.
Yeah, so basically the conclusion is they were doing the lake management services, which you already pay Sitex to do. They were doing the midge-fly treatments, which you already pay Sitex to do. We requested for them to stop those services. effective immediately. And then there is the mitigation part. So if you don't know what mitigation is, basically they'll take a conservation area, make it basically livable to build houses, but they still have to basically put that conservation somewhere else. So that basically a man-made area that they're making into a conservation. So once those have established, you still need to have per the permit monitoring of those mitigation areas, and that's what they provide. Sitex obviously wouldn't be able to do that, but these are services that you are going to need to have for the foreseeable future, since you do have areas that are, just begun mitigation. So
it is a required for the permit. So was this the reason why you had Eco-Logic in the first place? But it seems at some point
So,
that there was another aquatics manager hired to do similar jobs that Eco-Logic was already doing.
Yeah,
And that's what we kind of come through now. Their contract was very convoluted.
Yeah.
So we asked them to bring proposals for both. So you do have two proposals. One would be basically essentially replacing Sitex, if that's what you wanted to do, but the other one has to do with the monitoring, preserve, and maintenance compliance per the permits.
in my opinion, looking at this, it would be better if you would, this is circumstances where all inclusive is always cheaper. We could, have them, effective immediately stop the services of the midge flies.
Well, they already have.
Well, they already have, but technically through a termination notice, but they would begin the mitigation.
So basically, we did terminate all that. So that was done actually March 27th. It's essentially, do you want to rehire them as the pond maintenance? And essentially then we would terminate Sitex.
Difference in pricing.
Eco-Logic is more expensive.
They're way more expensive, yeah.
So
I think at that point, it would be accepting the proposal for the monitoring compliance that's required for permits only because we have to have somebody do that. And I don't know of anybody else that does that.
I don't know.
Looked
Off the top of my head,
So basically,
we've done research as well.
The more services we get, the better discounts you're gonna get, is what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
No,
No, the opposite.
No, what you're saying is, this is a time to keep Sitex for the ponds and look at Eco-Logic just for.
Mitigation areas, that's it.
Just the mitigation.
Yep.
Because you want to stay in compliance with your permits. That's something that they've been doing since the inception of the district. It's the additional services that were looped into their agreements and contracts that we don't need because you already have Sitex. Unless you wanted to hire them to do that at a higher rate.
And this isn't an every month thing. They kind of itemize it out in the proposal. So for instance, the mitigation maintenance for phase 1 and phase 2, it's only 6 times per year, but it's $520 per event. So you're gonna see on your invoices that they're gonna go up and down because they're maybe not doing that area this month. They're gonna be doing it the month after. Or the preserve main, the wetland buffer areas, they only do that 4 times a year, which is $25.50. So that's $7,200. That wasn't like an every month thing.
No,
It was that month, they did a ton of that, and then the month after it was lower, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and we kind of went back, we went through the accountant, kind of went back to see what the prices were, and they were not nearly as high for the previous months.
Okay.
So, but either way, if you, technically right now, the contract is terminated, but if you would want to rehire them for the mitigation, you would keep Sitex, rehire them for mitigation, which is technically what you.
And this is a new contract or a new proposal that would simply be just for that, as opposed to the other one, which had addendums and things, because as things came on to the community in there from the inception, as the site was built, things got added and added. Even the guy we talked to with Eco-Logic was like, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. This isn't the clearest.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so is the contract or the proposal between the two comparable with each other? Because you said there was a significant price difference.
You mean
From
the
Sitex, yeah, because I don't have Sitex here, but.
Your current, let me see, I know I think it was like $1,500 a month difference.
1,500 a month difference? So the
they're
one that's in there that has the call under cost, it has all these broken out, is that?
That's
what we're getting.
So mitigation is the only one we need out of those?
No, you would all the mitigation areas, basically all the conservation areas, you need all of that done. It's not just to mitigate, like all of that is included for the mitigation areas.
And then the second proposal.
The second proposal, the lake management is $1,425.
Lake
That
management
is-
aquatic pest treatment is the one that Sitex already does.
Yes.
So the second one is just for that aspect of what's comparable to Sitex.
Mhm.
The first one is what we need.
Yes,
To be compliant.
to be done, yeah.
Okay, so the first one where it's referring like 22 and 21. That's where we have to do that. Is that what I'm understanding? That's the first one, correct?
Mhm.
You're saying Lake 22? Oh,
It just says in the cost, so section 3.0 aquatic pest treatments in Lake 21 and 22, 8 times per year. And like I said, I don't know if we're comparing the same thing as Sitex.
yeah, so basically page 281 of the proposal
Yeah.
has the breakdown for the compliance with the monitoring of the preventative maintenance of the preservations and all that stuff.
Okay. Okay,
And then if you go to the next one, page 288
yep,
is the one that's Sitex is already doing.
Sitex, or Sitex, or whatever it's called, it's already doing, okay.
We don't have another option, we have to have it, right?
You have to have these
you have to
compliance.
have all these.
What did we budget for this year?
For,
For like all the, I mean, I guess right now, because I'm assuming for the mitigation aspect,
mhm.
more or less, that's what we've been paying.
Yeah,
Granted, the bill has been,
I mean, ever since their contract was signed, I think in 2023, you've been paying all of these numbers.
Yep.
Their contract was signed in 2023.
so I guess do you know what we budgeted for, I guess, pond maintenance? And
Pond aquatic maintenance is 18.5, midge is 20. In our separate line.
The midge is always gonna be more because
Midge is
the
always-
simple fact is.
Yeah, it's
the-
Yeah, but
quicker cycle.
Midge is
Well,
still separate even from this.
Yeah,
That's
it's what it's
still
like,
another.
yeah. So basically the herbicide that they're using is, the chemical is way more money than what they're using to treat the ponds. That's why it's more money.
And do we do it year round, or we
You
have?
do it.
plans?
Yeah, you do it year round. And the problem is with midge flies, you have to do every single pond. You can't just do one pond. If one pond is having a ton of residents, as soon as you spray that pond, the midges are just gonna move to another pond, then you're gonna have, so that's why you gotta do them all.
What are we paying Sitex a month?
Well, it was budgeted for 18.
I think there might be a bill in the audit. Tax Aquatics, 1405, it looks like 2-1, you paid that.
$14.05. So it's about almost $100, $90.
Yeah, but with everything that they have with everything that Eco-Logic has included on their lake
It's
management,
different,
it's
so then you've got
$2,145, so you're paying $600 extra.
Yeah, 3410, and then the other
So then there's the
1400,
additional
so.
services to it, which Sitex has. for just
It's fine.
$14.05.
Yeah, so with all of these, you're paying $21.45 for Eco-Logics. For Sitex, you're paying 14.
But that's just for the thing, because then the midge fly is totally separate.
Yeah, that is just for the lake man, yeah, the midge fly treatment.
$600 almost difference, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's $600.
yeah,
Yeah, that's significant.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
$7,200 a year.
but what I'm seeing here for all these 4 things under mitigation, that's 30,000 a year.
It's expensive.
yeah.
Yet we've only budgeted 18
Yeah,
for.
18 was for the lake maintenance.
Yeah, but we haven't, we
Well, you
have
got-
anything budgeted for.
yeah. If you
Conservation.
look under the second page, page 398, you'll see access control. No, that's access control, sorry. Where? I thought I saw it. No, it's not that.
Wetland monitoring.
Wetland monitoring and maintenance, 24,000.
Yeah, you have
So
24.
it's,
Okay, so it's
so
$6,000.
it's gone up, or we need to raise it, but it is budgeted in there.
What could have happened is whenever you did sign that contract, it could have been a renewal in 2023. Cause this community was, it was built
21.
21, yeah. So,
Um,
which means areas were added, so the 2023 could have been an increase, but it wasn't reflected in the budget.
Doesn't surprise me, is that? So it's another item one I mentioned.
At least you had a line item for it and not having one at all.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
24,000 is better than zero, so.
But yeah, it is a savings because you did have, for some reason, both. So, and then Sitex is $600-ish difference lower.
So we're paying two different companies to do the exact same thing and our results are still not great.
They're still, yeah.
That's pathetic.
Yeah, the only thing that Sitex doesn't do is the mitigation, all that mitigation stuff. They don't do any of that. All they
Sitex
do
doesn't
is
do that.
just the pond maintenance. But this is
So
when.
we don't necessarily know who to fire because apparently they're both not very good at it if we're still having problems with two people doing it.
What do you
Well,
mean?
part of the problem,
Well, the ponds, you mean,
Yeah.
for like spraying algae?
No, the algae went away pretty quickly. It's the midge flies that are just so.
Midge flies are incredibly tough, and I will say this,
It
that
isn't-
midge fly treatment isn't always necessarily successful.
It's an oppressant, it's not gonna remove you completely.
I mean,
What
we already
will
have
happen,
them,
if
so-
you guys ever did like loading the ponds with fish, you got gambusia, you got ghost shrimp. If you've ever done anything like that, that really helps too, because they eat the larvae.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
but it's
last
not-
year they didn't,
It's-
because they moved,
So
so we had
it's
to wait.
nowhere near the amount that you need to actually.
Every
make it.
residence, because we measure it by acreage.
Yeah,
So I think for every acre, you're at 500 ghost shrimp and 2,000 gambusia. For every acre, that's what it's supposed to be.
But that's Mike, what I want to ask you earlier, we do this every month, which is also like midge flight, like during the cold season, we don't need to do nothing.
No,
no,
No.
basically you have to do it throughout the year. Yeah. And
in order
then,
for it to
so
sustain, yeah.
since the problem was Eco-Logic only did certain ponds, so all it did was just move, and then the next year they did whoever complained, whatever pond it was. So all this did was move around until in 2024, when the board finally said, Sitex do all of them. So basically, it's going to, I think they said it's gonna take, what, like 2 to 3 years before the treatment finally does an adequate job, because it has to keep building up.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, they keep moving around, so it's gonna take time.
As he said, I mean, it's hard, and it's very nice.
So technically, the steps, I mean, if you wanna save $600 a month, you would hire Ecologic just to do mitigation, not anything, and then keep Sitex where they're at.
Yeah.
So moved.
I think that's, I mean,
Well,
that
no.
option. Second.
Okay, hold on a second, guys are. Jump on that. Get him in the middle of doing something else. Okay, so first, and this is for the proposal from Eco-Logic for compliance monitoring and preserve maintenance. Okay, and so that was a first from William, second from Kevin. Okay, so all in favor? Any opposed?
And this would probably be something to be a good idea to have maybe the attorney write up a contract with
Yeah.
them, given the amount per year.
At $295 an hour, $325.
We always recommend.
That just really hurt my feelings. No, but we are super efficient. We got forms for everything. Yeah, it's really good.
You'll just pull up the last one, change the date, there you go.
And I will say,
We also check the insurance, we check it,
we always recommend council does it contracts for any sort of
Oh, yeah.
recurring,
That way we have.
anything over $5,000, even if it's a one-time proposal.
Well, now we know who to go after.
Okay, all right, so, and then we're not moving forward on the other like management one. Okay. All right, so we'll get into amenity. Hi, Brian.
What's first on the list, the authorization?
Yes, so we got the authorization, we've got consideration of, the Gagne's engineering proposal, but we're gonna table that, correct?
Yes.
So we're gonna table this to the next meeting. And then we have the discussion of the inland homes amenity access, and then I also have a note here that to talk about the internet. But maybe you wanna touch on the internet thing first, and then we can get into everything else.
Quick question. I'm sorry, I was talking around that, but who did the home thing? I know it's gonna be real quick. I mean, the question was, they currently have this access, you know, we typically don't have residents access, but they have access to show residents around or whatever. Just inland homes, right? Correct.
Yeah, no, it's just in the homes, they had access, when we first started, so we give them access now. We've been working with them on and off, they have kind of violated some policies, letting people in, and I see from their standpoint, customer service, people in the community let them in the amenity center. I had a very tough talk with their, managing partner there, I think it's Thornton Buffington, who expressed, hey, we're just being customer service, and I expressed, well, the board doesn't want you to just let people in. If you're gonna let people in, it's fine, open the door for them, but make them scan their key fob at the door. That's a way of them checking into the amenity center. Without that, we're gonna continue to have these conversations. I don't like them, you don't like them. Let's help each other with them. So we haven't had a problem since that last conversation. But
Who is this getting access?
That's a builder.
The builders.
People sell the homes. How many homes do they have?
Just.
I wouldn't.
I still have
a question, yeah.
With their children showing.
It's not like everyone in there.
In there.
Yeah, shares and.
Okay.
Correct.
So basically, like, me going to Kevin's house and inviting everybody to have dinner in his house, that's what you're doing. Like, let the customer service.
Well, I mean, the thing is,
Okay.
well, it's kind of the same as, you know, your hands are full and you're walking out the gate, or you come in and you're not sitting there holding the gate shut. Somebody snags the gate before it closes.
That sold the home to the residents, they know them by name, by face, you know, they work with them closely enough to know them walking through the door, but obviously I don't. Right, so I don't know who you're letting in, I don't know who they are, I've never spoken to them, you might have, I didn't, it doesn't really matter what relationship you have with them. It matters the relationship I had with them in the CDD, so, she seemed to understand after that, I haven't seen any issues past that, but she's pretty receptive when I talk to her.
I mean, for, just to be clear, you know, because we don't have this conversation. If she violates, somebody violates, moving forward, just have another. Just it's what it is, what place for homeowners.
I agree, like send a letter, like
Yeah.
recapping the conversation, you know what I mean, that, you know, if you send an email recapping the conversation and then she's in violation of it after that, then that's, I think, where we should.
Absolutely, yeah,
Last time they changed some of the property.
On some letters, we'd have to.
yeah, we know, in CDD, we know how important it is.
Never was
Sure, we never wanna be the reason why we're in the way of that, so obviously we put that back in the board's hands. What do you guys wanna do, how do you want us to handle it, and moving forward, I'll send her that note tomorrow morning, and from there on forward, any violations, you're gonna get suspended, it's unavoidable. You'll have to come to the meeting and talk to them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the other aspect too is it's no different than if I'm selling my house and, you know, somebody says, hey, you make a reservation to come view it. You just don't get to go walk up someplace and walk in at will when it's not, you know, when you don't have access to it. So, you know, if there wouldn't have been violations of our policy, we would have never known, probably never cared, but when that's, you know, this is still part of the premise of what we have, that people coming in here that we can't account for. And they're just, you know, oh, I don't wanna be the bad person, well, then, you know, make sure you're showing it when nobody else is around. Or make a reservation, come up.
It shouldn't be to tell people, hey, I'll let you, please scan your card right here at the 10 scanners.
Right, it's not an unattainable thing that they
So I
can
feel
do.
like it's not a tough ask for them, I think they gave me a little pushback just because they wanted to, but I made it very, very clear that it's not gonna be tough.
I mean, we guess we're gonna implement and that's what we'll find out.
Either they can continue to have access and push back a little, or they can find some other way to show. There's a lot of pictures.
Yeah, like I said, after that conversation.
Look at how.
They're going on Facebook, damn it.
Alright, that's number one.
So, alright, so just continue for now, anything else happens, we'll send them a note in the morning, anything else happens, hard suspension, talk forward. Understood.
Under the amenity, we talked about the internet. That was a couple of things we've got some emails about, but again, with things like moving and switching internet, I
Yeah,
don't think
that's
Frontier was available here, but apparently now it is.
Is that 3%? Mine's dead.
Yeah, mine's at 5%.
Is it? Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
But what I have,
I was at 100% when I brought
It's
it
an
in.
incredibly lengthy meeting.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot of use.
I've started.
so the
Camera's
quote,
going
the
on.
quote I have is,
Been
we
working
have a
since
whole,
7 a.m.
works for Frontier. And as you saw the numbers, it's a big gap.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, whatever you guys wanna do. I'm-
Yeah.
So as
I
a,
just-
as a.
25, something in that area.
And no offense, cost doesn't matter. If the internet sucks here, then we need somebody else. It's not to say that we won't have problems with them, but I mean, at the start of the meeting, we have problems and.
Well, I use my,
And all we need, and actually, all we
So
need,
we did set up additional spectrum, you now have 2 separate networks, one for guests.
I saw that.
And one that's specifically for your access camera system, all that. So that one is much more reliable, obviously, as you can tell, which is the one that I believe that I sent it to all of you. If I didn't, I can send it to you guys so that we have that access for these meetings. But again, if Frontier is much cheaper, the problem is that I can't get an email from a resident and a call from a resident and say, okay, yeah, we're gonna switch to Frontier, right? Or even put it on the agenda for that matter. I need, obviously, a board member to reach out and say, hey, I wanna talk about this, we'll put it on the agenda. At that point, I can get you guys some numbers. That we can
or
figure out.
supervisor request.
Yeah, or supervisor requests even. The problem that we find is when you start getting all these emails from these residents at this agenda, let's talk about, I want you to see you guys talk about this. You see these 400 page, you know, agenda packages, and we're here till 11 o'clock at night. So we really need the board to be the ones to give us direction on what they do want on the agenda and what they don't. And so we're not going to be rude to your residents and say, hey, we're not listening to you. It's more of a fact that we're trying to manage the expectation for these meetings so that you guys aren't sitting here 11. We're not sitting here till 12 o'clock and trying to figure all this out.
so it's what, did you guys have a chance to the quote? For Frontier? Anyway, for 1 gig, basically that's exactly what we need, we don't need more than that.
Oh, you need the best internet for your access. and
The
security.
problem is if we go with 5, or let's say with 5, we're gonna need more equipment, I think, for the routers and stuff like, I don't know.
I think what we can do is just, we can, with the board's approval direction, is we can essentially, and we can even work with Rabah on this and get in touch with his contact, but we can get an actual proper quote that's gonna meet the specifications for the access.
You guys,
The
and
camera
the
system.
most important thing is that you guys have a brand new access and camera system that need to work at all times.
Yeah.
So having the best internet is almost a necessity for
Do we
the.
need it so moved?
And then, yeah, and then we can bring that
Supervisor
back.
request that you can go ahead and note that down.
I think just direction's fine,
Staff
because
direction.
we're not approving it, we're just saying the staff direction, then we'll have that at the next meeting going, here's the price, this is what will work. Now we need a motion to approve to switch, and then we switch.
We go whatever, like a bare minimum of what we need, and then if there's options above that, just for cost comparison.
So literally the best one is the 5V one, that's $130 a month.
So it's that price.
And that's for 1 year, and after 1 year, they raise it only $10, we're talking $140. You pay 2, whatever it is, and as you can see what.
Well, you negotiate.
You guys don't have a phone line, you know, which you don't need, right?
Yeah.
100% agree with
You
that.
got that phone line because it was probably incorporated, like, with the phone, you get a better deal.
Well, no, actually what it was is originally when we had the on-site staff person, that phone was to get in touch with them.
True.
And so the phone wasn't intended to be locked in the closet when they left. It was intended to go with them because they wanted, you know, especially because they were also going, we were sharing them with Summerwood. So it was a matter of being able to, hey, we need you to come back over here or whatever it may be.
Okay. Yeah, so it's just not needed by the district anymore, so it's definitely something that I would recommend of kind of looking into,
So-
Frontier especially.
Are we gonna, you guys take care of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have all that, we're gonna bring it back next meeting for final numbers for board's official approval.
This is special hearing already, let me talk on the pool lighting study, you guys do have a quote in there, and I saw your email, 2 quotes here, sorry.
Just to touch on it, and then we'll bring it back for anything.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I did see your email today, I apologize. Basically, this quote that you guys see is for them to even come on site and tell you guys if you haven't left enough lighting. At that point, they're gonna tell you, if you don't have enough lighting, they're gonna tell you how much you need. At that point, once they give us that report, what we would do, we go to the electrician and we say, hey, this is how much lighting you need, how much you're gonna charge us to install all of this lighting, when we get you guys a quote, for that addition.
Yeah, this is, it's
So what I
essentially,
would say is that you're spending $2,500 to get told what you need, just to come and to
provide a scope.
And then the quote to get the additional lighting is probably gonna be upwards of $80,000.
See, if something don't look good. Well, and then there's also the aspect of the insurance,
Yeah.
whether insurance would drop us for having many.
That's what I was, and the problem is, that's what I was telling Kevin earlier. It's, by the time you have it, insurance will either drop us and the risk will go up, and then guess who's gonna start complaining? If the first homeowner that live here, oh, it's too loud, it's.
That's another thing is light pollution, right? So you do have a lot of houses who are in the direct vicinity, they could be affected by a change like that. And trees are another thing to consider.
I mean, I guess the thought is, are we doing this to allow 24/7?
No,
Well, I
the
don't
whole
think you
point
can.
in this, the whole point in this is that for a real significant portion of the year before the clocks change and the day, it gets dark early. The system shuts down by law, the doors are all locked half an hour before sunset, so that means like 5 p.m. So that means during the weekdays, people are just getting home from work, can't go use the heated pool, but we're heating it. And that's for a significant portion of the year, and then on the weekends, they have to leave at 5 p.m. On a Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, 5 p.m. That's early, that's not night. Yes, it could be dark, but that's not what I call night. 8 p.m. it could reasonably call night. So a good portion of the community has, I won't say good portion. People have reached out and said, why? I just got, my access card isn't working, my access card isn't working. 100 people, my access card isn't working. Oh, it turns out your access card isn't working because you came at 5:30, it's closed. What do you mean it's closed at 5:30? 5 o'clock, closed. It's gonna be that way for the next 4 months, 5 months, 6 months.
Well, that's, I mean, what, maybe 2 months out of the year, that's an issue.
I lived in other communities before I was.
I would say 6 is a lot, but I would say accurately 4
No,
months
no.
where you're dealing with, I mean, it's kind of gradually moving up as it goes, right? So it might not be 5:30, it might be 6, that's still really early to the point. Whereas, and when we do this everywhere, where we're adjusting times on almost a daily basis, of those down times, which we have no problem with doing, but obviously we have a beautiful amenity center like this.
Most of these systems don't, most of them usually have a way to just click on a rolling, you know, it looks at NOAA or whoever puts out the freaking schedule each year of what is dusk. And then it automatically does it to where you're not having to say, hey, right now we'll set it at 6 and then reevaluate next month at 6:30.
Sure.
And then
We do that at some communities too, where we just have a general, this is the time during this time of the year, you know, most of the time we like to just keep up with the daylight savings, it's not much for us to just go in there. And
Yeah, well, when the daylight savings bump forward, nobody, I guess, realized that they had to go and change it. So someone was coming here at 4 p.m., 2 hours before dusk, and getting denied, and it turned out, you know, it should have been.
Yes, but that was a mistake, it was correct.
Yeah, it was a mistake, but the point is that
it was
it's not
one day.
It's not automated, sunset, sundown, it's not automated.
So let me ask you this, we are the guys who are responsible for, like, let's say the board decided, hey, the system needs to be up at 8 p.m., we can do that, right? Like, change the time.
You guys, well, I mean, so per Florida staff, and you guys can set your own pool times, whatever you want, but you also have to follow Florida Health Department code. So Health Department code says that you have to open your pool 30 minutes, public pools, 30 minutes after sunset. That's the earliest you can open them. Sunrise, sorry. And you have to close them 30 minutes before sunset if you don't have the correct license for the next one, which you guys don't. So you are bound by that, you have to. And not that a health inspector is going to come here and check on that, however, anyone from the community can take a picture of people accessing your pool past that time, report it to the health department. The health department has discretion to close your pool however long they want.
So how about we do this? We change the access time and put a sign, you're allowed to use the pool from sunset, and it's up to the homeowners at the time. If you use the pool, it's on you.
I think you're gonna open yourself up to liabilities for insurance and things of that nature.
Well, not just that, okay. I will say, comes in here and goes in the pool, now we gotta deal with taking them down, and then revoking their access and finding.
I think my understanding of getting this quote was to show the community that, one, we've looked into it, we've gotten the quotes for it, it's not doable, it's out of the price range. And now we can tell the community, hey, listen, we've looked into it, it's out of our price range, we just can't do it.
Because I'm one of those people, right? I'm like, why can't I swim at this time if I'm an adult? You know what I mean? Why can't I do this? But then when you get the explanation and then you see the dollar amount, I'm like, oh, okay, well, never mind then. You know, I'll just put a pool in my own backyard if I want to do it that way, for the same price.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's true. I know, if they're building one at the house in St. Pete.
The law requires qualified professionals, there aren't a lot.
Well, no.
I think we're having, if I can reel it back in here real quick, so sorry, I think I'm getting a little lost in translation.
So the law requires that a qualified professional, and that's gonna be probably an electrical engineer, perform the loom study and there's a certain written standard that they compare it to. And so without performing that study, you can't get a certification to allow swimming after that, half an hour before sunset. And so that study would then also provide a cost estimate to bring up to standard, should it not be standard. And the quote also says, if it is to standard, we will file all the necessary paperwork and the results of the study with the health department so that you are authorized to have night swimming. That doesn't mean 1 a.m. It means we could say you could swim till 6 p.m. even if you could start at 4 p.m.
Absolutely.
That's our choice. But then we have the answer.
Can we get a response from our current insurance of what they would do?
We would bring all that information to you guys before you even start to make a decision.
Well, no, my thing is since we're tabling this, to the next meeting, or I guess we're basically discussing it anyway, can we have some type of information about insurance for next meeting?
I would recommend this too. I would say you should probably consider this as a budgeted item for the next fiscal year. If you want to do,
We're already over.
I would just say, the only reason why I say that is because there's another topic on this agenda about possible special assessments and things, and then your budget is tight as is, plus there's some things that you have to do, there's another thing on here we're about to discuss. And I think if this is something that the district really wants to do, we can include it in the budget for the next month. And budget for it, and then you can do it, here it is, it's a line item, we're gonna spend the money to find out what the details are.
Sure.
And that way it's an actual.
But at the very least, we'll have that insurance information.
But it would be for the next fiscal year.
The other thing is, when we send out this, whenever you increase your budget, you guys send a letter, which you guys probably know. We can explain sort of what some of these budget items are, if y'all want, and kind of have bullet points and say, hey, if you're interested in speaking of this, you're interested in this project, come to the meeting at the hearing and talk to us about it.
So that would be, my recommendation is
I agree.
including the budget for the next year.
Right.
It won't be in this fiscal year, but the fiscal year starts on October 1st, and then we can look at it.
Right, and there's been plenty of armchair electrical engineers that said there's plenty of light up there.
Exactly.
Someone sent me a
So,
drone picture.
yeah.
You want it, you can't tell me it's not enough light. So this answers that question, and one of the proposals was under 1,000. You got a second one, which is good.
$1,000 and some extra light?
No.
No, due to the review and stuff.
And when it comes to this code, it's like this, I don't know, they make it hard for no reason. I think it's old codes and they just take on. They're like,
What we found is really no standard. We had one company quote us $8,000, and then when we told them, we brought the other quotes to them and said, you guys are really big difference. You pretty much said, go with them, you can't provide the same stuff for that price. So that's why you only have two there, because the third one dropped out. So there's really no standard for this practice, and the engineers are kind of left to kind of create their own metric for this, unfortunately. Yeah.
Now we'll leave it for the moment.
But either way, we'll be able to now, either way, we'll have that insurance information for you at the next meeting, so, cool.
Yeah, we'll get the insurance stuff, but we'll add it as a line item.
Sure. Yeah, we can just do that. And the next and final thing, favorite discussion. Obviously, up until this point, we've managed your system, your email blast, we've done a video investigation, as like a free trial basis. So now we have something in front of you as a more permanent thing. to get this going a little bit more efficient for you guys, so I can put more resources on these investigations and on your access to help you guys out a little bit more. So you'll see that in front of you. If I remember correctly, it is $666 a month. Is that correct, Rich? And it would just kind of, if you guys approve.
This is something that
continue as is.
Yeah, and this was something that was discussed before. We did discuss it when we first came on about mini contracts and things. Obviously, the board decided not to have staff. And we said, well, we could do an access amenity agreement. When we did do the access system in October, we did bring it up again that we would provide that. Given how everything was going on, Brian was just like, look, let's just work and get them set up, which is what he has done.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make sure we brought this back up. So especially given how the budget season's coming up. So
So it's about $8,000 that we put in, on the budget coming up for amenity.
Yeah.
Center.
I mean, it would essentially start, if approved, it would start.
Admin administration.
Yeah, essentially it would start now, but we would add it as a budget line item next month or next fiscal year as well.
And this is on top of the contract we have with you guys, am I right?
You don't have a contract with amenities, so you have a contract with district management, field management. What I've been providing to you guys has just been out of good faith to get you guys, off your feet and kind of hit the ground running. So I think we've accomplished this at this point. If you guys feel differently, please let me know. Definitely open to criticism.
So I read every one of those line items, and with all due respect, I think you guys agree. And you especially, I work probably with you the most on different things. Some of those items strike me as fluff, filler. Things that don't actually require much time. And trying to, kind of fill that page with tasks, or some of them can be also lumped together. And then the ones that seem to have been, that I believe are definitely a more significant effort. One of them is the access card. That's the vast majority of that particular item is behind us. And so I see that as, you as a company probably looking more to recoup and put it in a line item and spread it out over the year and say it's a monthly thing, but I think it's recouping. It's a very significant effort that you guys did, albeit over a very short period of time, so you just busted your ass for, a long time, and if you do the hours, yeah, this doesn't amount to a huge number of hours, so I get it. And I get wanting to get reimbursed for it and everything. And some of the other items, like Dreamer does an amazing report of the security system. And I know a lot of times it starts with me or maybe others in the board are doing as well. Having found out that there was an issue, find out where it is on the tape, send you some screenshots, get you in the right direction. You guys see that. So I certainly think that the service and a cost is justified. I just want to point out my thoughts on some of those line items.
I'd be absolutely interested to know what areas you think we can improve on that proposal, what the fluff is that you mentioned.
I wish I had it in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm just pretending.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, like chasing.
3 hours and 45 minutes. Nothing like.
Yeah.
You literally go into the system and.
But those aren't even the ones I have a problem with. I have three of them,
So what I do?
I even turned them off. It's like I gotta make sure they're 100%.
Okay, it goes.
Turn it on.
You're gonna have to update those to the battery life line.
I don't want that. It's $666 a month really. I wasn't gonna say.
You're gonna say, like, I wish I had it in front of me, but just some of them were like, it's
Sure. No,
it's one.
like I said, open to criticism.
This thing of, now can we take a look for next week? Is that an option?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can absolutely.
Yeah, that was right.
I think if you guys
Does that mean you table it that they don't get paid for the next month and that they are performing the service or that they want to get paid for?
Generous.
I'm not gonna let them. No.
No, or is it that we get it's retroactive if we say yeah?
That won't be an issue, to be honest with you. If we're gonna agree the price down the road, like the next meeting, anything since you put it all over, probably the landscaping, to be honest, all the time. So I will pay.
There's a lot of
He
landscape.
said a lot of fluff, so I.
Well, I just want everyone to be able to see it, and I think if you had it broken down to these three things, and said that on one, I would be less opposed to it than all these other things that we look. I think it's
The services, can we just make a motion that Kevin negotiates this with them and then they come up with their.
You can do
Well, what's a
that.
month?
I think-
What's a month? And if we approve it in a month, we're still gonna
Yeah.
approve the same amount of money.
Oh, well,
It's the same amount of money, although I understand you're gonna say, okay, we're going, there's 1 month towards that money, you won't be able to fill. That's, I guess, that's what you're saying.
Oh, well,
Sure, I mean, I think what, and correct me if I'm wrong, can they set an NTE to work with Kevin?
Yes, yeah, you can always
Like,
do that.
well, what's the number that you guys would be comfortable? I'm willing to work with you.
Okay, let me tell you something.
I was gonna say $50 a month, see what happens. Wow, right?
If you don't ask the answer, no.
I'll get you 5 minutes.
Sure.
So I think if
Yeah.
a month doesn't work. I would
No,
like to
I think everyone should look at
Yeah,
it, because I think we can, I know, I have a very good sense of how many hours go into some of those things that are very, in my mind, very quantifiable items. Some of the other ones I don't think are so quantifiable and are filler, and that's just like.
Yeah, that makes, so, and
I would love to discuss those with you, maybe outside of the meeting, and then maybe I can explain them better, or maybe we can just. Whatever we want, but yeah, if we have an opportunity this week or next week to jump on a phone call about that, we'll.
you
Yeah,
know,
so we can't even see what you're.
Yeah, that's what-
referring to.
that's why I said
Like, how to say anything about it.
Should have gotten it done at the beginning of the meeting.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, if you're gonna ask for more money, do it up. Do it
Yeah,
at the
right.
beginning.
So,
Yeah, that's the idea, do it at the end, so we don't, next month.
And I think this is what it is, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you guys don't, you guys suck, I'll tell you that in your face right away, I don't really care.
I think
We
we learned that about.
we have a good relationship now, I mean, if we can work it as of now, until the numbers hit.
What does it have to do with anything?
And what it does have to do when we discuss the numbers later, that's what I'm trying to tell
Oh,
you. That-
Lord,
be at
please
least-
have this
So we talk
conversation
about
with
that.
me.
Talk about it.
No, I'm cool with you, Richard, okay with that?
Yeah, we can do that. So we'll discuss.
We didn't like it.
We can still chat over what my
Yeah,
thoughts are.
absolutely, no, honestly, I'm always.
And I think there may be on some of those items, a way of actually, putting some further breakdown to them, to hours, you know, saying like, in the last 3 months, you know, with these security issues that we've covered, FEMA has spent, you know, 14, 15 hours in the course of a month, reviewing, time stamping, documenting, and writing these things, and it may very well add up to more than what you're asking for. And I won't take that. But I'm saying, like, that's what I'd like to see broken down,
Sure, absolutely.
because I think there are some very legitimate, necessary things that you're doing, and you're doing very well at it.
I appreciate that, really do, I'm glad you guys are happy with the service, that was kind of the point of going this long and then kind of just throwing it at you, so. Glad you guys are happy with it, and I wouldn't want you to move forward with it if you weren't.
And I think it would work better, as I said, come with fair set of rules and do whatever I have to do.
Yeah, okay.
All right, next item, please.
That's all I had, any questions about amenities, anything?
The HOA.
So,
Wait, yes.
yeah, so we can talk about that too. We got that.
So I'm gonna make it simple and, you know, we asked the HOA for the money, and of course they said no.
Right,
This is what they said, I was in the meeting, William was in the meeting. See, the one thing, the guys on the board and the HOA board, I know a lot of them personally. Great people as neighbors. When they come to the board, I'm gonna have a limit. I cannot keep quiet for a long time. I don't like when I'm treated like a little kindergarten, you telling me stuff that I know it's not right. They try to make it seem like, the money we get from the HOA, but that wasn't the budget, it's not right. It was- Whenever a homeowner closes, we pay an extra $250,
Right.
so it's not a budget.
we've all paid it.
And even though what to get interest, I wasn't able to inform myself, so I left him with $130,000. And I'm the one who negotiated the contract with the new management company they had, and it's cheaper $8,000, which it comes to $138,000, am I right? I'm giving you this number just so you have an idea, and they do whatever they do as well. When a homeowner puts an ARC request, the management company charges for admin fees only $10, but our HOA charges $45, which is an extra $15. It turns in to be in the 4 months. They blowed up $35,000 in lawyer's fee. 30, that's a worth a year worth.
Is that this, all the stuff where they're going after this person and that person?
No. So what it is now, this is how I see it, like, you spend a year worth of budget. That's really, this community, has gone around, William, I've never been on the board before, but that's like 41,000 a year, 45, let's put 2 runs a year. For the community, HOA side.
But you're asking what happened that particular month, right? Why it got to.
Well, no, I mean, basically, their budget is what now, 56,000?
A year?
A year?
No, it's lower. It's lower because the management company fee is way cheaper. We went from $8.50 per door to $5.
So just kind of clarify, and I know Jere, we were talking to Bennett about it, I'm just gonna catch Jere, is that the HOA had, I think you know a little bit about this, the HOA had originally reached out a while back about possibly assisting the CDD.
Oh,
because they
yeah,
had a lot of
right.
money. So what ended up happening at the last meeting is the board approved us to send them some things for that assistance.
Right,
The
okay,
HOA got together and decided no.
okay.
So I think one of the things moving forward is how we're gonna move forward. You know, that's kind of comes with the budgeting and things of that nature, but also too, just in particular with the HOA, they use the Amenity Center and the board allowed them to do it for free.
Right, we've got that
forward
ordinance right now.
is that they're just gonna be, as long as the board is okay with it, is essentially we would just
Treat
treat them as anybody else would rent the Amenity Center.
So this is my entire thing that I have proposed. The same is that they don't have to pay for every single meeting they do in this Amenity Center, including, what you call it, any committees. But if there's an event that have homeowners, we're fine with it, because it's for the community. But when it comes to the HOA board or the committees, they need to pay like everybody else. I don't know, I mean, if there's a special rate for because they made it clear, we are separate entities, we have nothing to do with that. That's, you won't handle business that way, we won't handle it that way. If we can charge businesses more than a normal homeowner, I would like to do that as well, so you guys help me.
This is stupid. Sorry. This is so dumb.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
Yeah, but it's, I mean, the fact that we're even having this conversation to me is mind blowing.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
it is all resident money at the end of the day, right, whether it's here or there.
Not only that, it's not just the initial purchase of the home, but every
Oh, I
resale
know.
also pays $250 in per capital company.
Gets even funnier.
Because
So
normally,
it's all resident money, so if I'm paying it in my HOA and I'm paying it in my CDD, it's all my money, last time I checked.
Exactly.
Right.
But no, they said.
So why would we even, and this is I'm gonna just say this is my disgussion with the HOA. Like, if we need some of that money, or what if they needed some of that money, or whatever, it's all one entity.
They literally said.
So the fact that we're now like, hey, let's bill you because you did this,
That's how.
mind blown that we're having this conversation.
the big picture is we have a lot of things that are gonna have to go into our budget
Right.
consideration for next year.
Correct.
So,
Especially
Yeah,
for
it does
$80,000 of life.
I mean, to be
I mean,
honest
that's
with
a
you,
lot, right?
to be honest with you, I mean, you guys are only $35,000 in 4 months. Ask a lawyer. So basically you say good morning to a board member is going to go to a lawyer, ask is this good morning legal? I mean, it's just, and say, I will never believe it. And the problem is when you're telling me it costs us money to enforce rules, I've been in an HOA. I mean, it's the other one. You can make money by enforcing rules in the HOA. I'm not a kindergarten.
Yeah, but you could abolish the HOA and be perfectly fine as a community, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, the HOA does not, it's not an essential part of the community.
It is, it's a double, it's a double.
But
look, if somebody makes their house purple, we really care.
Yeah,
But-
I don't,
So,
I genuinely
But
don't,
the thing is, you'll.
under our amenity policy,
right?
Right.
I know it says we have to
Give one
allow,
free month, yeah.
so there's.
One free meeting a month, and if you were to charge them each month, it'd be $1,800 a year. If you go through the rulemaking hearing, that's gonna cost you advertising costs, I don't know how much that is. But it kind of eats into what you're talking about. I understand you may want to send a message, it does a little bit more like that. So those are the facts.
You know what?
That's fine.
1,800 is still 1,800. That's, I mean, it's just a point, because, and I didn't finish it, and to release the pressure from them. The board, the president of the board said, well, the board, the CDD gets paid $200 per meeting. I encourage everybody to go to the meeting and ask. It looks like the gentleman here is the only one. So I encourage you next HOA meeting, go and ask what is the $40,000 bill. And if somebody heard me in the Zoom too, like, you guys need to show up in the HOA meeting and ask, how did you blow up $40,000 in 4 months?
They have them at 5 o'clock. I can't go, even if I wanted to.
I'll give you the 12 minutes. So motion for that, I motion for that.
Yeah, a second.
Okay, so you're gonna authorize a rulemaking hearing basically to remove that section 6 from the rules, and we can prepare the notice.
I mean, I understand the principle of the situation. But are we not shooting ourselves in the foot just to make a point? I mean, at the end of the day,
Right,
it's one of two things. Either we're going to have to address a special assessment here, or do we have enough between budget and fund balance to get us through the rest of this year and understand that we are going to have to make significant improvements to next year's budget? I mean, $1,800 isn't, I mean, we're gonna eat that up.
And just, let's be real too, the special assessment, you guys don't have time for that.
Yeah, I mean,
It's expensive to do. You'd have to hold a public hearing, you gotta send out mailed notice and you try to collect it. Just wait for the money to come in the fall.
a special assessment, we have to collect it, right? We're
That's
not going to
Yeah,
the tax rolls.
if you all need extra
Yeah.
money, the way to do it is have your staff reach out to a bank and take out a short 2-3 month loan if you need to get you a bridge loan. It's probably the best thing you could do. But this special assessment to collect off roll, real pain in the butt, low chance of collection, very expensive to pursue the collection. Better to be on the tax roll and just.
Yeah,
budget
probably
more
that's what
over the
we're gonna
next
have to
year.
do, just put it in the budget, but what do you want to be in the meeting? I mean, they made it clear we are not the same entity in there.
Yeah, but this is like,
That's
I
what
would
they
choose
said.
mom and dad in a divorce. Like,
Yeah,
it's
but
no
the
matter
thing
what.
is, you know,
That's what they said, honestly.
is it worth throwing money at to get more money? Is it, you know, do we wanna create a divide? Cause to be honest, having been to HOA and been to CDD meetings, there's not a lot of the same people going to vote. There's most of who goes to the HOA doesn't come to the CDD and vice versa. So, you know, do we wanna cause a rift in the community over a little bit of money that, no offense, nobody ever budgets for hurricane issues. We've been extremely lucky and we ended up getting hit. The board as a whole, obviously, Ron, Rabah, Leanne, you all were not here last year for the budget, but the decision was made to take a risk for this year to see what do we need to be able to justify to homeowners at the next budget. Hey, we need an increase here and here and here, and this is why. This last year, this is what's happened, and now this is how we have to account for it for the future.
Okay, so why can't we tell the homeowners exactly that? But say, we did go to the CDD, or we did go to the HOA, and they told us.
We can.
I mean, we can.
Right, cause like, I feel like, let's do it the court of public opinion, then, right? Since
But here's one problem, and not to, you know, contradict what you've said, but unfortunately for us, every attorney every HOA attorney that the HOA board has talked to in trying to find a new attorney, plus their original one that they carried over from Rosetta, everyone of them told them not to give any money to the HOA, or excuse me, to the CDD. So we can hash this out, we can do whatever you want, you can try to go to the court of public opinion, but they're gonna say their legal advice advised them not to do it. our legal advice isn't going to chime in on it because we're the ones trying to receive the money.
Yeah,
So
we
they got
care.
no
We're not
dog in the
gonna
fight.
get-
That's kind of how the conversation originally started. They had reached out to Bennett and
Yeah,
we
we're
were
fine
like,
with it.
okay, let us know.
Yeah,
And then we didn't
it
hear
was,
anything.
we'll take whatever we can get.
But,
But-
and I get that, and I don't really care what their lawyer has to say. At the end of the day, I'm the one paying the bill, right? So you're the one paying the bill, they're the ones paying the bill, and I at least wanna know, when you're gonna come to me, forget the CDD, forget any of it, you're gonna come to me and say, listen, your tax bill's $7,000 a year with your CDD, right? And now we're asking for more money, which is not the state Amenity, this is us asking for more money. And the first thing that 98% of these people are gonna do is want to know why. And part of that to me is saying, listen, we did know this and we did try to go this avenue. Then let them be angry at what the facts are, instead of you being the person that just comes in and says, we're raising the bill, here you go, pay it.
Do you guys know what the lawyer's advice was on the HOA? So was a legal reason why they didn't send you the money?
It was
You know what it is? This is how I see it. If you, I'll give an example simply.
Yeah.
I hire somebody to install this light and I tell them my budget is $1,000. Normal price is gonna be $50, it's gonna say $950.
Okay.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
The lawyer is there to do business. In this situation, if you go to him for any lawsuit, losing or winning, he's gonna do it because there's money to make for him. Simple as that. That was the mistake to do in the beginning, but they told him exactly how much they have. And he's like, I'll give him a dime. They don't have nothing.
The
The
attorneys, part of what their response is, what's the justification to the homeowners on the HOA side as to why you are giving away HOA money? Yes, big picture, it's the same homeowners paying both pots. So, but their position from what was relayed during the meeting was that the attorneys feel that, one, why they have a budget, we have a budget. Oh, well, you guys didn't budget correctly. We have assessment ability, they have assessment ability. Right. Don't muddy the water. And then also the aspect was of the, that they want to change the rules. And that's going to take money to attempt to change the rules.
Got it. And so, Rabah, your point is you felt like their counsel could have been more flexible with their interpretation, probably let them.
$35,000 in 4 months.
Yeah.
But all I can tell you.
I know what you're talking about.
Responsible.
Yeah.
It's our money, it's not their money.
Yeah.
And
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they made
There's
a meal out of
an
it.
avenue for the HOA and then in the board, and there's our avenue, so.
Okay.
Well, and that's my point, if they're taking their avenue, you have to keep it as a business, and they made it clear.
It's easy to say that, but if I was on the HOA, I wouldn't give his money either. I'm on the HOA, this is our budget, like just.
Well, no, here's the thing, the big picture is they have their budget, and then there's this pot of money that in most communities, the HOA has the amenities. So the capital contribution was paid to them, but we have to. And so that's why that's why Coulter, unfortunately, they waited too late in the game to do this, but Coulter wanted to move not all of the money from the capital contribution, but I think it was like 80%.
It was a good chunk.
Of the capital contribution over to the CDD, because the CDD is the one with the assets and
that makes sense.
normally it would be, reserves and things like that. And then it would still leave money to the HOA for whatever for them to still function if they have a shortage.
Yeah.
Whereas, just like not only does the first sale, but every time a property sells,
They get $250.
they get $250 paid in from the title company. To them, they don't have anything.
I got a silence
for
one too.
other than management and attorney fees.
So this is my.
It goes-
Who's gonna charge you? Cost us any money, we don't have to have it here and like that.
Yes, we have to.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You didn't have to spend in a couple $100 on an advertisement. It's actually 2 ads. You have to run a 28-day, 29-day ad. And we have to prepare the notices too, which are forms, but still, you're probably gonna spend a couple $100 in legal. It's gonna save you or get $1,800 a year. I don't know. I mean, to me,
But if we
Doesn't sound
need
worth it.
money,
The point.
what if they decide to hold
Yeah, but
I get it, I
it's
get
sort
it.
of like putting a stick.
And then we don't get any money, but we pay
Really, I
$400 or $500
understand.
to go through the process.
to be honest with you, after
Just
that,
take
meeting,
it.
I have no,
Yeah.
no intention to do anything with them. A matter of fact, and that brings together, that's what happened. We're having a discussion about, having a towing company to tow people from, the parking spots from the driveways along the sidewalk. As far right now, this entire thing is belong to us. Am I right? I don't think they're
Yeah,
I
better.
gotta jump into the HOA.
Yeah, I
Do
don't
we,
think.
we have a towing
No.
agreement with the HOA? They're just
No,
doing it.
there's no towing period,
Yeah,
and
but the
we
thing is,
didn't pursue that avenue. We looked into it and
Yeah,
then
that's
said we're
right.
not going.
Yeah, that's what I remember as well.
And some of the same people who blasted Kathy for
Yeah.
entertaining that are the people involved with now wanting
On the
to
HOA.
tow from the HOA.
no, but wait a second.
But they wanna tow out of people's
CDD
driveway.
property.
Yeah, I mean, Rob is right. Yeah, it's
CDD
really,
property.
it should be the
I would
CDD
love them to
so-
get better here, as at the time, nobody can typically cannot take legal actions against it, because I will push for the maximum I can. These people, they cross all the line, and they say, enough is it. They cross that.
Okay, so what else do we have to work on? Because I need to eat something.
I just want to, my thought is that, quickly on this whole thing, I think that, the HOA, I know the HOA board is meeting. And I think they fear with what they want to do and what they need to change, based on what they were left, from Rosetta, the left holding the bag, on their end as well as we were on our end. They have a fear that having less of a, or whether true or not, they have less of a perceived funding mechanism than we have to raise funds. That once they let that go, before they accomplish their goals as a brand new board, in changing certain rules and changing, some of the bylaws or declarations, whatever you call it, with regard to holding landlords accountable for their renters. You know, these kinds of visions that the community wants to be able to, better control this whole rental fiasco we have here, which is causing some of the problems here. That stuff is costing them legal fees to do. There's a lot of legal work to do to change all of those things. And I believe they perceive that they don't know how much money they could let go and not be able to get back. And in my opinion, I believe that or should this board reach a point where they realize they are just accumulating money and they don't need it, that they would, not be so reluctant to give it up. Unfortunately, that'll be too late for us with regard to our current situation, needing to increase budget to cover all these things, not getting any money from them. But I understand where they're coming from, and I think it's a little bit petty, you know, to charge them to use the room. You know, I don't think that gets us anywhere. It's just bad blood.
Well, we did have motions as well, so there was a first from Rabah and a second. So we would need to motion to vote on it.
Do what I said, me personally, it's just what it is. They made it clear we're not the same entity, they don't.
Sure, so that's some additional information. You guys also have a policy that all rentals have to pay $50 an hour for an attendant. So I would just add to that motion to waive that. Please.
Okay.
No. No, that was what, from Robert's perspective, no, that would be.
I can't get down to this.
Well, I would just say the motion is motion to approve a rulemaking hearing considering the HOA for room rental, so that can be discussed.
Okay, so
Because
it's not
that's what
putting
it
it
would
in
be
place,
now.
it's to discuss.
Right, yeah.
But there's still advertising and things, there's cost to having that, because it's a public hearing, so we have to advertise it as a public hearing and all that for the meetings, and we have to run the ads and there's specific statute requirements to
I
it.
think we should just.
So
make it
again,
known.
we do have a motion, you can't vote yea, you can't vote nay, so if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but
Or
since
you
there
can
was
withdraw
a,
the motion, yeah.
yes, or if you wanna recall the motion, Bravo, yeah,
No,
you
no.
made it first, no?
But the rest of the board will do like even, they
Okay.
can vote whatever they want.
So then we're just looking for, we'll look for yays, all in favors?
Alright, no pressure here, you guys do whatever you want.
Okay.
I'll,
Man.
So we have a first from Leanne. We have
Okay, yeah.
one yay from Leanne, any other yays? Okay, nays?
And And decided so far.
You can go stay on your own.
No, finish it. No hard feelings, finish, you just do whatever.
No, I mean, I see both sides.
I do
just
too.
don't- The problem is I don't think us in our financial position of throwing more money that we're not gonna get the value back from right now is.
So,
So how about we do this, for the next year meetings, we can always, because it's gonna be, they're gonna be published everything again for the time of date of the meetings, right? For the next year, I'm talking about.
yeah, well, for the CDD,
Yeah, for the CDD, can we just, if we decided to move forward with it at the time, we'll just include everything with it? Like,
we can't dictate on the room rentals for what you're charging HOA. That would still, that's what's required in the public hearing. For the CDD, like when you approve your next fiscal year's meetings, we can decide whatever we want for the year. You know?
Why don't
I think what
we do
he's saying
that?
is when we make that public announcement.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
With it, so it doesn't cost us any money.
Right,
There's a public hearing and it's separate. It's completely different ad. Yeah. Because we don't have to have a public hearing to announce our meetings.
what is it, Lynn?
So we've got a yay from Leanne, we have a Kevin and Ron nay at this
it's like,
point.
like I
Just
said,
need a
it's like
Rabah.
choosing mom and dad in the
and-
divorce, there's no winning.
Rabah and William, do we have a yay or a nay?
Oh, me?
Yes.
I would love William to go first, though.
No, I'll be this side and vote. What do you want? What do you want?
You know me,
Are we negotiating?
yeah, that's,
One or the other.
yeah.
You gotta get the, yeah.
Oh my God, I need to eat.
Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we got a yay from William.
so it's 3 now?
It's 2 and 2.
You should let them go technically.
Yes.
You haven't voted, so.
Oh, it's a yay for me.
Okay. So
That's
the
fine,
motion is passed.
and I'll be the decider. I mean, Kevin, I understand your point, but the other problem is they've been doing polls and they haven't gotten anywhere close to the number of people
Yeah,
to hold a vote. And now this last HOA meeting, they turned around and said that they're trying to get different interpretations of what's needed or how to vote. So, I mean, they're literally throwing money to attorneys.
Yeah.
Well, no, I agree, they're probably, and I don't know anyone really personally on the board, and I haven't been to a meeting in 2 minutes, but it appears it's burning through cash. And maybe so, and they've set it up, but I don't think one has to do with the other, that's why they're burning money in the fact that we're gonna say, hey,
All right.
you know.
We're starving lean, what's next?
I've been at work since 7 AM, sorry.
So it will probably be June when the public hearing.
I haven't eaten
Just
anything
because
yet
we're
today.
preparing the advertisings and everything for your June, you have a June, you have a May and a June meeting.
It is what it is. But the other thing too is.
It is, you don't win in this thing.
ACC is supposed to be meeting, and they haven't been. And,
I know.
and the mayor comes to explain why, how. and what kind of violations.
Good night.
Yeah, that's my stuff, but I'm gonna jump through real fast.
Okay.
But basically,
Hey, all right, guys, come on, bring it back in, we're so close. So I do have district managers, so I've got about an hour's worth here for it, and I'll go.
You get 30 seconds, you get 30 seconds.
Throw my phone at you.
Go.
We did, basically, the lighting agreement was found. Your agreement for the lights, it did include permanent lighting, which is working and connected to that front area. It was a GFCI switch. was
Yeah, there was
broken.
a GFCI
which
that was
we-
stripped, so there is permanent lighting this.
So there is permanent lighting, but that permanent lighting is just for that. It did not include future Christmas decorations and things of that nature, but the lighting is there. It does work and the contract was found.
Understand that it's on the corner of.
It's on the corner, it's not on the front.
Yeah, so the little sign.
The little
Yeah.
sign, yeah.
I kind of swore there used to be something. like
Yeah, there
that.
was.
So it was a bad GFCI.
Still, 10
But-
grand.
Oh, I know, but at least there.
For 10 feet.
Solved the
And
mystery.
that portion was like $4,200, for that. The total was 10, which included Christmas lights and all that, but that portion was 42-ish.
Yeah, 'cause they also
Which
had,
was the only permanent.
I don't know, did that one actually include the adding of power there, or was there another one on top of it, to?
I think the power was already there.
Yeah, I think it was
That
there.
that
There was
just-
one, I think somewhere we had to have power added, it may have been the little sign, I think there was power at the front one because of the fountain.
Yeah.
But I think the other one, I think they had to add power added, so that might have been.
But, So, yeah, so there's that. The only other thing was just discussion of special assessment. Jere did touch on that, and I agree with Jere. There's also, we're about to do, especially for rating assessments, we're about to do an assessment increase, which is gonna cause we have two public or proposed or adopted budget public hearing that we have to do, but we're also gonna have mailers and everything. We'd essentially be doing that twice. It's hard to collect, and we wouldn't be seeing that money until, by the time we got through it all, whoever did submit until September-ish, probably.
Yeah.
October,
About
about the same time you're gonna get the property taxes anyways. I think it's just something for the board, is we've been in the situation in other communities. You're tight on the budget. We all know that. We're gonna have to be maybe a little conscious on what we're spending the money on for some of these extracurricular things. But I think making the move potentially where we're at with landscape and different things of that nature, we can make it there, and if worst case scenario, then we can kind of do some of these routes like Jere was talking about, as we can maybe get a bridge loan or something like that in the interim if we need it. But that would be our recommendation.
That's a good idea.
So it's just some, and that's only if we need to. If we don't need to do that, we can't, we don't have to. We've gotten it across the line until tax time, November, December, when we typically see the most significant influx of property assessments at the December, right around December 15th. Sometimes at the end of November. So that was that. We do have the financial reports. Again, I apologize. It seems the iPads have died.
Yeah, they look
We would look for a motion to approve. Otherwise, I can bring these back for the next meeting if you wanted us to do that.
Did anybody?
I didn't have.
I'd like
If you review beforehand,
Yeah, I
happy
think
to.
so too, but like, it's hard to ask questions and.
If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. If I can't answer it, our accountants are great at
You're just
responding.
accepting them too.
You're accepting them as
It's not like
well, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, if you have a question about something, you want us to edit, it's not like you approve it today or accept it today, and it's, nope, sorry.
You're just acknowledging that
Yeah.
your staff prepared it. as an
But the
official
problem is,
document.
it's all paid out already anyway. So.
But, in the instance there's a mistake or something like that, we can.
You can still ask your question.
Yeah, you
just
still
at
ask
the
your
point. It doesn't really affect the record or anything.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I was very comfortable with it, it's any issues. I'll make a motion to accept.
Okay, so we have a first from Kevin,
Second, I trust everyone.
a second from Rabah. All in favor?
But we can always like reevaluate like lawyers'
Yes.
bills and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Management
Yeah.
company bills.
So that was, all in favor, any, opposed?
No.
No, okay, so the motion has passed. All right, so supervisor requests and audience comments, limited to 3 minutes. We do have an audience member who has hung out with us the entire time.
I mean, you're
Sure.
here with us, you better stop saying.
You guys are doing a good job. I just think just have thick skin. Obviously, I know the community obviously depends on everybody here. You're gonna hear bad things. Just pull through it.
We appreciate you being here with us. Yeah, very much so.
And what was your name and address for the record?
Vern, 11709 Armada.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for sticking with us.
It's been a night.
Yeah, okay, any audience members on Zoom? If you, would like to speak, just raise your hand. We do have a couple people still on Zoom.
Your first full
Like
meeting.
17 hours, it's like.
Just use the raise your hand feature. Okay, seeing no hand raises, we'll move to supervisor requests. Any supervisor requests?
One thing I want to add before, since we are on this topic, in the meeting too, seems like our HOA board choose what to work on us with or not. They don't want help with the money. It's a different entity, but they do want to help us with rules, which will, I think you guys remember, I was the one who brought it up to. I don't want nothing to do with these guys, especially the way they're handling the business. It's literally exposed to, I would, as myself as left to like legal stuff. We have, that's why I suggested the board. Everybody keep it to itself. They have their own entity. We are our entity. We have nothing to do with each other. That's it.
Okay. Okay, any other supervisor requests? Seeing none. All right, so next scheduled board meeting is May 7th, 2025. That is a Wednesday. It's here, 6 p.m. at the Eagle Point Community Clubhouse. We would just be looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a first from William, second from Rabah. All in favor?
Right.
Nay.
Yeah. Yes. Opposed? Motion has.
And here the transcript's gonna say one person said nay.
So the time is 10:58 PM. Thank you, everybody.
Now the long.
Great evening.